Hi, everybody. We made it. CitizenCon Day 2! How's my mic? Is this where you want it, Anthony? Is this good? We were given notes after yesterday. I apparently had the mic too far from my mouth, and Dan was like, so they said split the difference. So we're gonna see what we can improve today. Hi everybody, I'm Jared. I'm the creative content lead for Cloud Imperium Games and Robert Space Industries. And as I said, welcome to CitizenCon Day 2. As one astute user on social media put it, yesterday we laughed, we cried, we doubled our dogs. We're bringing a whole new slew of presentations for you to enjoy. But before we get to the programming of today, it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon, a live event like this, and it may have gone under the radar.
Welcome. It's Muddog of the Texas Space Navy, and I have C4 with me. We are bringing you Star Citizen CitizenCon live.
So I wanted to take some time. Here on the pre-show, where I can do pretty much anything I want, and shout out some of the pioneers who came before us to make this event what it is today. So CitizenCon actually started, the very first one was back in 2013, back in the Alamo Roadhouse in
Looking
Austin,
forward to today.
and it was the brainchild of Sandy Gardner, Ben Lesnick, and Pete Mackey. Now, it was in a little theater. It was in a little theater down in downtown Austin, and it was, for some, it was an excuse to watch the Wing Commander movie in front of a crowd and in a big theater. But for others, it was the birth of our annual convention and the introduction of Aaron Roberts and the Foundry 42 team at that time to the CIG family. It started out small, had some humble beginnings, but over the years, it's evolved into this massive undertaking that we have this year. In 2014 and 2016, CitizenCon was here in Los Angeles at the Avalon Theater, just in downtown. At 2014, we introduced the vision for the persistent universe, which was not yet playable. Arena Commander had only come just earlier that year. And in 2016, we followed up on those procedural planets with a visit down to the planets and the introduction of the Sandworm. And Sean Tracy, if you're watching, when my Sandworm, man? Can we hear it? When my Sandworm, man? He goes on stage in the first presentation. He's probably not happy right now. Between those 2 years in LA, we took our first trip to Manchester and the, what was it called? The Runway Visitor Park, which was presented underneath a glorious Concorde, fantastic aviation craft that our chat users at the time really thought we had built a giant spaceship for this stage. I can remember sitting in the chat and like, no, that's not a spaceship. That's the Concorde. Get a calendar from 1988. It was like January. 2017 was where things started changing. 2017 was where we started to adopt the format that you see here today. It was our first trip to Frankfurt in the Avalon Theater, where we started breaking apart multiple presentations, multiple teams. We started really diving into the depths of Star Citizen's development after the first several years of building up, having to build four studios around the world.
This is Jared trying to fill 30 minutes before the show begins.
CitizenCon had evolved to becoming the true showcase that it is today, and showing you as many different aspects of our development as possible. But it reached its final form in 2018. Going back to Austin at the Long Convention Center, Long Center in Austin, that's where CitizenCon exploded. 2 tracks, 2 competing theaters of presentations, the mocap stage. We introduced the Xi'an language, which changed Chris Harrow's life forever. Shout out to Chris Harrow if you're watching. And then in 2019, the biggest CitizenCon we had at the time back in Manchester, which parallels what we're doing today. Huge screens, huge exhibitions, huge panels, huge discussions, huge reveals. I'm sure we all remember that character.
He hasn't played in like a long time.
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream.
Also, it was a Carrick ice sculpture that didn't melt
I
all day.
don't know how long I
lost
will
50
be
bucks
able to sustain because my...
I got 5 minutes? Oh, cool. Sorry, the person in my ear.
Yeah, I don't know if any of our viewers are familiar with K9, but he's from Sri Lanka.
How are you guys feeling?
He's part of the Texas Space Navy. He's an integral part. Appreciate him joining us on the stream this morning.
I do want to take this time. So, like I said, CitizenCon started from humble beginnings, the birth child of Sandy, of Ben, of Pete Mackey back in the day. It's evolved over the years with many stewards, Eric Hiron Davis, David Roth, our stewards this year. They're going to hate me for shouting them out. Leah and Tyler, please give them a huge round of applause for Leah and Tyler, who have driven this year's event and made it everything that you guys hear live and in the theater have seen. Hall B, jeez, I hope you've seen Hall B during the interstitials between the panels if you're watching from home. Leah and Tyler have kicked the ball out of the park. I mixed my metaphors there. I wonder what I'm going to be like at the end of the day. Let's go into the day's programming, shall we? So in just a few minutes, at the top of the hour, we've got Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Sean Tracy again for character advancement. They're going to show you some of the latest advancements in our character tech. You saw, and Andre, don't want to forget Andre. You're going to love Andre. Sorry, Andre. You saw a little bit of it in the Star Engine presentation yesterday. It's going to explode. And they're going to show you the full potential of that work for the star hair and the star cloth and the facial stuff and the clothes stuff. You're not going to want to miss that. Life in the first person is a look at the first-person existence in our Star Citizen's first-person universe. It's not just FPS combat, it's how you interact with the universe around you, and a lot of improvements I think many of you are going to appreciate. Then Taking Flight, Yogi and Diego and Inez and the team there are going to be here for another live demo where they play the game and show you the amazing master mode and flight changes that have come from their work on Squadron 42 that are being brought over to Star Citizen. We're going to break for lunch again, 2 o'clock. Get your lunch. It's a long day. Then finally, two-part environment and gameplay summit here with Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, where we're going to go through a bunch of the new locations that are coming to both Stanton and the Pyro system. You're going to want to check those out. And for those who are here, be in your seats. If you have a chance to be anywhere, be in your seats as those presentations progress. I can't tell you why, but you'll thank me later. And then, of course, at around 5 o'clock thereof, timings, Chris Roberts will return to the stage for his closing remarks, his closing ceremonies, and you're not going to want to miss that. So that's our day's festivities. With that, I'm going to throw it over to Dan. He's back in Hall B. Dan, I hope you have more energy than me. Take it away, buddy.
So, K9, what did you think
Jared. It's good to see you guys back at CitizenCon Day 2.
Both the ships that were announced yesterday.
So many awesome things yesterday. We saw the server meshing panel. We saw people experience.
Yeah, the Cutter and the Zeus. What'd you think of them?
We'll get to in a second. So many
the
awesome
Cutter
things
is
yesterday.
like pretty neat ship because I think that's the only entry-level ship that have like radar capabilities.
We don't have the graphics budget for the extended flashback sequence. We have to move on.
The Zeus ones are really
Okay,
great because I like the Titan and like the base exploration version is pretty much like a bigger Titan in my opinion.
Right.
I really like those.
Things to show you guys today, whether they be
yeah, I'm still torn on the Zeus. Like, do I want one? Do I want another? Do I want them all? What to do?
Yeah, it depends, right? Like, it's pretty much like if you like into that ship design language.
They definitely feel like ships that are probably going to be nerfed. I mean, based off of the shields alone.
Well, like if you like see the threads where like people are complaining about that and like the spirits.
Yeah, but the spirit
they did mention
to me though the spirit isn't really a good competitor. I mean, it's more in the tier of the Mercury Star Runner.
Excuse me, guys. We're gonna have a quick chat with the corporation if you guys don't mind.
They said like the older ships will get like rebalanced passes. So I'm not surprised like if like older ships would get more hard points and more shields as time goes on.
So
like the Vanguards, for example, they are like pretty much useless now at that price range.
Environment for people to
but the Vanguard's going to have armor and a lot of it.
To have a good community,
that is true.
To encourage more people to play Star Citizen.
Yeah, that's what you have to remember. Everything is going to be different in the future. the new ships that they bring in, they will be overpowered and get nerfed down, and then they'll balance them out later. With every patch, something's going to get rebalanced and changed. So right now, you're buying the ship on what it could possibly do in the future, and whether or not you like the way it looks and performs right now.
So let's talk about the firepower it supposedly brings in. Do you think it's enough for a ship that size, especially like on the ES model or whatever, the essential model, since it's got two size 4 fixed, and then it's got a size 3 turret that that I guess a secondary user can use. Is that enough firepower?
And a couple other little surprises.
Again, it depends, right? Like, it depends what ships you are going up against. So, like anything, like if the pilot gets like 2 size 4 fixed weapons, I think it's like in the range of like 400 eyes.
Well, yeah, you're right. The 400 eye is there. The Mercury Star Runner has 2 size 3s for the pilot, but then it's got 2 turrets that has 2 size 3s for secondary users, which could make it actually pretty formidable if you can concentrate that fire. Or they can turn it against enemies coming behind them, which makes it the most formidable out of any of those because of the defensive capabilities.
And you have to look in the aspect of like what they are built for. Like the MSR is like a multi-role ship where it can like do a lot of stuff, and like the ES is specifically built for like bounty hunting and disabling ships with its EMP.
Yeah.
So
that's what the Lego model.
Which I think that's going to be a much more popular model than the Mantis all day long.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, let's talk about
the Mantis. Let's be honest. The Mantis is kind of a crappy ship.
Yeah. So, well, it's like the Zeus Mark 1. It was the first ship that like built to that certain like feature. Like
here's a question.
It have like the quantum dampening thing, right?
Right. Yeah, it was first one. The C4. Here's a question for you. If they're going to make the Mantis better, what would they have to do, in your opinion?
It's just such a small ship. It doesn't have any firepower.
Right.
All it is the shield. You're going out there and setting the shield. Other than that, you have to run. It would have to increase in some shield power. It'd have to increase in some weapons. And it would have to be a multi-crew, I would think, if they weren't gonna increase the weapons on it. It's gonna have to be a multi-crew for a turret or something. Because right now it's just a flying shield, and it'd have to run away.
So would you think that maybe increasing the shield power would make it a more usable ship, or do you think it needs that personal defense of better guns?
Depends on your role. I mean, if you've got a person that doesn't mind getting out there and just sitting, being the shield, being the quantum person and not getting involved, then yeah. But if you want somebody that wants to get involved, it needs to have some firepower or something.
Like I said, of security. So how's it going, guys?
Again, like that's how like you should look at like the game at the moment, because like when buying a ship, certain things would like have a less chance to change,
Sure,
like
absolutely.
the cargo
The best way
capacity,
to
right?
get a hold of
So
us is to join
like
our Discord.
you can make a conscious decision like using that kind of things where this thing won't affect
Let me see that. That looks so
the
cool.
ship's
Look at that.
stats
That's
later.
actual
But
wood.
things
Is this
like
laser
shield
engraved?
capacity and guns would
That's
always
awesome. This looks phenomenal.
change
Look at that.
depending on like
There
what
you go. I'm gonna have
features
to hold
and
that for
what
a
kind
second.
of
So,
balancing
what's it
passes
like running
the
security
developers
for
do
things
later
like
Right.
armor? Like, obviously that's a huge
Yeah, and everything is going to get flipped on its head when they put armor in the game.
Exactly. Yeah.
So running security
That's
can
for
be
sure,
both
because-
I mean, like,
stressful and also at the same
people
time a
should
little
buy
rewarding. You're gonna
game
have some of
like
those
buy
servers
ships
you're
as
securing
much
roughly
as
15
they can
different servers or something
within
like
the
Made
game
Mart
with
Rally.
in-game
So some
currency.
servers might not see any
I always
action
say
at
like
all,
if
and you're
you
just kinda
like the
sitting there
certain
voting
look
and
of a
cheering on
ship,
your favorite
then buy
racer.
it, but do
There are
not
other
buy it
servers that
based
can
on
be super
its like
chaotic and are
stats,
non-stop
right?
bombarded by
So-
outside forces.
Very good point.
And those are the ones that you have to
Noctis.
really have to keep your eye
I
on.
think it
Keep enough
has
people
both
to secure as many
the.
people as
Does it have the
possible.
snare
They get
or
any
the dampener or
reinforcements
both?
if needed.
The
Yeah, that sounds like
Zeus
a legit
MR.
provider, but luckily
Do
they
y'all
have
know
a
right
lot of
offhand?
systems to help make it all possible.
I believe it has both.
I thought it had both as well. I can pull it up real
it does
quick.
have both, from what I remember.
Let's just say it has both at launch.
One of my best guys here.
Let's see what
I think it needs to keep both. I mean, it really does.
The EMP is very similar to the one on the Scorpius, since they are like both RSI. I'm pretty sure they are using like the same mechanism.
So
and it's like integrated into the ship's like spinal cord.
Okay, so it does not have a snare. It only has an EMP and a quantum dampener.
What I'm
so
saying
no
is
snare.
like EMP is like the confirmed thing, right? Like you can see its mechanism on the top of the ship. So
How are you?
the other thing is still like dependent, like C4 says.
Well, I mean, according to the write-up, that's what it's got. But I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't know if it would say snare if it's meant to have it, but definitely just says EMP and dampener. It doesn't say anything about the snare.
Yes.
There you go.
And CIG always is very vague when it comes to ship description.
So that still only leaves what, one ship that has the snare, and that's the Mantis, right? We don't have another ship. So here's my thing: that it has a very limited range that it can snare people out. I've always said that there need to be a ship the size of the Nautilus that has a bigger snare that can cover like parsecs. Maybe not parsecs, but can cover a huge swath of space, because you're going to need that if you're trying to bring people out of quantum. Whereas the Mantis just can't, it's not going to get it done, you know? It's only going to get it done if you're right in line of a shipping route or something. But something the size of a Nautilus with a bigger snare should be capable of pulling a much wider swath of ships out. But that's my opinion.
Well, they have plenty of room to add different ships from different manufacturers that could do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm in like the technical overview for like the Mark II MR. It says like,
hey Jack, what do you do in the verse?
It features a EMP device and a quantum dampener. So not like the snaring thing. I think it's like the Cutlass Blue.
Yes.
So like you just like if you are pursuing a target, the target can't like quantum.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bigger Cutlass Blue, is what it is.
Very. Yes, with the EMP functionality.
Would you say you're the
Cutlass Blue doesn't have the EMP?
Right.
Possibly.
So now, what's your reason for buying a Cutlass Blue?
Could there
like
be someone more?
Honestly, I wouldn't.
Like, sorry. Like we might get EMP
Never mind.
bombs or missiles later on
So
too.
yeah,
So that could be another way.
Things, as Dan said,
Oh yeah,
this is one of
I'm
our
sure we'll have
amazing
some sort of
partners
leech
here that makes
missile or
this event
something that,
possible.
Yeah.
We also
if
want to
it hits
shout
them,
out our
it
teams at
knocks
IX
out all their
Systems.
electronics
They
for a
helped
short
build
period of
amazing
time.
server technology
Isn't that the plan for the
using
Sentinel?
Pyro Playground.
Because its
Yes.
EMP is going to go away.
We have our entire
Yes.
environment replicated here. It's back there. You should go check it out. Talk to those guys there. What Ahmed and that team at IX has done is fantastic, and they've allowed us to run the Pyro Playground at 60 frames a second with the best server stuff possible. It's like we're all like, oh, this is what's possible with this game. It's really exciting. I also want to shout out VKB,
I
who
still
have been amazing
like
at helping us with
looking
the control
forward to see
services
how they are
for
going to
the fighter
like
flight
fit
exhibition going on at the Apple
128
booth. Be sure you go by there and
SU,
check that
if
out.
I remember,
And then,
on
of
the
course,
CL
CLX,
version. Because
custom
by the
computer
looks of
maker
it
who
looks
made
like a
all
small
150
ship. Like
computers for the
it's
Pyro
like
Playground.
diameter
The two
and like
computers that are
width is
operating on
very
stage.
small
The
compared
box
to
that's
other
running
ships.
this live stream
So
right now, I can be at here.
I
it's there.
did
I don't
see
have to
like
worry about it.
Yeah, Rage
interior
has a
layout.
containment area
I feel
for
like I'm missing one, and I expect
bad
to hear
guys that
about
you
it
capture.
probably later on.
It does.
I didn't bring my cards.
Sorry about that.
So-
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Which ship were you talking about, Kenan?
Oh, I'm talking about
We
the
start- we
cargo
start
version.
11?
Like it has
Oh, yeah.
like 128 SU of cargo space.
Yeah, it's a
got
direct
five
competitor
loads.
to
Actually, full
the
time.
Star Runner, in my opinion.
Yes. Also the freelancer
And the
Max.
Connie. Let's not forget the Connie. It's kind of yeah, and the Freelancer Max. It's all
So, here's what
it's
we're
a direct
gonna do.
competitor to all those.
Back
Yeah,
in
the
2013,
Taurus have like
we
190,
attempted
right?
to sing Star
SU?
Citizen Happy
I-
Birthday.
It's something like that. It's one.
And at that time,
Yeah, something like that.
there was a weird legal kerfluffle. It was believed that the stream got muted because we sang happy birthday
So
on stage.
I
and
also
Twitch
saw in
automated
like a
content
Spectrum
said,
post,
"No,
they said
don't.
the Mark II, like
It's our birthday.
the
It's a little
Series
late. It's also
would have
Jake
like
Cacapella's
internal
birthday, so
components where you won't
if all
have
of you
like
would join me in a
instant
rousing
access to
edition of
components
Happy
if you
Birthday,
want to
we're going to
repair
test the
them.
stream gods
So
and see if we don't get
that's
muted.
kind
So
of
ready?
thing to keep in mind.
All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Let's say Jared's a singer, man.
Happy
Birthday, dear Star Citizen.
I'm going to get off comms for a while. I'll join you guys a bit later.
All right, man. You have a good one. Appreciate you stopping by.
Take care.
Yeah, Wrath said he'd be here today. He's just going to be running a little late.
All right.
So-
With that, we're going to take a break. Hang out, get your last drinks, get your last snacks, everybody. The show's starting in about 10 minutes with our character advancement panel right there on stage. So stay tuned. If you like day one, we've got more to come, everybody. Take care. We'll see you in a bit.
Awesome. So they're getting the hype up. I wonder if they're going to hype it up as much as they did yesterday.
He does so much of the heavy lifting
Yeah.
online and on the shows. I mean, he has to jump in and catch all the mistakes they say that people would misinterpret all the time. He's just got to be focused, and that amazes me by him. He's really ready to jump in there and correct anything before it blows out of proportion and Reddit blows it up.
Yeah. Oh, they still blow it up. And if
True,
the
true.
whole the community it's got the vocal minority, which is usually the trolls, and then it's got the rest of us.
Yeah, but they can always go back to Jared and get what he says, the clarity
Yep.
from him. So that helps a whole lot.
Well, that's one of the reasons why they stopped letting Chris do interviews and stuff, because he would say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have this," or we might try to do this. And that means they'd have to put more stuff into the game. I think Jared's kind of learned that lesson a little bit too, because of some of the shows he's been on. He's like, "Oh crap, we can't. Now we got to put it in the game."
Honestly, that's why I like listening to the dev shows, because the dev always seems to slip up.
Yeah, right. So today, the order of business is going to be the character advancement, life in the first person, taking flight. Then they'll have lunch. Then it'll be living on the edge, destination adventure, and then the closing statements or ceremony. If we get a new ship today, I would only imagine the ship would come in taking flight, but I could be wrong. It could be in any one of these. Do you think we'll get a new ship today, or do you think we've seen what's it for new ships for this CitizenCon?
I would hope they would bring some more in. Like I said, I was really looking forward to the G2, to finally let it. I know it's sitting there built. I need to add that to my 600i.
Right.
But I would hope they would have spread some extra ships out for today. It just would make sense.
You mean the G12?
G12.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
So yeah, I would hope they would add some new ships today as well, and of course some mic drop sessions.
Well, I mean, they keep alluding to us getting some crazy mic drop type things today, so it'll be disappointing if they didn't present something that was a mic drop moment, in my opinion, at this point. I mean, I'm not disappointed at all.
Uh-huh.
I think already it's been a successful CitizenCon. They could probably end it now, and I would be okay with that. But I'm glad they're giving us more. I hope they give us even more information, like on Squadron 42. I mean, that's what some people want to hear about as well, right? So
Yeah, I think that's going to be some of the stuff they're going to produce. They're probably going to show an actual game slice. At least I would hope so by now.
all right. I just posted up links to the YouTube for people to come join us from the org, from the Discord and the Gilded. Try to keep up with, sometimes it seems like the stream freezes. So if you guys in chat will give me a heads up if it freezes on your end, as far as, you know, what CIG's putting out from Twitch, just let me know if it freezes on us so I can kind of try to fix that. Yesterday that was a problem for a couple of times throughout the entire day. Hopefully it won't be a big issue today, and then we won't get any lag on it or anything like that. So, is there a particular panel you're most interested in today, C4?
Yeah, I was looking at that. It is a taking flight. As much as I like to fly around the verse, I want to see what the improvements are and everything.
Nice. I think the destination adventure could be pretty interesting. It just seems like a future. What's coming down the pipe? Like what's next? That's kind of what I feel like the destination adventure panel is going to be about. I think the living on the edge could be interesting too, because I imagine it's going to be a lot about frontier life. They put all these habs in on different planets, these different farms and stuff like that. It's going to be kind of going into the lore of that and how the AI lives in those places, and maybe how we can build our own little farms and what that may look like for a player character. So that could be interesting from there. But I have a feeling after lunch, some people may be dozing off during that panel.
Yeah. Well, like you said, living in the first person, I'm as much of an explorer as I am to get out around the verse, not just to go to different planets, but just to be able to go to the different habs and run up on different facilities and land and see what's going on in them. You know, see if there's things to obtain or find there. You know, just try out the whole thing.
Yeah, it should be a fun day. Looks like we got about 3 minutes. If anybody needs to take a bio break, now's probably the time. I don't know when Wrath is supposed to join us, but he did say he would be running a little late. So hopefully he gets here before the start. I mean, I'd hate for him to miss any of the stream. Again, if you guys are interested in joining the Texas Space Navy, that information is going to be coming up on the screen here shortly. If you've never played the game before and it looks like a game you're interested in joining, use that referral code that pops up at the bottom of the screen as well, and you'll get free bonus money when you sign up, like UEC, that you can use in-game. Helps me out too. It gives me referral points. I am hoping to one day get 1,042. That's the goal, but I'm a long ways off, so whatever you guys can help with would be great. And if you are interested in picking up some merch, like you see this vest I have on right now, see the flag I have behind me, you can go to texasspacenavy.org/shop. You can see it down below on the screen, and you can pick up some merch. We got all sorts of things. We got pants, we got shirts, we got hats, we got flags, we got glasses, we got, I mean, you name it, practically we got it. So go check out that page as well. So C4, how are you feeling about this CitizenCon versus previous CitizenCons?
More energy on this one. It's getting ready to start. Yeah, much more energy on this one. Having everybody back and not having to just deal with videos. Yeah,
I think they have their crap together a little bit more this year.
I think they do. As long as we're not speaking too soon.
Yeah, right. Today could be a disaster. So here's another question for you. Do you look more forward to CitizenCon or IAE or Invictus Launch Week? Which one is your favorite of the year?
I would say the CitizenCon, because they actually give you a peek behind the curtain, the IAEs and the other. It's just basically ship shows, and they're selling pixels. I get it. You know, if I see something I like, I will possibly buy it to support the game. But
it's definitely very wallet draining.
yes, it is. Yes, but you know, I understand what it's for. It's supporting the game. I get it. You know, but this is what I look forward to, so I actually see what my money is buying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
The person who forgot to create himself an intro.
Here we go.
Disco Lando! Woo-hoo! He also had caffeine in the last 10 minutes.
Oh, Lord.
Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2, everybody!
I think he got a good night's sleep.
Are you pumped?
Just a lot of caffeine.
Have you eaten 2 dogs? Get in your seats. It's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day 2. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Up first, character advancement with Ian, Sean, Forrest, Andre. Give it up.
Oh, OBS that went down, it looks like. Interesting. Sorry if you guys experienced an interruption in the stream.
Hello there.
Seems like OBS went down for a second.
Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen. We're going to kick off the first ever Day 2 of CitizenCon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team. All right. So first, let's talk about life in a frontier system like Pyro and how this influences the character designs. So we wanted to create something unique compared to what we've seen in Stanton already. We wanted to give a wider visual palette and a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this chart describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where all suits, armors, and fashion items should belong. In terms of material use, manufacturing technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of Earth. So essentially, frontier fashion is function over form. They are repurposed and repaired, and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having storage solutions. This implies survivability along the frontier. Okay, let's take a look at some of these assets in the game.
We can dove right in today.
Ominous music.
See, part of me feels like when they introduced all the armors and stuff, they did it prematurely because most characters are walking around in clothing, right? You're not seeing too many people in armor. It's like armor is going to be a rare thing almost, unless you know for a fact you're going into combat or a combat type situation.
Well, otherwise, just like the fact that you won't be able to wear heavy armor
or flying,
medium armor when you fly. Yeah, that's going to be something you're going to have to pay attention to.
I just feel like they teased us, not teased us, but they gave us too much too early on the armor side of things. Like we got used to having all the armor and stuff, and it's just not going to be like that, as you can see. Reg, I think they are supposed to. I think they will act differently based off of what you're wearing, or if you've got a gun in your hands, or stowed, or if you haven't showered in a week. Are you a hooker?
Okay, awesome. So hopefully you guys that played Pirate Playground, you will have seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video, pouches and storage are a key part of the Frontier aesthetic. This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really cool to give the functionality, but also some customization options. So let's take a look at a video we just developed internally, and this is for modular storage items on the player.
They really do like the ominous music, don't they?
I know, right?
So how are you going to carry these? Like, are they just going to attach to your person?
Probably like Molly.
I guess they're about to show us. Oh yeah, there's attach points. Awesome. I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Even better, you could, while you're in the inventory system, you can just grab it and throw it on you. Because right now, don't you have to pick it up?
Right. Yeah, this is going to be convenient. Looks a little crazy, but
yeah. Oh, we got different effects.
Pretty cool, right? So I think this will provide loads of customization options in the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for Frontier locations, and these also follow the same.
Yeah, Rage, I think they've been waiting to put more interaction in when they move some other things in as well.
Now, we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark.
I'm not a big fan of the inventory system.
So this is all driven by our new
but...
Layer Blend V2 shader and its texture library. And we focused on more consistent wearing between 0 and 100% values. So to showcase this, let's look at a quick example asset.
So all somebody needs to do now is
It looks like sand people headgear.
Yeah. Very true.
All right. So as we saw in the video, the insides of the helmets are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
Interesting.
So in summary, Frontier Fashion is expanding the visual design palette for humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems.
Oh, you're back, K9.
Yep. Hopefully someone else will join.
Now let's talk about something different. Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen.
What do you think about the pouches?
Ninetales
that is like so
have been
my
one of the
style.
main gangs in the game. So far,
I like storage, you know that.
over 105 million have been taken out by you guys.
Oh, wow.
So you guys have been busy. Great job. All right.
We only have another 900 million to go.
Now we're going to need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay? So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing, and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos. These signify rank and progression within the gang. Let's take a look at a quick video.
And they got a video for everything.
Right? Like, I thought like they were going to stretch things out since it's like a 2-day event, but everything has been really good. Like a lot of features.
No, yeah, they've had their stuff together this time around.
Yeah, right.
K9, you ready for some tattoos?
I don't think that would be my kind of thing. Like, if they do like wraps, you know, like how like a mummy wraps in like bandages and that kind of aesthetic, I would go.
We didn't tell you? We're going to implement tattoos for rank in Texas Space Navy.
Well,
I guarantee you.
Tattoo my behind because it's covered up.
I guarantee you that next year's CitizenCon, somebody will have some tattoos like this.
Just like that, yeah. Well, question is, will they be real tattoos or will they be painted on?
I think they'll be real. They'll be real.
So the rough and ready can be found in some of the space stations around Pyro.
Like people had like.
Now the tattoos, like I said, the tattoos like form a progressive design.
Banu symbols and
this illustrates the
Motion said he's in.
As a player, you'll be able to
Texas
earn
Space
these
Yakuza from Rage
and apply them to your character. Okay, cool. The next gang we're going to talk about is Headhunters. So this gang is also located in Pyro, but offers a completely different frontier aesthetic. More of a wasteland vibe with lots of personality, and this will translate into the behavior types. Now, this gang is currently in production, but let's take a quick sneak peek.
I guess you could call these guys boneheads.
Hey, Wrath.
There he is.
Welcome to the stream, Wrath.
Hey, Mud. Is this like live stream private or something? Because I'm trying to get tugs a lot, but he can't see to.
Yeah, we gotta assign him a role.
Got you. So what do I need to do?
Let's see if I can find him. I'll assign him a role.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I talk with him in like 2 years or so.
See if that did it.
So far, I'm seeing a lot of new targets.
Right?
Shoot everything with tattoos.
Exactly, right? What this says is, okay, if somebody's earning these tattoos, perhaps they shouldn't be trusted.
Okay, so cosplay competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. All right.
Right.
All right. So they're looking awesome. Now, the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters. So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now, internally, I love the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see him here, right? Now, I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish
see if you can pull him in, K9.
Language.
Yeah,
so here we can see.
Working, right?
So here we can see the Dusters gang lineup.
I like the legendary.
Showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression. This will define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical progression. This is your progression within that role.
I'm getting Mad Max
playstyle.
vibes over here.
Right.
For example, a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's recap a little. So the goal is that players should consider which armor to equip based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection and mobility. New armor categories will be combat, specialist, utility, and support. And these will define the type of items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits.
Yep. Yeah, he's looking up.
There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and vehicle control.
How have you been, Tugs?
Just busy with school and
So
work.
in this scenario, like a flight suit armor type,
building a house,
resistance to mild G-forces will be preferred.
That's normal.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure,
so as
like,
we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday, hygiene simulates and tracks the accumulated effects
Oh, here they're talking about
character
hygiene.
going unwashed
Here you go,
for
Rage.
any length of time.
Time to use the
Poor
bathroom.
hygiene can lead to disease, lowered health, and snarky comments. Hygiene decays faster if a character becomes dirty or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be displayed on the character's skin, such as blood, sweat, and dirt.
I hope like we can still wear dirty armor.
Certain
but
usables,
have
such
our,
as a shower,
skin
will reset
good
the
condition.
character's hygiene.
We're gonna have to take the
clean
hose to
away all of
K9.
those dirt effects.
I have blood, sweat, and tears, man.
Let's keep clean.
I mean, I want
There
my
it is.
armor
We
to
will
be
have
like,
to take a shower to reset the hygiene level.
Okay, so
I
that
want
covers a
my
quick
Load him up
recap
and dump him in the lake.
on armor sets.
I
and
want my
hygiene.
armor to be like
Let's get back
dusty
to a
and
video
grimy.
showcasing the dusters.
You fly K9 around on the A1 and just bomb him into the closest lake.
Right? I
you go.
explode on impact. That's the trait.
So that's the
Also,
epic
they are
armor.
like doing like a duster faction. It seems.
Yes, yes.
Still, like this kind of aesthetic should be on desert planets, not in jungles, in my opinion.
I mean, it's a faction. They may have started on a
True.
desert planet, but maybe they took over a forested area or tried to.
It's like a fairly bleak existence.
Don't forget their thing is mining, so they're going to go wherever the mining is.
Yeah.
We'll expect to see a lot of them then.
And they will probably show up on your mining scene.
I'm pretty sure they like the shirtless dusters would show up in Microtech in freezing conditions.
You're on my claim.
They got the scratching animations on point.
Look at all these rookies. Fresh meat for the grinder.
Exactly. That looks like they're getting ready for initiation.
I do like the hood. I have been speaking about capes and hoods, so I'll be getting multiple service.
There's a legendary guy. I like that outfit, though. I hope that we'll be able to, collect some of these armor pieces and infiltrate.
Awesome.
Their
So you'll be able to
societies.
find the dusters.
I don't intend on earning them. I intend on taking them off
and
bodies.
the dusters will be available for this year.
Remember last year's CitizenCon? They told us you can equip enemy armor and blend in.
And with that, I'll hand you
This
over to
just said
Sean
that
Tracy.
dusters will be
awesome.
around derelict
Enjoy the rest
sites
of your show.
in Stanton.
Nice. I mean, Daymar is their starting location, if I remember.
Hello, everyone.
Been a while since we saw Sean Tracy.
All right, so I'm Sean Tracy. I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games in Los Angeles. So today I want to talk about Starcloth. And Starcloth was initially unveiled at a previous CitizenCon kind of in an early stage. So it's now rolled into full production, and it's used in both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now it's faster than the previous cloth setups, and in the end it just looks a whole lot better. So today I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action.
This is really impressive. Yesterday, the showcase with the ball, it was really impressive.
Cloth is hard.
It's crazy.
Guys have to run upstairs. They have to crouch. They have to prone. It's got to collide with the environment.
It's crazy that they're trying to do this kind of fidelity because
and even more difficult
to make a good game. You don't have to have all this, but they have gone to the nth degree to make sure that it's as realistic as possible.
I mean, Chris isn't going to share anything, doesn't go to leave anything behind. So, I mean, even this game will have bedsheet physics from what we heard.
So they've redone this scene. I remember seeing that scene years ago.
Cut that one just before some good spoilers, so. Yeah. All right, so how's it all work? Well, Cloth uses two meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets.
It's a lot what they did yesterday, or
these
talked about
meshes
yesterday.
are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself.
Its own asset, basically, right?
So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. Right, exactly. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement.
Nice to hear that it's actually
in the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions, but assets with multiple layers like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with Starcloth.
It will eliminate those
I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy to control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending.
Especially like the FS9.
So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens
I mean, I have to be honest, this sometimes
so it's very, very
feels
difficult to solve with
this is like a tech demo.
So with
for
all
like
this tech in
Star
mind,
Engine
we can do
for other
really
developers,
complicated assets
right?
like the Duster
Like,
and the one I want to show you now.
Use our game engine, like Epic game engine and whatnot.
So here you're seeing about 5 different layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other.
Also, what planet
It's reacting
is
to
this?
the planet
Micronet,
wind, which is always changing.
Nah, it's got probably Pyro. Somewhere Pyro 3 maybe.
On the front, there's a big leather apron. So this one's actually a lot heavier and it moves a lot differently than the cloth on the back.
Look at that. It's just
Also, look at the beard.
So I don't
So
really
he's
see a
walking
lot
into
of
the wind
flapping
here.
going on inside, like like where the wind would be around your
And
face
in the
and
end,
your neck.
as I
There'd
mentioned,
be a lot of
it
flapping
just
going on
looks
in
a
there.
whole lot better.
Like the hood, right?
Right. Seem to be missing that so far.
So with that, I want to hand you off to my friend Andre Piers, who's going to talk about hair.
See, this is something I'm interested in because I have long hair and
Thank you,
I
man.
want to have long hair in game.
Hi everyone. So nice to be here in
I had
LA
to
with
cut
all you
mine,
guys.
but I
So
always
I
keep
want to
long
start
hair
with the
on my
question,
avatars.
okay?
Yeah,
How many
your
of you are
voice
actually
always
excited that we're
reminds
getting
me of
new
like
hair
a
into the
dude
verse?
with long hair. And like one of those pro hats.
All right. So I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department.
You had long hair
We branched out
long
from the
time ago,
character art team
Sifo?
and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today.
Yeah, I had hair back in the day.
And tell you that we're damn
So
proud
I know
of what
Tugs
we
had
achieved.
long hair. I know
It's been a long
Brad
road,
had long
but
hair. What about you, man?
definitely worth it, okay? Now, we're going to start by just looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? A bit of a technicality part. Then you're going to get to look at the benchmark assets we have created.
The longest I've had it was
And from
just
there,
past
we're gonna
my
take a
chin.
glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the military look that was driven mostly by what Squadron 42 was, so because we did a lot of work for that as well. And yeah, from
I
there,
just want to see the goatee.
as a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys. Okay, don't want to spoil it, but you stick around, you're
So,
gonna love what we have.
Is everything
okay?
going to be like in game
So,
within the next year?
First thing I want to touch now.
That's kind of
very
what
simple,
they're
okay?
alluding to.
Hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the persistent universe? Fully rendered in our engine, okay? Game-ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay?
So he's saying it's ready
So,
to be shipped, so hopefully next
hair
patch.
is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge, basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them get it more or less. Either way,
The
for
guy
us,
with the
challenge is
mohawk,
the same.
how's the
We're not
helmet fit
different,
on
and
that?
The challenge is real. With the scope of Star
Right.
Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these
definitely gonna
light
be some,
shafts, all
clipping
this
issues there, maybe.
MMO,
It
people
clips
running
through the
around with
helmet.
hair, there's a lot of motion, a lot
That'd
of
be kind of
at the
cool. You got
moment,
spikes
uh,
on the helmet now.
Yeah, it is hard.
The hair
But
is like
the best thing
replaced
is
with like a
we have
skull
arrived.
cap, right? At the moment,
Okay.
like if
It is, yeah, clap. It is, it doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically, a successful hair requires 3 fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader. If one of these elements fails, all of them do, okay? So it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But The good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these three parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right?
Damn.
Drink!
So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper on the tips and roots, and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually reasonable to test, of course, and we came to a realization. The hair doesn't need to be thin enough. It just needs to look thin. We do need it to be thicker enough, thicker than the real life hair, because if you take one of your hairs, you'll see it's really thin, right? So it does need to be renderable. That means if it's really thin, it will be sub-pixel rendered at some point. With the motion and all that, we will get a lot of artifacts. And so that would be a no-go. We do need it to be thicker than in real life. But can we make it look thin? That was the question. So we came to the realization that from hair, or from scalp to hair, and from hair to the background, so these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair. So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there, and added a gradient to it. So no longer true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You'll see practical examples of this, but that allowed us to have smooth transitions and basically achieve the result we expected. On the placement side, we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now, I could be here all day talking about hair libraries, okay? Because I'm a very technical person, and if you see me around the venue, feel free, I'm Andre. You can just come and talk to me about this. I'm not going to bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but I'm going to give you a very quick example that you all can relate. So imagine in real life, you have a construction business, and you could make one wall, one roof, one floor, and one window. You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only building your house, you're actually building the whole town, and then the whole state, and then eventually the whole universe, right? That's what air libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair not too long ago. And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course, different minds, different ways of seeing the same problem. So at the end of the day, fruit salad, right? And we wanted uniform quality. So for that, air libraries are a great solution. We also decreased the time of production of hairs. So it was taking us 20 to 40 days to create one hairstyle per artist, okay? Right now, it's going from like 3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is great news, okay? So that was major achievement.
And plus centralized control of everything. I mean, come on. That should be a dud.
Cool. So hair libraries are just a thing. We love it. It's not just picking up a texture and putting it there.
Can
if you do that, you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us, so we managed to achieve this at the scope that we wanted. Now, on the shader side, there was plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very, very cool as well. I'm going to run through fast through some of them so you guys can understand the scope of what we're dealing with.
Definitely looks like a layered haircut.
Let's just understand, like, at bake time, so bake time is prior to runtime. Runtime is where the game runs. Bake time, we're preparing the asset to actually put it in the engine. At bake time, we calculate the custom normal and we store it per vertex. So each vertex gets a custom normal. That makes, in a practical sense, for those who are not too technical, it basically makes the card, the air card, not look like a card. So the normals help with the way the light reflects. We kind of do more smoke and mirrors on it and make it look not like a card by just baking it that way. Now, on the ambient occlusion, we store two baked ambient occlusions onto the color channels of the vertices as well. Now, each vertex on a mesh in any game has a color. to it, okay? You might use it or not. Imagine in a car, you have a trunk. You can use it or not. It's up to you. You don't. It's not silly to use the car without using the trunk, of course, but if you have a luggage, you can put it there or in the back seat, wherever you want. Now, we decided to use this because it was free. The trunk was already there, so the vertex color was already there, and we just decided to store 2 ambient occlusions on it. These 2 ambient occlusions work this way.
Show of hands, who
Light
is
hair, like
super interested in this hair conversation?
Or less shadowing than a dark hair, right? And so we store 2. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one, and that gives us a metric of where the card starts and ends.
I actually do find it
allows
interesting
a lot of cool
because
things you're going to see
I
on
get
the
into
videos I'm about
some of
to
this
show.
stuff.
So, one
But
last
yeah,
thing
it is
before we can
definitely
start
down
looking
to
at
the
videos,
to a particular
that-
degree.
and
that
this is really creative.
just may
Total
not be
credit for the people, for the tools
interesting.
programmers. I personally had nothing to do with this. This was already at CIG when I joined. It's absolutely
this was
amazing.
live in the game
So,
right now. Like you could actually.
we have an hairstyle that was ready,
select
that you
it.
can
I
see
think
over
it'd
there.
Be a little more interesting to go play with.
And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a
He
mesh
did
on
said,
top of
like,
the
it's
character's
game
head,
ready
which
and
is
in engine.
invisible, transparent. It is
it's
just
not pushed.
there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing.
Yeah.
That thing
So
has an
hopefully
UV.
next patch maybe.
And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts, onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see on the middle, right?
This is a big integral
And so we now have
part of
a 2D
gameplay to a
space.
lot of people, though.
That's true.
Getting their
It
character
relates to a
right
3D
to make it really
location.
almost look like themselves
Meaning
in some
that if
cases.
I want to have hair like
They
mine,
could
true.
go for
white
hours
on the
just
side
setting
and
up
dark on the top,
their
I can just paint this
avatar.
part
So
Does
yeah,
anybody-
this could be
and
big
get
for some
white on
people.
one
Does
side
anybody-
and
I used to.
dark on the top.
Does anybody
Which
ever
is
remember the old
an insane
EA sports
advancement,
games
because
where you could
cards
put your
normally are stacked on
picture
top of each other.
in the
So
game, it
when
would
an artist
mold
is
your
placing cards,
face over
if you
the
paint one card
face of
to
the
make it white
character?
here, well, it's going to be stacked on
It
top
always
of the
looked
other,
like
you're gonna get
crap,
spots
but
all over the place, and no
EA
control
was like the
over it.
first one to
So
do
this
that
allows
with
us
the
to get
sports
control.
games.
And what you see on the last image is the possible result. For
Sounds like
example,
some of the
now
3D modeling-
I can paint
modeling
one
tools that
side
are out there now.
of my 2D
Yeah,
representation
just like
of
recent
my 2D space
Elite
and
Dangerous
get
and
this possible
Starfield.
result,
I worked
which
hard
is
on my
pretty
characters in those
So-
games.
Yep. Yeah.
Facebook
A lot of
is
people do spend a
pushing
lot of.
that
I mean,
tech.
well, right now because it's not all complete. You know,
Next
it's
video,
going
we're
to
gonna
change,
take
so
a
I
look
don't
at-
worry
Yeah.
about it. But yes,
Me
I
too.
will
tools,
spend a lot
okay?
of
This is
time
not the way it's
on
gonna
my
be
avatar
exposed to you
when I
guys
know
in
that
the
it's
character
going to be
customizer. You'll know more about that
that
later.
way
Okay?
in the game
This is the
throughout
tools we
the game.
use
And
to
then you got
enable-
your
we are able to
customizable
actually
NPCs from
create
your other
hairstyles.
character slots you're going to have
So
to
let's
design
take a look
too.
at this video.
If they push that forward.
But now I have like a like, okay, I start with this number 7 down, and then starting in number 6 over, and
I guess my thing is that like while this is cool and it's integral to a lot of people's gameplay, it's like, is this really the most?
You have the full
pressing
range,
thing
so you can
that's
go
gonna
from full
push the
white.
game
These are
forward?
melanin ranges, so realistic ranges.
you know what?
Fully white
In
up
some
to
ways,
black.
yes. You know, because they are pushing for levels of realism which are, you know, far beyond a lot of other
Obviously,
marks.
you can go red head as well.
I mean, this game is not made for this generation, right? Like,
Get out of the way.
The old, I'm not planting the tree for
You also
me,
have the
I'm
die
planting it
feature
for
where
my
you can see all the
grandchildren
things we talked
arguments.
about implemented.
Exactly right. I'm not going to
You
be
can go a
playing
bit
this
more
game.
wild on this.
My kids are.
You already see her hair is over her collar.
Yeah, they're doing the dye
Oh,
now.
now she's punk rave.
How many blue-haired girls are we going to see in the universe?
Oh my god.
Oh, you know.
How many do we see now?
Exactly.
Not that I have a problem with that, but
Oh no, my niece, you know, she's freaking brilliant. She's studying to be a psychologist, but yeah, she had purple hair for a long time.
I mean, it would be really impressive if we can
And
like
this is why
cut
important
hair, like,
the length of the card
where we want
is
to-
stored in those vertex.
right?
Hush before you add
And
more
obviously
months
you can
onto
fade it as well as
development.
much as you do. So all the possible combinations between the realistic melanin ranges
I was going
and
to say that
the dye
it'll
layer.
be
Okay?
interesting when
This is how the
you'll
occlusion
be
is working,
able
so you can
to
see these
modify your
shadowings,
appearance
creating more
in-game
negative spaces, more
without
structure to the hair.
quote unquote deleting
And if you look at
your
the
character.
temporal
Yes.
line here, you can see how this
And C4,
pixel depth
I mean,
helps us
just as long as you
with
have
the
a great
transitions
computer in
as
the
well.
nursing home, you'll be fine.
Exactly.
By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to PU?
So next patch, or like a small patch. That
Probably
would
in the
be
next
cool,
patch
like
we'll get
after
that.
CitizenCon. I mean, they could do a surprise
So
patch after.
now that
this
we understand a bit
who knows?
better
We're
how the
certainly
hair is
getting
working, that's
another
why the boring
patch,
part
for
that I told you
IE,
just
so
before,
it could go
you
in
can
the
examine
patch.
these images with a bit
No, the way
more
the
of
division
an
did it
informed opinion.
is
That
after
is
you made your
basically the
character, if
example.
you
Now,
wanted to change, you had to
that's all very
walk up
exciting,
to a mirror
but we want to show you
in a certain
hairstyles that are
location, and
actually
you could change your
in-star
character
engine
from that
and
point.
working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay?
So
That's
like
pretty cool.
we are getting like access to Pyro this 31st, so that's like a separate PTU build, right?
It's not. Yeah, kind of. They're not calling it a PTU build though.
Yeah, it's like a totally different like standalone PU kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's a completely different thing altogether. Ah, dang, y'all missed the cue.
The Karen
Santa
cut.
Truck says it's the Karen cut.
I mean, it's impressive. Like even have like few loose strands of hair. I mean,
just what we need is some Karens in the game.
There's the Ken cut.
Pretty sure we've already got it.
they should let us like download like our look for backup or something, right? Like if people are putting like 3-4 hours into character creation, it would be
sure.
like each time
when
they
the game
do a
goes
patch,
live, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, check out the strands. That is cool.
Exactly. Hopefully my GTX 1080 can handle all this. Also, what do you guys think about like the ray tracing stuff they showed yesterday?
Very impressive.
Do you think that will impact like all the GPUs, performance wise?
Well, obviously, there's gonna be varying degrees of what you can implement and what you don't implement, right? So some graphics cards can handle that, and some won't be able to.
And they said yesterday that they're gonna raise the low bar, but also raise the high bar because they don't want the graphics improvements to only come to people that have cards with ray tracing capabilities and some of these advanced image processing capabilities. So they're still trying to make a game that can utilize a wide variety of equipment and still look good.
Right, and they also said they don't want to make a game that looked good yesterday. They want one that's going to look good in the future.
On that particular hairstyle in the back, you saw a really good example of the swirly.
So are they going to show off all the hairstyles? That's what's going to
We're looking at a bunch of them, yeah. But that last one, definitely, you could definitely see the swirly in the back.
Yeah. I mean, it would be like kind of not surprising if they start selling haircuts too.
Let's let all the social media riot.
So the question here with the dye is, can you only use one color dye?
Right?
The way
I want my
use
tips this color.
You need to buy a special slot.
From the way it's looking like, I mean, it looks like the technology exists to have a gradient.
Right, guys, so I can see by your feedback that you really enjoyed the dye, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time. Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, these are game-ready assets
didn't
as well.
show
Now,
off the
like I
beards,
promised you,
not yet.
Next.
We're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from this type of hairstyles you just seen now,
Julian.
which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for
Stay
games.
within regulations.
In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO,
that's the nicest way to
you can
put
do
it.
pretty
The
much
cleanliness
anything.
system,
Okay?
you know,
What's that
our
smell?
glimpse into the future of what
It's
type of
you.
diversity we want to achieve.
No, seriously.
We're
What
not
is
only
that smell?
going for this style,
No,
but
seriously.
just showing you that if this style
I mean, I can see
is one
that
of the
going
directions,
both ways,
then
right?
the
Like
full
there would
range
be
will come.
certain factions
Hope
that
you enjoy.
prefer people who are dirty. They are playing the wrong kind of music.
Right? This is like Darth Vader.
Reggae, right? Like Bob Marley or something, like Caribbean.
Are you attempting to associate hairstyles such as
Right,
these
yeah.
with a sinister
That's impressive.
overtone?
No, exactly. It sounds like a sinister overtone right now. It's like it almost sounds like na 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 na.
Right? Like this is like pirate haircuts is the feeling I'm getting now. Like from the music.
Here's the uplifting part. Like the old Star Trek original series music.
They've done a really good job modeling these particular hairstyles. I don't think I've seen anything like it.
Oh yeah.
No,
Nothing will even come close.
no. The only thing that you're going to get very close to this is actual renders. You know, something in like DAX.
Yeah. I mean, we've
Daz or
seen
Blender,
pretty
Maya.
impressive stuff in CitizenCon before, and we still haven't seen them in game. So when these are in game, then now we.
Thank you, guys. So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all rendered as you've seen in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff. But there is no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that. Yeah. Especially as an artist, right? So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have. Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made. Yeah.
Good pipeline.
Yeah. That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist end, okay? After this, there's a tech art pass where they need to skin it, they need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So
it takes some time.
It's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're going to see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting it. So
kind of like his jacket, guys.
As a last note, I'll leave you with this video.
They need to sell that.
And next, Forrest will come here to talk about this.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for me not
let's
to
take a
want
look
one
at
of
this,
those.
guys.
That I can give you a link to the type of jacket that is. We use them at work.
Into the PU.
Nice.
It just doesn't have the Velcro.
So these are the ones we are getting, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. At least we are getting some long hair.
Yeah, the women started yelling.
All lady hairstyles there, yeah.
There aren't a lot of not short hair options for female avatars right now.
Q4. We're in Q4.
Yeah.
So before the year ends, you're all gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles.
Hey,
it's a pleasure to be here with you today, guys. And
Just
see you in the bus.
like a year quarter goes beyond December.
No.
No, not a calendar
Andre
year.
and getting new hairs
There's
into the
fiscal
game.
year. That depends on
I can't wait to put
company
new
you're
hair
working
on
for.
my character.
That's,
I'll tell you
that's
that.
finance.
And for Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us
does.
earlier. Absolutely.
Oh no, that's true. No, that's
I'm gonna
right.
run
Yeah.
through this. We don't have a lot
Usually
of time.
speaking, a fiscal quarter is
going to talk to you
end
about character heads. We've talked about hair.
there. But you know what? I think
talked about
my company
outfits.
actually, it may
We'll talk
not.
to you a little bit about the heads in our pipeline and getting us
January.
from
I've seen
No.
that we hired
some
I think
to
our
photos, like,
fiscal
do the
year starts in like
photogrammetry
July.
relate to the game characters.
It's weird.
So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm going to be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put into the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you can interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool.
Read your DNA and
we want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA pool, 60 new heads. And we processed them internally. We also added customizable facial features, skin tones.
I can say something about
complexion,
currently you can stick your finger in something and sooner or later you'll probably end up mingling DNA.
New and they look great.
Did you hear about the UFC fighters that
current pool? There's
like
the 18
if they had
right there.
sex with somebody who had a banned substance and they get tested by USADA, they would fail the drug test because it would detect that minuscule amount that other person had used.
Very exciting. Right now in the PU,
so like
see that center row? You get 9 females and 9 males. And now we're going to be getting all these characters.
All right, so what if there was
the persistent universe?
You know,
how do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood.
Oh, see, this is what we need. Like
prophylactic involved.
Well, I imagine there was less likely chance of that being passed on.
Allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of
I mean,
sessions.
if you visit CitizenCon, you get the chance to
that just
stick
kind of
your
does
head
it
in the game.
automatically, all calibrated. In seconds, to give you an idea.
If you've seen Metaverse is trying doing a good job of facial recreation using LiDAR.
Talk about state of the art.
I remember seeing this.
If you have a smartphone that have a LiDAR scanner,
we used to be
then you
doing
can pretty much come close to what
StarCitizen is. We can get you
now.
characters faster. We can get you new heads faster.
This is remember in when they came to Austin and they were showing off their mocap area. Man, this is like freaking incredible. It's like down to the nth degree now.
Photogrammetry captured in raw images at 8K texture map resolutions. Hyper accurate scan results. Now, close your eyes if you're a little sensitive to light. This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras.
I feel like this is infinitely more interesting than the hair discussion.
Yes, this is incredible. That is some serious freaking tech.
All right. So we got some characters here on the screen. Those are all built using all these things that I've briefly mentioned. I want to talk to you a little bit about skin tone, though. Skin tone's tricky because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the ability to do whatever you want. So what you see is some really weird-looking characters. We see a head with some yellow.
Yeah, it's very hard to make skin look like you're not wearing a base makeup.
Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has.
As long as they don't do a slider like South Park.
High details, keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that white head, that's what we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end.
So I guess the question is, are they going to allow you to use non-natural skin tones?
Yeah, like if you
I would
want to-
imagine.
Exactly. We're going to have alien races
All right,
and stuff.
So here's
Or-
a
or
little
if
more
you want
detail what
to,
I'm talking
like,
about. We knew
cosplay
that we
as
were going to get a pull for
Admiral
these
Thrawn,
heads, this pull
you
of
need to
all
have
these
some-
different
Oh, yeah,
You want to become
right.
awesome
Chiss,
shapes,
you know, do you want to be
noses,
an
ears,
Orion
lips.
slave person?
But now, with what we're doing currently, you can see that we have calibrated all of our source photos of our actors. And with that, we could figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a skin tone. And that skin tone translates into a chart that you can customize your character with. And what's great about this is as we grow our pool and we get more heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, you know,
Star Citizen is going to offer more head.
what should it be? What does it look like? These are real
See, they
data
threw it underhand, and I just let it
that
go.
we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is brought by our staff.
You know, it gets lonely out
And
there
the
on
skin
some
tone
of
will
those QG
grow
drives.
along with our head data and along with our heads.
What is your job at CIG? We give people head.
And now here's another look. Here's a couple more characters
There's
that I
your
put
answer
together
for
with
the
this stuff.
multiple hair colors on the far right.
Yeah.
And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator, character customizer for Squadron 42.
Looks really good.
Looks realistic.
Every head you see in here, which will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse. And as you can see right here, here's a little scene I put together using the outfits, using the hair, using the skin, using the heads. And I did that all with the new character creator. And here to show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm going to bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
Thanks, buddy. Give me. Oh, it's awesome.
So now they're going to show us how they give us head.
All right, so what's this all mean to you guys? Let's show ya.
What is this stream rated at?
It's going to be demonetized.
I don't think it's monetized anyways.
I want to welcome you to the Biotic Corp Calliope machine.
What's this?
This is the
Are
new
they going
character
cyberpunk?
creator. This is the Squadron
All
42
right, so
character
here
creator.
you can see we've got the,
Oh,
whoa, I'm getting feedback. You can see we've got two body types that I can select from at any point in time. So we're going to start in right away. Now, you might recall how the character creator currently works. You would have a whole bunch of source heads from our DNA pool. We would select one of the facial shapes, and then we'd blend it up or down, depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now, this was pretty good, but it's not the most intuitive of systems. So instead, what we wanted to come up with was a much more intuitive way to control this. And what we've now introduced is sculpting mode.
Why, I like that. Finally.
Right.
I'm going to be on this for hours.
Right.
It's quite interesting to know what's going on behind the scenes. And this wasn't an easy problem to solve, but our animation programmers and tech artists and everybody came together and they figured out a way to basically make it so that from the DNA pool, we are making a selection based on what you want out of it. So it's going on between all the different options. Now, I'm going to start making some changes here right away.
Add like a feature
So
where
I
like
wanna
you
wind
can
up the
replace
nose.
your face with like a
You can see that it's
face
all
wrap
very
or like
intuitive.
a face
It's fast
ski
to
mask.
use.
I would go for that.
I'm going to make the
option
lips a little
instead
bit bigger here.
Like trying to replicate
There
my
we go,
actual
something like
face.
that. I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to adjust the brow here, maybe make a little bit of a heavier brow.
That is
I
pretty
will
awesome.
like after the game
we
gets
can adjust
released.
the
Because they're
eye
not
shape,
making
we
this
can go more almond eyes,
where it
we can
produces
go more
unrealistic
oval, we can
faces,
have
you
a heavy
know?
lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options
I mean,
within here.
It's staying
You
within
sure about that?
norms.
Right.
So
Right.
here,
like,
Nobody's
people
going
would
to come out
find
looking
very
like
good. I
K9
wanna
at the
give
end
him
of
a little
this.
bit more of a hero chin. There we go.
Yeah, could
I'm
do.
liking that. Yes. That's cool. All right. So, not to spend too much time on that, I want to show you some of the other features. And Speaking
Actually,
of
that does look a little bit
we
like
go
K9.
To our skin tone. So finally,
Now
you're
it-
not
nope,
just selecting a preset
it's
skin
going
tone.
the
Need the
other
longer
opposite
hair.
way.
Move through the whole gamut of the lookup table, and this is melanin and hemoglobin at the same time.
You need to put like the medium settings on South Park settings.
So at the very top of it, I've got a texture slider. So instead of the whole head sort of selection, we can go between all the different textures. Now, like Forrest mentioned, we're going to have 30 of these for one body type and 30 for the other body type. So here, I'm kind of liking...
Still know nothing about beard tech.
Oh, I like
Not yet.
I
I'm
like
sure it's coming.
So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like.
Better be.
Something like that. That's cool.
Right.
All right. So the next step in our skin tone is the complexion. And complexion, we've added freckles.
Nobody's really clapping on that.
So here I'm just blending in and I'm blending out the amount of freckles. Now I've cranked
Representation.
it all the way to the top just so you guys can
Not
see
done-
it.
that's not done
But
badly,
for
though.
my character here, I'm going to keep it kind of subtle, like this, but quite a few of them, something like that. We've also got sunspots. Now this is, a little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look.
Oh, wow.
And we've got a whole bunch of different blemish masks planned for you guys, whether that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now, I'm going to give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah, I'm digging that. All right, so next up, eyes. So no longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection. You've got a full RGB chart of what you want to
It
select.
would be
So
kind
if
of
you want to
awesome
have
if
bright
he
green
actually
eyes, if
made
you want
this
to have
like
hazel
own
eyes, if you want to
head
have
in the
blue
game.
eyes, if you want to have any of these eyes. This is all very, very nice. So again, we can go with deep browns. We can go with sort of a steely blue, which I'm kind of digging for this skin tone. I quite like that look. That's cool. Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors. Don't you worry. All right. So one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a makeup layer. And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here.
I like how you slid that in there.
Minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in, blending that out for this particular
I've
body
been
type.
biting my lip for a little while now.
So next, as Andre talked about, we have all the hairstyles that you could want.
He seems to be really getting into this particular character.
So I'm just gonna pick a couple different ones. There's a reality for some of us.
You know what would have been cool?
Oh, reality.
One of us. There
I was like,
is.
it would have been cool if he actually would have
That's what I
made
want my
somebody that was on the
reality to be
team,
here.
using
Yeah.
the customization.
I'm digging the mohawk though for this one. He's got a bit of a Mr. T look to him. I kind of like this. Yeah, I pity the fool. All
The
right.
suggestion I
Beards.
would make.
There it is. There it is. There's the facials.
Oh, nice.
There you go, K9.
So it might go without
Yeah.
saying that we've got beards now. So if you want to select a full
That's
beard,
what I would use.
you can select a full beard. If you want just mutton chops, you got your mutton chops. You want your handlebar, you got your handlebar.
You got your porn stash.
All right.
Yeah.
So we've got all the different beard types that you could want, and we're going to add as many as you guys really want. So I'm kind of digging the full beard for this guy. Yeah, I'm digging the full beard for
That's
this guy.
my current
Even further
beard.
to that,
A
we've
little
got
bit less
eyebrow
hair on
selection,
the chin, though.
which is, I mean, you could go with no eyebrows. That's a very real. You could have bushy ones. You can have a little bit more, normal, kind of straightforward
Oh,
ones.
there is hair there.
But it was mentioned before during the hair and with Forrest's
By the way,
discussion that we've got the hair
each
dye
time,
as
like
well.
developers should
So, with the
have
hair dye,
set a option where
you
you
can affect
can
all the
like
hair at once, and right now
keep
I've got all
a picture
selected.
of you,
So
like a
I can
window
go
for
through
like
the
a
gamut
reference
of all the
picture.
different
That would be
hairs,
really helpful
melanin that you can set.
for people who don't have like multiple monitors.
So here I'm just going to darken it up a little bit, and if I wanted to dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself, setting a dye color here.
That's pretty
Something
cool.
like that. But in the end, I'm really digging the jet black on this particular one. So I'm going to frost
looks
these
cool.
tips a little bit.
When we're
I think
getting
that's
it.
going to
Oh,
look kind of
frost
cool.
tips?
Let's set a bit of a blonde here, turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about this, and I'll show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips, I can just blend it right about here.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be people out there spending hours.
There we go.
Exactly.
Yep.
That will be me.
It looks a lot different than
Y'all
how
ready
that
to launch in the
started,
game?
and I
No,
think that's
C4
actually
still
pretty
fixing
fun.
his
Now, there's a lot of
character.
stuff in here, and I can't wait for
He's
you guys
standing
to
in front of
explore and spend
Fruckenmer.
as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself
On next
as a
week's
character.
Org Night,
So once you're
character
done, you've got to sign
customization
off a personal
for
declaration
6
that the
hours.
physical appearances that the Calliope process has allegedly caused
Have
are
any one
okay
of
with
you guys played Eve? Like it had one
let's
of
go to our
like,
next
some
body
good
type.
character customization.
Eve's got one of the best
All
character
right.
editors
Right?
in
Yeah.
the business.
So I'm gonna go to
That's
town
the only
here
game
real
like I
fast.
actually like came really close to my real
right away.
look.
And you might think it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're gonna get there. Let's make some changes here. Gonna adjust
Someone
the bridge of the
punched
nose,
that
maybe a
girl
little
in the
bit of the
face.
cheekbones here.
Like
That's maybe a little extreme. Let's go
her
back
nose is
here.
way inside
Something
her
like
skull.
that.
Bit too
And
much
I'll make
in
the
my
lips a little
opinion.
bit smaller here, and I'm gonna lengthen that chin for a little more of a triangle kind of face here. So you can see, you can tweak to your heart's content. You can spend a lot of time doing this, and I don't really like.
So you
the
should
brows,
put an
so I like a little
overlay
bit softer
somehow
of a brow
on
for
top
this
of that.
particular character.
Yeah, that's what I was
You know,
like mentioning
yeah.
earlier.
So next, just like we did before, we go
And then
into features.
adjust
We can do
into
the
the
skin
overlay.
tone.
Right?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that
select
would
a
be
certain texture
infinitely
here,
more
just 'cause,
easy
we
for
gotta
people
get
to
going
get
on
it right.
time here. Let's go something around.
Okay, now does she
here.
get a beard?
All right.
Soul
so
patch.
to the
It's gonna be a little
complexion,
soul
the same
patch.
way that we did before. So we start with the freckles. And I kind of like a real freckled appearance on this particular character. And
He
I'm gonna
have
turn
some
down the
specific
sunspots.
needs.
So we move forward to the eye color
He's
again.
been practicing.
Ooh, I'm really digging the green. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the green kind of look.
Yeah.
And we get to the makeup. Now, this is where I wanted to spend more time. Now,
So,
I'm
so
arguably
this
not
is
very good
something
at this,
people would spend
but
hours
I will
on.
do my
Just
absolute
this
best
feature.
to show you guys how you can use it. So first is the eyeliner. So the eyeliner, we can do any color.
what
You can
ca-
go as
I didn't see
crazy
the
or
eyeliners
as
for the
chill as you
guys.
want to go with this, but for this
Right.
particular, I'm gonna go
Like,
quite
what
dark
if you
here.
want
Where's my
to
eyeliner?
Wrath is going to use
Egyptian.
some black eyeliner, I guarantee it.
Here, we're doing the inner lid eyeshadow.
I want to be
And that
Gerard
I'm
Way.
kind of keeping
I
the
want black
same
eyeliner.
theme, I think. Yeah, and then we're gonna do the same
What
thing
if
with
you
the
want to
broad
play
eyeshadow.
as
So
the
again, we
Kiss
can go as crazy,
character from the
No, I
band?
could,
or
no,
as calm as you want.
I could definitely do a pirate look, you know, with black eyeliner,
Right.
long hair.
So
that may be the
Oh,
look
what I've had
in
good success in doing is kind of having
2953.
it cranked, and then
We
I
don't
just
know.
pull it back to a little more of a natural blend.
What movie was that they had this little
Next
device that
is
they would
the
put over their
lips.
face
We
real
can
quick
do
and
the
it would just
exact
put
same
all their
stuff on the
makeup on
lips.
in like
Now,
half
what we
a
have is a
second?
whole bunch of different makeup
There's
masks,
some movie, but
and
they
you've
would-
got
it
three
would put
different
makeup
colors
on
within
them.
those masks. So basically, three different
Ooh,
colors.
ooh,
that
on
are
that
affecting
note, like,
different areas
remember
of
they
it.
showed
Now,
like
for the
the
lips, we can
crying
go
and
with the
like
same
wet
sort of theme
faces
if we
yesterday?
wanted.
So
I'm
does that
actually
mean
kinda
your
digging
makeup wear all over
Not,
time?
not in 2953.
Little darker.
That shit's
It's
permanent.
permanent.
Lips are a little
Element.
more glossy.
It's tattooed into your
Increase the
skin,
gloss
right?
there,
Like
so that looks a little more like a
you
lip
just
gloss.
wake up wearing
Yeah, that looks
your
pretty cool there.
makeup.
And then
Until you
like I
get
was doing
reset.
before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are. So next, I think we're good. Yeah.
I'm with
I
J
think we're
Fire.
good.
This
I have
is
no
this
business
means
doing
nothing
that,
until
that's
you
for
can
sure.
actually save it and you don't have
Same
to
thing on the hair.
go back
Again,
and
we've
redo
got a
it
whole bunch
every
of
single
different
time.
hairstyles. These will all be
Or
shared
you
between the
can
two body
save
types,
a
but for this
preset
particular
that
demo,
you can
Yeah.
load up.
we've got the ponytail, we've got the slick
Mud, I
back
think
kind
what
of
you
look.
were referring to was the device from The Fifth Element.
Yeah.
I'm not finding one I'm really digging yet. Ah, yes. Yes, now we're talking. All right. So cool. Now, again, we're fully inclusive here, guys. So if you want facial hair on any body type, you got facial hair on any body type. That is up to you guys.
He had to empathize that
That's great.
face.
So on the eyebrows, I'm just gonna leave them because we can't really see them anyways. But for the hair, I really like dyeing this hair a certain color, sort of, you know, something in the darker range. I'm gonna turn that down. I like the nice jet black. Look at the makeup bounce out. That looks cool.
How long
I'm
has
gonna
it
turn
been
up the dye,
about
though,
like
and
just
I'm gonna
this
try
section
to
now?
carry
Hour?
my same theme forward here.
It's been 2 hours, almost.
And then I'm gonna.
So it's an hour and a
give
half,
it a bit
hour and
of a
40 minutes.
fall off, as we can do, so it's just on the tips there. So let's see that in action.
I mean, this looks really, really good, and I'd love to get to play with it.
All right. So now, you know, at first, we weren't sure about that character, right? But in the end, I think she turned out, definitely. So you go to a review, sign off your declaration again, and head to game. So, you know, I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge amount of work from tech art, engineering, designers, and specifically the squadron feature team that has done all this work.
I will tell
and one of the
you
cool things to note is that we use this now internally as a tool. That's why it's me up here demoing this. This is our tool internally for creating all these heads, for creating all the NPCs in the verse. Because as Chris put it one time, he doesn't want his NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you cool looking characters.
Like men
Thanks
can't
a lot,
even
guys.
have like long hair or mustaches if they are like service in service.
We can do mustaches. Beards are still kind of eh.
Oh, sorry, not mustache. Like mustaches are allowed. Like what I'm.
Oh, he's just wrong
Lord.
for that.
Oh Lord.
He's just wrong for that.
It works. All right, we're behind on schedule, so let's welcome the Life in the First Person crew. Take it away. I'll be here. I'm busy.
What you're
Playing
telling
with
me,
balls.
Yeah.
Telling me a Sean Tracy presentation ran over?
Right. Hey, Wrath Doomer should be able to get on now.
Hello, everyone. You know, am I too early? No. It's a real pleasure to be here at CitizenCon in person. I've had so much fun. Thank you all. But my name is Jens. I'm here from Manchester. And I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to play traversal. So we're going to start in 0G, where we've been rebuilding the EVA experience from ground up.
Oh, this is something I'm very interested in. This is like the 0G stuff, right?
This is
Yep.
everything. This is first-person movement.
0G, object push and pull, etc. Yeah.
Less disorientating.
And this desperately needs to get into
I'm liking
the
it
game as soon as
already.
possible.
Yeah, I agree.
Superman!
Oh, we're going to face plant. We made it.
Oh, the new HUD. New
All
HUD.
right, so we made the re-entry much more forgiving.
Yeah, much smoother.
So this EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to surfaces, and it allows us to walk across them. So we can see that
this
in
is
the video
impressive.
here.
Like I'm all about this stuff.
Yes.
Okay, and as it gets to the end, we're gonna jump off. Okay, here we go into that, and this smaller profile lets us get
Space
into spaces
parkour.
we couldn't get into before, or not easily with the old EVA.
I hope like
here,
they would
thread
show
the
us
needle,
like water
and
physics
also, the
also
collision
like
is
swimming
much
and
more
whatnot.
forgiving. We're gonna slide off at slower speeds, so we're not gonna be
Hey, Doomer.
away.
Howdy,
Okay,
howdy.
big reveal.
Welcome, Doomer.
Love this station. This is
Got a full
amazing.
channel today.
And we're also adding grips.
This
Yes,
is
sir.
the first
in the
time
interiors. We'll be
Discord
able to
server
hold
had
grips
this many
to
people in
do
like
interactions
at least 3 years.
and walk between
Yeah,
the grips
probably.
to get better control.
It's a good use for
now
that for it.
Thank you very much.
Kind of hard to do hierarchical.
Wow, look at that.
So now prone has long been a problem motion set for us, right? But taking these EVA posing solutions we saw,
Huh.
we can now rotate
I'm
around
gonna be
the
crawling
camera
all over
without
my
any
ships, I can tell.
lateral translation. We're not rotating
See
around the hips
the
anymore.
brand new optics
And
that
it
they
allows
showed
you
us
to aim
yesterday.
Oh
with
yeah,
the
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're
Oh my
also
gosh.
not moving the body, so we don't need to worry about the external collisions anymore.
Oh,
Oop,
he's
clipping
clipping,
going
please.
on. Yep, yep.
Stop
Clippage,
clipping,
clippage. I think clippage.
You guys got some good core.
You put the
Of
stock
course, prone isn't all
through
about
his
looking
head.
around.
The,
We wanna
the
traverse
sit-ups
as
he
well. We're
did
gonna head
for all
down
those
this
years really paid off.
And here we're in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control
Yeah, but
in narrow,
thinking
small
about for the
spaces,
FPS
smaller than
combat,
this.
that's going to give some really
Uh,
interesting situations.
We're gonna be
Oh,
able
yeah.
to push around the
Without a
corners.
doubt.
Gonna go run.
I mean,
tight
this
there,
is very
and
reminiscent
we're gonna
of
be able
like
to reliably
games
go
like
up and down
Arma,
slope.
where you can have like
Uh,
multiple
And this is
poses.
where prone led the way.
Yeah, but
So
they're going to do it
then
much
took
better
this
for
and we
Star
put it into the
Citizen.
EVA.
Oh, yeah, that
So
is
if
for
I
sure,
turn off
yeah.
gravity here, which I'm not gonna
Well,
do.
but you
if I
can
did,
lay down and
the
put your
EVA would
feet
have been
at the
able to
opposite
traverse
end
the
and make a
exact
very
same
small
space.
silhouette.
And by having the
Yep.
And
set so
it would be
similar,
harder
we can
for
exchange
people to
success
discern you
between
at
them.
distance.
this
And if
could
you're
then
like
be done to
sniping or
other
something,
horizontal
that
sets,
would be
like
very
drone-like
effective.
sets, for example.
Yeah, you don't want
Like
to get
the
shot in the
water wheel
nuts,
showed you.
though.
last.
It's the reason why you put your feet there.
We might be able to take you swimming.
And that is
one
why
day,
we
so.
need like fanny pack made out of a pico
Okay,
ball
we're
or
gonna
like
go
a
up
pico.
horizontal to the vertical.
Because they are like
armored codpiece. Armored
codpiece.
codpiece.
I mean, they are the perfect like shields because
Yes.
nothing can pass.
Oh,
through
that
them.
is nice.
That's
Yeah.
nice, yeah.
He jumped to the
So
left.
how do you
We can
do
find
that?
out
That's the
if it goes off
question.
at the second floor on the
do
character.
There we
Have
go.
you seen
That
Speed
animation.
in Star Citizen? Anyone?
And hanging on the ladder. Yep.
So that you can avoid obstacles.
Some of the basic operations of most like sniper and FPS games we play now.
This is downright Assassin's Creed kind of
Right.
motion.
As long as I don't have to climb a tower
Okay,
to
so
reveal the map, I'm
with
good.
combat, we wanted to add more speed to the encounter.
I mean, I'm so
what
happy
we've done is
about the
we've
hoods
removed
and
weapon
the
penalty, so you can move
cape.
That's
things
interesting.
I've been
We're
asking
removing
this
speed
for like
penalty for
years.
held weapon.
We've reduced the inertia, so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we got more
I
things
didn't
like this to
notice
come.
that. I'm gonna have to check that out today.
Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm
Wow.
going to show
Oh,
you a
nice.
different feature, right? So sliding. So with the power
This ought to be
slide, you
fun.
inject a burst of speed.
Finally. Oh, so
There ought to be
this
a-
for
Doesn't
so
take
long.
just
There ought to
take
be
you
a
from
pain
A to B
penalty to
faster.
that, too,
You're going to have a
though.
reduced profile. You become a smaller
If you
target.
slide over the wrong thing, yes.
It doesn't come for
Did any
free.
of y'all play
You know, you're
Brink?
sprinting. So that's going to cost
Yep.
you stamina. You're sliding.
I played Brink.
That's going to add some
Brink
stamina
did
cost.
sliding
And
a
when I
little
do it back to back like
cartoonishly, but
this,
it
my heart
felt
rate is
really
just
good.
pumping, pumping,
Yeah, it
pumping,
did.
right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just slide your whole way from the hubs to the spaceport.
That's not gonna get exploited at all.
Okay, so
Right.
another thing that is really important to us
Slide
is that
mechanics,
with
that's the
slide,
hardest thing about
it's a
those
short
in
duration, but we want the
FPS type
interactivity
games is
as
that
soon as
people
possible.
just
And that's
slide
true
all
for
day
all our
long,
motions.
all
I'm gonna
day.
go through all of them and give you interactivity.
I did not see
So
a
with the
sideways slide.
we want
No.
you to be able to aim
No, it
around
was
as soon as
definitely
possible. The moment
forward.
you hit the ground, you're gonna be able to aim around, all right?
And I normally
the direction
slide.
is locked,
That
so
was
if I was to
sweet.
slide from one end of this
I
stage
normally
to the
slide
other, I would
sideways
be
more than
sliding
I
this
slide
way, but I'll
forward.
be looking this way, right? And look at you guys.
Yeah,
ready?
but I'm expecting what
but
you'll see
while I'm
is
sliding, I
for
can hip
sideways
fire,
and
and
backwards,
as I
you'll
come out
have
in the
rolling.
exit, I can ADS, I
Oh,
can
actually,
lean,
did you see that?
I can go back to
He
the
spun it.
straight
He
right away, so I
turned
can go
as
back
he
to
was
the
sliding.
That's what
slide.
that's what I was saying was real
Like we
smooth.
saw in the last video.
Is that
Yeah, I did that.
they slid around
Okay,
first
so
and then
Okay,
turned
that-
and
right.
shot.
Traversal,
That works,
just
yep.
To finish this section, I want to talk about a new hazard. Now, you saw this yesterday. in
Yeah,
the
J-Fire, they
UI
said some of the
demo.
other stuff was definitely
Um,
in now or in 3.2.21.
321 is on
Bone?
the
Now,
server.
yeah.
Press the button. That's
Yeah, it's
it.
in game.
Okay, radiation. Right, so radiation, for that, it's a new addition to this active status system. And we need to look
Give
at
me
the
new
bottom
HUD
left
now,
here.
please,
So in the middle,
jeez.
you got the amount of radiation that being pushed on your body. If you have a directional source, it's
Somebody
based on your
abused
body
that
surface
Pico.
and your distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here,
He needs to be
you
rescued.
can completely
That,
cut off all the
Finley is
radiation.
the one
So I
true
can use
god,
that.
anyway.
And then on the left, we have an icon that has a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit. So depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less.
That there
accurate
is a
shield, right?
nuclear pico.
It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll
Watch how
scrub
quick
all
the shield will go
radiation off,
down
and you
here.
can stay there as long as you like.
That's a nuclear
But
pico.
as the shield starts peeling off, when the
Do you guys
radiation gets
remember
higher, the
like
shield will
the
peel off.
rope gun
And you
they
know the
showed
radiation
in like the
sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here.
commercial? Do you
and
think we
my
will
health
get
just
that
deteriorates
someday?
super quick.
Like for climbing cliffs
yeah,
and
that's not
whatnot?
great.
That would be really neat to
Okay,
have
so we're gonna
for
see some more
exploration.
radiation in the
Yeah,
in
but
the
that
next
radiation
next
mitigation is going to be
section.
very
So
important
I'd
in
like
Pyro
to
because of the
welcome
sun.
Inesh
Yep.
up on the stage. Thank you very much, everyone.
I like seeing it. I'd like to see it in game even more.
Right.
Why are we showing that? Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Ines and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIG. And I'm here today to tell you all about, thank you. And I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world. So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with these objects in the world. We have introduced in the new interaction prompts, which are AR cards that appear over the objects as the player gets near them. This, combining with scanning, will help the player to easily identify the interactable objects in the scene. So we have improved the algorithm that our interaction system uses to determine the current item in focus. So you'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look around the scene. So the prompts will show you the active interaction and the key bind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects. You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor, then drag it over, and to select using the inner thoughts. So we're removing that.
All right.
My complaints from earlier are invalid.
So what happens if an object has more than one interaction? Well, for that, you can just simply hold F, and this will bring you the new interaction wheel. So this is our new interaction wheel. It will be focusing on the item. And you can see that up to 2 of the interactions have a star icon. So this is related to another system that you are bringing to you that we call in the default item action.
Yeah, I want to play Finley football.
So this allows us to have a primary interaction that's
need to be able to throw it and punt it.
And a secondary interaction. So these are default actions that you can easily trigger using shortcuts. So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you're fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style.
My mobile.
So let's take a look at this in action.
It's a little more clear and louder, actually.
Here you can see the prompts that change depending on your focus. So let's bring up the wheel. And I really like my plushes, so I want to install them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they're interacting
if I were to
but
tap
any
F,
item
would
that
it
falls
immediately
into the same
pick it up?
category.
No, well, I would like that. That would be nice, right?
It should, because that's what happens now, but I don't know. They haven't said.
But apparently,
I've shown you some features.
She was saying with the asterisks that there was some shortcut options that would probably act faster.
So I've shown you features that improve the readability and easiness of interacting
you know what?
with
I
the
still
objects
think the
in the
whole
world.
personal inner thought
But the other part
system
of
is
our
great on
focus
paper,
was
but
to bridge the
they've not nailed
disconnection
it yet.
between the
It's still
player
really
and the
I
object
agree
you
with
are
you.
interacting with. In a fully physicalized world that we want
I
to
don't like the
provide
inner
you,
thought system
a
that
tactile
much.
experience is very important to sell the experience.
I think
So
it takes
a
too
new
much
system
time.
that allows us to
It's
play
too
animations
clunky.
on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world.
considerably less fast than my inner thought.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but think about it. You're in combat. You need to pick up a rifle or something, and you got to hit like 10 different buttons to pick up a rifle. You know, it just takes too much
So
time.
this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the
Or you
best
want to open a
experience
door
possible.
so you can escape or
Let's
whatever. I
see some
mean,
of this
you
in
need to be able to do it right away.
And pressing buttons has never been so satisfying and fun.
Okay, so they're actually reaching out and pushing the buttons now. I mean, that's a cool little flavor thing.
I mean, I appreciate all the push towards realism. Remember, yesterday they showed off the new audio realism mode. I will be using that forever.
I think they should force realism for everyone, personally.
I think so too.
It's the more of it's coming, that's for sure, and it's going to. There's going to be a lot of people that don't like it, but there's going to be a lot of us who are like, hey, what we're here for.
Okay, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers.
Actually,
designers could build these really interactive experiences but for the player.
I'm
And
very
the advantage of using
glad
the
to see
usable
all
system is that anything that
the
the player
additions
will
to
be able to do,
the
AI will also
simulation
be able to
side
do.
of the game
So
as opposed
let's
to the
have
arcade.
a look at a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve.
All right.
So in this scenario, the player has to go forward and
She's out of breath, poor
because
girl.
of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing specific inputs, you will be driving the system. So, but this is not enough. We needed to be able to give the designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the
Now
world
you have
in
to
a
figure out
specific
which
way.
which
So this is what
order
is happening
and
here.
orientation.
Right. So it's more puzzles. Yep.
Yeah, and we need more puzzles. Yeah, we need more puzzle players.
But you know, it's also cool if you can use that against people too.
Yes, that's the thing.
Revert back to the initial one, or maybe
Set
trigger
traps,
something
that kind of stuff.
altogether. Well, it's up to the designers to
It didn't hold. I love it.
Better get a wrench.
Faster.
Swear to God, if they reach around and grab that stick and
Damn
jam
it!
in there.
Where's that baling wire?
There's a stick behind it.
Broken valve.
I know I had some duct tape.
And then slide. Another small example. Oh.
And you're not going back that way.
Yeah, we'll see another small example where you won't be able to open the door by a press of a button, but you have to manually interact with that pump and manually open
there's
it.
the player
So
scanner
you have
and
to
the
time
map.
your inputs
Yeah.
to slowly open the door. So this is just a small taste of the level of interactivity that we can now have with this
I love it. I love it.
For Squadron, for the mess hall line, and I can't wait to see what the PU designers.
It's bringing more realism into the game.
To your hands.
Now, it would have been even cooler if you had to start if you had to pump it once and then go over there and jump on it a couple of times.
Quickly talk about kiosks.
Get a crowbar pried open.
Let's be honest.
All right, so hang on. Here we go. Terminal and kiosk interaction.
So we made a small little changes to make it easier for you. We've created a new focus mode that will walk the player to perfectly align with the kiosks. So we can better perfectly frame the screen on the viewport. At this point, the interactive screen will steal the input focus until you actively chooses to leave. So let's take a look at this in action. And look at that. When you trigger it, I'm like,
look at that Zeus suit.
Nice.
Feels very much
so this
like
is a very small quality of life improvement.
I was
but it
about
will
to
make
say
it
that
much
I
easier
was
for you to
reaching
interact
for the
with
mute
this
button.
And finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that is my subject.
But it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat,
Quick actions for easy
especially
equip
if you
and
haven't
swap
fully
equipment.
prepared
There you
ahead,
go.
we wanted to make it
Have
as
to have
easier
that.
and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target.
Just what you were
So it
saying,
displays the
Muddog.
current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory.
Only makes
Looting
sense.
favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout. So we
Still, I don't see an option where you can just pull out just the magazine from a weapon or an attachment. That would be even better.
I think they're alluding to that.
Yeah, watch the demo. Let's see.
Still haven't seen the sort
go
all
over to-
button working.
So you see the player loadout is on.
And we definitely need a stack all button more than anything because it's really cumbersome when you have same item duplicated all over the place.
You can just simple
There's your mods.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be so much easier. So yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can
That's
even
nice.
use your mouse wheel if you want to change the target. You can
That's stacked.
drop anything, store anything, just really quick
Nice.
actions. And you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So this will grab all available ammo either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout.
Nice.
And get rid of any
Left alt
empty
R,
magazines.
combine all ammo. Oh,
That's so
nice.
nice.
Yes.
It's looking really good.
I think that's better than what they were gonna do, which is where
Yeah,
you
so it's
would
looking really good, and I
individually
can't wait to
reload
see the
the
final
what a-
magazines.
So that's all.
I remember that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And I hope you have a great time.
Those are great improvements.
Yes, they are.
Stealth game.
Also, I hope
weapon
they
wear.
come up with
Right,
a
hello,
standard
everyone. For those
ammo
who cannot remember,
pool
my
kind of
name is
thing.
Jens.
Because
And I'm now going to talk to you about some changes.
Here
we
comes
made to
some
our
stealth gameplay
And I'm going to
and
give you an
weaponware.
update on weaponware.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Right, so
I'm all about the stealth
takedowns is an
gameplay.
important part of our
Yeah,
stealth
absolutely.
encounters. So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. it's going to move you through different action sets.
Oh, that's cool.
You're going to start out by struggling.
The slow blade penetrates the shield.
Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection.
And it would make sense.
You're
the
going
more
to get faster,
you do this, the better
the more you
get
do
at
it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like that is a that's logical.
Yeah,
Rather than I have to just kill 15 people and then I get to put a point in.
I would like to see this with guns as well. So like when you first start shooting people, maybe it takes more rounds to bring them down, but as you get better, more experience with guns, you can do it with less rounds or better shots or whatever. Less sway maybe in your gun sway, you know, something along those lines.
So by using
or better yet, that you get more experience with specific weapons. You become more proficient
for sure
with a specific weapon.
And time and training.
Yeah,
I think that would be awesome.
I think
time and training accounts for that. Towards
I
it
don't
too.
think that like the damage should increase, but
no,
reducing sway, agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, so
right. There should be a bullet is a bullet. If you hit it, you hit it.
Right. I'm just trying to say that it needs to have a skill, a levelable skill aspect to it, because because with the takedowns, I mean,
one more.
It's the same thing. A knife is a knife; it's going to cut, but they can add aspects to it to make it more difficult, right?
They flipped him.
Gonna cuff his legs.
Being able to.
Oh yes! Oh yes!
Yeah.
I like that.
That was awesome.
You're going with me.
Here comes my Cutlass Blue.
He can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help.
Well, and that
So
makes
what we're gonna
sense,
do
right?
As well is we're gonna add places in
because
the environment
right now, if
where
you
can stash
punch them
body.
from
You can
behind, they're
hide
just
them,
knocked out.
either unconscious or dead. And that way, it should be easier to remain undetected and keep you in that stealth bubble.
Better have a bunch of shackles with you.
Now, this is another thing we
FPS
talked about
ping.
in the UI demo, which is the ping. And we saw it in Inesh's presentation, how she did a short ping to highlight a door pump. Now, of course, we allow you now to charge up that ping. And by doing so, we can see further, and we can see through obstacles, and we can populate more information.
one on
into
that
our
guy's
database.
head.
I hope
Then
different,
that
like
shows up
helmets
in our,
have different
boss
kind
rounds
of
here.
like
So you
this
get the
kind of
name, and you
features,
maybe
right?
get the race and maybe the faction, and you can use this information
Oh, wow.
to figure out where is
Oh
the weak
man, I would
link.
love to
Which
go on
enemies can I
a
take
mission
down
like this
without being
with a few
discovered?
guys.
There's the risk here, okay? So there's a charge up time. Means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly going
Some
down.
diversions.
Until that
And the
goes
more
all
you
way
do
down, I
it, the
can't
more
ping. I can't
detectable
even
you
do a short
become.
ping.
Well,
And it's going to spike my emissions.
that is awesome.
Or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me. Okay, so let's move on to some talk about weaponware. So here we're going to see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time. We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual game, this would be triggered by weapon usage, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's going to get. And this is going to affect its efficiency, it's going to affect its reliability, and it's going to reduce its resale.
As long as they don't go too far with it.
Each item is
Well,
going to
you don't want to have to clean out a jam every other round?
Oh,
rifle.
Or have, I mean, come on.
But you need to take care of your weapons.
Exactly.
It's like we have to take care of our ships.
Exactly. Cleaning your weapon. If you clean your weapon after using it a few times, then you should be able to take care of it. All right.
Yeah.
But come on,
Kind of like how they did.
I can fire my Glock,
So here we're going to see
thousands and thousands of rounds without having to worry about it.
Gemini pistol in the little window, and a worn one in the big window.
Hang on, wait.
The
I want to watch. Hold on.
belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's telling you, it's time to get this one changed. And you should be able to hear the audio as well. It's get growlier.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can audibly tell.
Okay, on to some consequences. So it's not all visual, so we're going to start with misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video, you got... I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes, and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we got to fix it.
Yeah, you got to clear
It's
that.
telling us to fix it. We're hitting the button. Our enemy's firing on us. So you got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun. You could pull out a new gun.
That's a really nice 12-sided or 20-sided die.
Yeah, but does the AI that you're shooting against or that you're fighting against have the same problem?
Yes, right. How much ammo do they have?
And if they're close enough, are they going to be able to hear your weapon jam and use that against you?
Or can I hear their weapon jam and use that as an opportunity?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I think that
but in the actual game,
when this is implemented, we're going to be on the brunt of it as usual.
So you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud. You leave your gun outside
issue I've got
storage.
is that a lot of times weapon
It's going to
degradation in
accumulate
games
and
tends to
that's
just
going
be
to
a
increase the
money
rate
sink.
at which is weird.
Exactly,
So,
and yeah, that's what I was alluding to earlier.
And this is true for
I mean,
other
come on! I only fired 500 rounds through this thing, and now it won't. No, wait, what? No, I'm sorry. Even now, in modern days, my time, I can go way past that without having to worry about that kind of crap.
I want to be able to throw my weapon at him when it does jam.
You're right.
Well, but you know, to balance this, they're going to have the, like with our ships degrading as fast as they are right now, and our health degrading as fast as it is, that the weapon degrade will be kind of sped up.
Hello.
So that they can get all the bugs worked out of it.
Senior FPS games designer. I'm here.
I hope it's only temporary. Yes.
Because you know it's all coming from Squadron 42.
Shooters, you'll have noticed the quality bar has gone
comes
through the roof in
FPS.
recent years. Things from visual recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. As you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to, because guns are violent in nature. We couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So, we made a new tool, and it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while, creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety, So, and this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil. So this is the old P4. It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times.
I think one of the
new
big
P4
problems they've got in the game is that the guns
it has
that
these
feel
nice
really
little
good
bop
feel
downs,
really
and you
good,
feel it getting
and
close
the
to the
guns
camera,
that
and the
feel really
overall
bad
aggression
are
of the
terrible to
weapon
the point
is
that
a
you
lot
can't
more
use
there.
them.
It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and the location,
No, they said it was
location of things.
I thought they said they already got all the recoil stuff done.
This is a new
If
one.
you control it, I mean, I'm controlling the gun as I'm firing too.
This is Star Marine. It's in Star Marine now, I think.
So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways.
Come on, show me an LMG.
Cool.
Come
Okay.
on.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
I thought that was one.
We also have new procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, if you play right now, you basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before, it basically just do,
that could be a skill-based thing as
now
well.
We can like keep it longer down here, bring it up
It's harder to
slowly,
get
overall, it just
your
feels
sights
like
on
you've got an LMG,
target
or it feels like you've got an
if you're
SMG.
less experienced with
Just
that
using
weapon.
things like ease in
Or
and
it
ease out
takes
to
your
just
total
give more
mass
life to the
into
overall weapon.
consideration if you're wearing a backpack or you're carrying a lot of equipment.
Yeah.
Right. Wearing heavy armor and the
we also
LMG.
have new iron sights. So, sci-fi weapons are chonky. They're full of detail. They look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen, this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window
That
more
looks
room
a
to
lot
breathe.
better.
So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more. So optics aren't a crutch anymore. So you can see this on the Ravager.
Yeah.
And you can see this on the Custodian.
Very nice.
That was a good decision.
Now, weapon functionality changes. So as you imagine with the new recoil tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. They're going to look and feel great. But while we were looking at our weapons, we also realized that some things don't necessarily
LH86 is
align
automatic.
with their manufacturer, right? You look at something like a Gemini
That
pistol.
doesn't
Now, Gemini
seem
That's
overall
good for me. I
is
use the
really cool.
LH86.
Like that's what
that
Gemini's
doesn't
supposed
seem
to
to
be.
go with
So
the
the
Gemini
LH86
weapons,
pistol
though, because the
should be fully automatic, realistically.
the rifle is
So we have a video to
semi-automatic
show
by
you of the
default.
pistol. And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count has also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets. Cool. Cool. Thank you very much.
That's ridiculous.
Right, and moving on to our new Vault weapons.
That they've
So
been teasing
Here we
forever.
go.
It's the other video.
Right.
Oh, shatter
optic
the water bottle.
There you
Oh,
go.
no, go back.
These are the Vault weapons. So Vault is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they
that is
overheat,
fun.
you'll be unable to fire.
It's like, ow, ow, ow!
And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go. Some will go into beams. Like you see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat.
Why would you choose
And it's really
that
fun
weapon
because
over others?
these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and keep it in that like
what's the
ideal
big-
slot.
This would be a good option for like the drug
And
outpost
scope
thing where you
improvements.
need
Now,
to
this was
destroy
shown
like
yesterday,
bales
but
of
I wanna
drugs.
dig in
It'd
a
be
little
cool
bit
if you
more
could
with
like
this one.
cut the wing
So-
off of a ship, like a smaller ship, using that gun, maybe.
So, to get our
Interesting.
Also,
anyone
when are we
plays them
getting
on
a
FPS, they know
flamethrower in the
the
game?
optics are just gorgeous now. In
Eventually.
all modern shooters, they look fantastic. And as you can
I mean,
see,
the crossbow,
we
the
have
Xi'an,
zoomed in
boomerang,
optics in the
those
center.
were like
So we have,
talked
and then we have
about
other
a lot,
things like
but they
parallax,
haven't.
like you see in real life.
They have been silent
And they look
since then.
gorgeous.
New optics
And,
are
so
so
in
nice.
general, all our sights
Yeah.
and scopes have been overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pin-cushion distortion, and things you'd expect from having a scope in general.
It'll be much
And it
easier to
differs
keep looking
manufacturer
through
to
the scope.
manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get
And
hit
even
by an
keeping
EMP
your other
grenade,
eye
for
open.
example, we're using something like a television sight, like something
Which is
like
normal for
Clearly
me.
you might have, then your optic would turn off. All right. Thank you. Cool. And weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit. But as you know, we've done a lot of work on our audio propagation systems and just in general how guns sound. We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy.
And they're showing a bunch of the guns that have some of the best sounds and feel in the game right there, and they've improved them.
That feels
There
better.
you go, Wrath.
There we go. Yeah, that feels much better.
I mean, again,
Fantastic. I think
those
all
are some of their
California
best
heard us there.
guns in the game, and they've made them better.
So, backpack reloading. In real-life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. I want to simulate that in our game. So, to show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So, if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation.
But that's so freaking excellent. Oh,
You'll
yes.
also be able to tell when you have a backpack
That's
reload
wonderful.
coming up because
That
it'll be displayed
is
on the inventory with the
amazing.
backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching of. You have all the information you
That
need.
is going to change so much.
That's brilliant.
I've died from
And
not
this
having
has
my
been
ammo
shown,
out of
and
my
it's a little
backpack.
bit the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshair. Well, crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon. So you see exactly where a bullet is going
So
to
this
land.
is going to fix
And
the
it's projected
problems
from the
where it
visor
looks like
using
you
AR.
have a clear
Some
shot
visors
at
won't have
something,
access
but then
to
it's
this crosshair,
colliding
but
with
some will use modified
geometry.
combat lenses.
Yep.
So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor. As
Very
you see,
nice.
it works with recoil, and overall it just
You
looks
look down
gorgeous.
in the bottom right with the reload stuff, you can see the ones under it.
Yeah.
And, you know, showing that it's
Cheers.
equipped to your body and it's not a backpack.
And on to more data things. We're going to provide an
My only
improved
question is,
PvE
when are we
experience.
getting them?
The accuracy
Because
calculator
these
for
look
NPCs
really
is
good.
coming over from Squadron 42.
Soon.
Here we go.
Some people
Time
have been
to kill
playing it in
rework.
the venue and here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly, and I'm really happy for you guys, well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point.
I imagine this is all going to be on the preview channel.
We want to increase the time to
Oh,
kill.
yeah.
This allows for more varied
At
weapon
one point.
balancing. You know, we can
Get your hands on it
lay
at
into
one
like
point.
sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which,
There you go.
force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully.
Shouldn't getting the drop on
And
your
we're also
enemy
working on some other highly requested
influence
PvP changes.
your success in a combat?
I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in. Squadron 42 is in a very good state.
Are
And
you,
we're bringing
are you
this
trying
you
to speak logically?
soon. Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on
I don't
combat AI.
understand people sometimes.
Yeah, right.
And the AI is going to be able to stand in chairs a lot better in the future versions.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Francesco
Do a
Roccucci, as you
T-pose.
said,
Do a T-pose.
and I'm the director in CIG. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic. So, what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS Encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence their behaviors. So those are some
Are we getting
of the
like
ones
a
that are
Tony
available to
C
the
presentation about Quanta and
Today we're
whatnot
going to
today?
focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain presentation during the CTG demo, like we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer compared, or much, or you know, also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker.
I need more videos than watching the
interesting
PowerPoint.
opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or where they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So, I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all.
Just shoot a
grenade. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment.
Imagine you jumping out in front of them like an idiot.
So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies. Some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits.
Imagine you wasting.
Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them.
And then imagine you just standing out there like an idiot.
Some will cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on. So
I was about to say he's got to have God mode on.
So this is possible to set up with a tick of a box. But this is not.
Now, see, that's what I need in
PvP. Citizen, we want you to argue.
But one of them was highly
and
aggressive.
Those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses, so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle. So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry, obviously, med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in
a bunker and potentially run into an NPC that's going to start reviving NPCs. That would be cool.
Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past. Usable tech, behavior
I can already think about ways to use that.
Players now can just not only kill enemies.
Their AI to my advantage.
NPCs would just die. But now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the perception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So he needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting. And you will see that at the right time, when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate.
That is pretty
That's awesome.
cool.
Does he pick the gun up?
And obviously,
He
needs to be
yes.
a new weapon because he just dropped it.
Freaking cool.
That's awesome.
So as we
That's gonna be
mentioned
nuts.
before, and as
That
we've
was
seen
awesome.
here, NPC can
That's
run
going
out
to be
of bullets,
that is
but can
definitely
also
going to be a
lose their
game changer
weapons.
out there, and
So
you
what
know.
we have to do right now is that
On
first
ops.
of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want
But yeah,
infinite ammos
exactly.
anymore.
Thank you.
So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos the NPC carry in their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of that. So NPC must properly use those items to fight. And the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Inish as well, the Inish presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. And the NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that also already in Pyro, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, from the compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment.
Yeah, but they're looting bodies that you can loot too, so they're taking your loot and doing that.
Right, but you can also
Obviously,
cut
this
them
video will
off.
give them
So
a chance
if they have to do that
go
just to
and
be able to
loot as
survive,
well.
if
And
you
this is
can
a proper
cut
ammo
them off
crate
from
that
the
allows
supply
them to
crate that they're
get
trying to
back
get to,
magazines.
then you've got the bulk of the ammo and try to wear them
And
down.
another NPC
You're gonna
arrives.
end up in group
and he will loot the
operations, you
dead
can
body.
have somebody
This
also
is the same dead
sweeping
body
dead
you might
bodies
be
and
able to
weapons
loot.
up
But you will
behind
not
the-
find ammos after
the
that.
assault force.
Yeah, that's yep.
Like, you
Big
would probably
yeah.
find
Have
it in
somebody
the
go
other
with a
one,
big
right, so you
freaking
kill it.
with a big backpack, just grabbing ammo. Yeah, that's a good
So,
idea, man. Cleaning
Last
up
but not
behind.
least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment.
Ruh-roh.
So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that
they
is
can watch
your
scanning,
ass.
or a
They can
player
throw
that
grenades
is
at us
hiding
now.
or saying
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
location
watch
that
your
the
ass.
NPC cannot reach. So grenade force the movement.
Feeling
and
more
keep
like the
operations
Division
going.
again.
Hopefully they'll give us
also
some
very
different kinds of
dangerous.
grenades, like
We've seen in
incendiary
our
rounds,
presentation and my
grenades, or
presentation that grenades can make
flashbangs.
electronics
Yeah,
explode,
let's get
ignite a
grenades
fire,
working
and then the fire
before
can
we
propagate
give
in the
us more
environment.
versions
Exactly,
of
right?
working
NPCs
grenades.
needs to properly
Let me pick
understand
them
the
up and throw
environment
them
not
back, too.
Jump into the fire and
Or
get
at least
damaged.
kick them.
So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier, and the navigation module modifier gets registered in navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic
right back,
about
my dog.
if that is a
Says
danger,
it's cookie
something
time.
better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example
Yeah,
of
we've
that.
got one more thing after
This is a
this.
safe environment, still
One
fighting.
more panel
but
before
safe,
lunch.
Safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment.
The smoke propagation up at the top.
The only thing they've really got to fix with the fire, in my opinion, is not isolating it
So
to
this is a
squares.
subset of the
Like,
things
it
that we
needs to
worked
be
on
able
and we wanted to
kinda,
show
like,
you
bleed
today.
out.
Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Yeah, but the smoke propagation starts impacting your ability to see the target. I love it.
Right, I want to thank Inesh I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
Back. So he's trying to be stealthy.
He hasn't pinged yet.
Again, he's trying to be stealthy because if you ping, you can give away your position.
But
too.
that weapon's not silenced.
Exactly. I was just about to say, and he wasn't silenced. I would have knifed the guy. But then again, this is a...
I feel like the guy would have heard him coming up the metal stairs.
Yeah, right. Clink, 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 clink.
This feels a lot like Division 2.
Talk about a game that had a lot of good ideas in it that they were never able to execute effectively. The Division series.
Yeah. Oh, I'm playing Division 2 right now. I'm enjoying it.
It's neither of them are bad games.
No. I never played 1. I started with 2.
2 is better than 1. Leaps and bounds.
I like how they're rushing him.
Like, run away!
Yeah. Yeah, they're moving up on him.
That's good.
And they're flanking him.
He's probably got somebody coming up on his side.
Yeah, he has somebody coming up on his left.
What you want in that situation is to be able to place a mine behind you.
One is one of the assault juggernauts, the heavy armor and the LMG.
Yeah.
Giant bullet sponge. He's still not. Is he dead? They finally got him.
Sucked up a few of them.
So it looks like they've replaced the red med pen with the green med pen.
I love that freaking the optics mechanic.
Not grabbing everything, he's only taking what he needs.
Not everybody's into the pack rat gameplay style like us.
Yeah.
The Texas Space Loot Goblins were not involved in the making of this video.
I figured somebody...
Wiping the blood off the front of his helmet. I love that.
Nice.
Right. Thank you very much.
That was nice.
I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
October 31st, guys.
Wow.
Yep.
All right, so that was live from the first person. We're keeping this train running.
I need like 5 or 10 minutes.
Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started. Boop.
Oh man, we're going right into it.
Right?
Give us a breather.
They're running late.
I know.
The first one ran late.
Actually, technically, they're right on time. Because it's 1 o'clock there, and that's when this one was scheduled for.
Hello, everyone.
It's 1:30 a.m. for me.
Okay, can you hear me?
So 12 hours.
Fine.
They don't care about
these
you
are the
or
wrong
us.
Slides. Hang on.
All right, this is
Well,
my
hello everyone. My
jam
name is
right
Joby
here.
Platt. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and the
We talked about
space
this.
combat.
If they're going to present
I
another
really
ship,
love
it
my
might
job,
be
so
in
this is
this
why I'm really excited to
release
show
or
you
at the
progress
end
that
of the
we did on
show.
Squadron 42 in the last
Right.
2 years. So
Yeah,
there's
like I'm pretty
two
sure
things to say
the
here.
Carter
First thing
exploration
is,
version
we're
would
doing a
be
live demo.
revealed
It was
like at the
about
end of the
12
live
hours
stream.
old,
That's
so there
not.
is a good chance.
That would be such a disappointment.
for
They would
bugs,
have put it out
which,
earlier. I think they're
so
going to hold
if you
on
see
to
them,
it for
just
another
look
month.
away. It will be fine.
I think they are like
The second thing
keeping
is,
it for like
I'm not
exploring
flying
pyro.
myself today.
So
I'm
like
doing
when you
Gunslinger.
get the chance to go to the pyro.
All right, come on, guys, show me
He's
something.
using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using hat tracking. Not
I like
using
my
hat tracking.
Verpals, but I'm very tempted to get VKBs
yes.
to try them
So-
out.
But the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off. It starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now.
I
on
recommend them
Wi-Fi.
for the money.
I
So
don't think
please
you
welcome
can go
back
wrong
Ines
with
Caldas,
either
who will
Verpal
walk
or
us
VKB.
through
They're
that
both very
process.
well made.
Show me something.
Is this working? Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit. If you
Good, because it's
I've
bad
told you
right
before
now.
how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game. And we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and Okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup to the code. So this, among other things, allows us to record the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action.
So law of motion, for some reason,
so Brand very kindly will get us into the ship, where you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have.
I think it was because you talked about the Glock.
That was me.
All of his chat is gone.
Yeah, no, they hid all his chat, deleted all his chat. I'm looking. Yeah, they hid him from the rest of the chat. I didn't do that. It says I did it, but I didn't do it.
Directly grab the control stick. You'll be put on this relaxed pose with free look enabled, and you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started.
I'm going to be honest with you. The pilot canopy close button would not be below the MFD. It would be out of the way to where it could not be inadvertently pressed.
Power our systems.
I know it's nitpicky.
Yep. And finally, turn our entrance. Yeah, so you are now
Still at
ready
the same
for
time,
flying.
I think this is going to be
So
I'm going to need a cigarette moment after all
to
of
all
it.
of our ships in our fleet.
Because I'm a flight simulator guy.
So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
The new UI is something I'm really interested in.
The sooner this gets into the game, the better.
Exactly.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm senior UI programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action? Right. Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo.
Brand, give me a boner.
So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the
So
crosshair
technically
has
each
scanning
cockpit
information
would
about
have
the
like
target,
its own
and
bespoke
even the
UI,
MFVs
right?
have changed.
Yeah, but
Some of these
different from the
elements can be
manufacturers. Hang
customized,
on.
but we'll see more about that later.
That's
For this
a
demo,
scanning
we're
UI.
showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like
but they've been
if you're
already
landing
working on
Arizona
that. It was
or
on the tracker.
any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them. And I really hope that's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your
there's your flight
setup.
simulator mode.
But if you need more, just let us know.
We're accustomed
Anyway,
to 100 and
I
something
think you're not going to
bindings.
need even thus many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships.
But can I apply the defaults?
Now, some of you might be thinking that these Gladius doesn't have enough MFVs. Can we enable the top setting?
Can I say, okay, now this is my preset. I want to apply it to
For those
everything.
of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your
And
helmet.
that's what I want.
Yeah.
Right there.
Some things I want to see all the time. Some things I only need to see situational.
See, that's what they tried to explain with the Scorpius. They didn't have many MFDs because it was going to be put on your helmet.
So it's connected to your ship, and I can get all this information.
Yeah, it's so much better.
You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen, if
Like
you're aiming at a
maybe a
target or
landing
if you're
view down
moving
the
with your
road?
health tracker, those views are going to be always with you.
Nice.
You're very nice.
With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship.
It's going to be so cool when they integrate this with VR goggles.
So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the
Exactly.
views, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs.
I feel like they're
and maybe
leaning a
focus
lot
on
more
the
into eye
target
trackers
information on your
than
cast,
they are
so they're
into
always on your
VR
view.
at this point.
But maybe when you go to quantum
We'll see.
travel, you can turn.
That's probably not a
off
bad
so you can enjoy it.
move, though.
Easier implementation, I'm sure.
That's all for me. Now we have
So
MFDs ready,
there's a
and let me
larger
bring Yogi back to
acceptance.
tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very
VR is not quite taken as many would have thought.
Oh, but I love my Oculus system.
Okay, at this point, our ship is fully,
Again, however,
fully powered
it
up,
quite
ready to fly.
hasn't,
Pre-flight is complete. So Brent,
taken
please,
off.
take off, put the landing gear in, and bring us out.
All right, here we go.
Just remember, they've been trying to get VR to catch on
Have you
for
seen the
north of
interaction?
30
This
years
is great,
right
isn't
now.
it? Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by small things going around you.
So that's a ruin
So although it's
station?
not very visible here,
Yeah.
the VFX team has actually
That's
added
ruin.
space dust, so in the future you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a
Thank
stop for a
you.
second.
G-force, no, I want. Yeah, no, you
When
need
your
to feel
ship
it.
is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit
That's gonna
more
make people
interesting.
sick.
When
They're
Brent is actually
gonna
taking
have
boost
to
into
have a
the
way
mix.
to
So
tune
the,
that or turn it off.
boost forwards, we now added
Well, the problem
camera
is that's going to
shake, we
become
added,
that's also going to
changes,
become an exploit.
and this all
In
then
some
brings
cases,
together
especially
with
in
the
ships
other
like
things
this.
the other
That's
exhaustion
that's
effects
why
that
I
we
feel
have.
like this looks
So
cool,
overall, the
but
ship should now
you're
feel
gonna
a little
you're
bit more
getting into
reactive than before.
messing with people's health and
The same thing?
and
Sorry.
limiting that becomes a
skill-based
At the
thing
same
then?
time, we
Not
reduced
skill-based,
the,
it turns into
extensions
something
that
else.
that the look-ahead code is doing.
An accessibility
So,
issue.
We basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with
I missed
GeForce
what y'all were saying.
reactions,
What
so
becomes
even
an
when you don't have a
accessibility
head tracker
issue?
or something like that,
I'm
it
sure
will
all of this
still
can be
feel,
adjusted.
pretty good.
No, I mean for
But
some
this is just a
people,
minor change.
if it does this at all,
We also improved the
it's
flight controls
going
themselves.
to make
so
it to where they
take
can't
a look at the
play.
speed gauge, for example.
Well, then,
It's a little bit,
unfortunately,
today.
what will
What
happen
that
is
speed
then
gauge
everybody will
is
turn it
telling
on.
you the number
Yeah,
that's currently
so
moving is
that's
what kind
pretty
of
much what's gonna end
speed
up
goal
happening.
Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want.
Nobody's clapping.
I don't like the velocity information
Brent,
where it is right now. I think it's better in a central location.
Another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really
especially if you're
important for
focused
PvP
on
racing,
another, like an enemy ship or even a friendly.
Tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to
Where's
resolve.
your
On some
center
ships,
HUD?
When you tricord, you get actually up to 50% more
In a fighter, where's your center
that
HUD?
huge
You know?
difference actually makes a lot of
I bet when you get a fighter or something in the front of you, it will give you all the information on a center HUD.
Is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think. But we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing.
I want to see the HUD while you're in atmosphere.
This is actually a current version, so
I'm not gonna
as
lie
long
to
as you
you
go
with all the
roughly
G-force
forward, you get the
movement
full
in this,
Gs,
like just watching this video, it's upsetting my stomach a little bit.
Okay, so now the biggie in the room.
So you're not a fan of uncoupled
Master
flying?
mode is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general,
I play when we're on fight. I'm usually flying uncoupled
and the
if
master
I'm
mode
fighting.
is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do.
Messing me up.
And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has.
I guess I'm just used to it. I don't know.
So you see the Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can.
One of the first things I do.
Yeah. So this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing. It actively actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers.
People don't realize
the PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting.
I mean, you're the only ones that's gotten to play it so far.
So, in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation.
I feel like the reason why they're having to re-explain
navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does,
I didn't try it.
High speed, low performance mode.
I tried it, like the Vandal Swarm was really hard.
Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional, but you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. But all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means
I didn't like master modes when they first introduced them years ago.
You want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape.
Are you talking about hover mode?
You should not do it right away.
No, they had a master mode where you could switch between landing, SCM speed, and travel or navigation speed. It's very similar.
Quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means
I understand what they're
when you're in
trying
nav
to do
mode
with the master
and you're
modes,
fighting,
but I
you're
still
very
think it's
vulnerable,
the
so you
wrong
should get out as
answer.
fast as possible.
I agree.
Yeah.
Luckily,
I'm not in
navigation
agreement
mode
with this
not only
particular.
allows for higher
Oh, we
speeds,
have to wait
it also
to do anything.
gives you access to the new quantum
Well,
travel
my thing is
experience,
that
which we're going to show in a minute.
with the master modes
So,
as they are now,
that is nav point that you
if
see there on
you-
screen. This is the
you
point you
cannot
want to go to in
think,
quantum travel.
you cannot contemplate. Either you
Before
have
we do
to,
that, I need
you're
to
going to
quickly
run
explain
or
what
you're
this is
going to
about.
fight.
So
And if you
currently in the
choose
PU,
to run,
when you quantum travel from
the
A to
chances
B,
of you dying
you're actually
are
not
high
really
because
moving.
you lose
you're
your
going on a
shields,
spline,
you have no weapons,
and
you
you're
don't have access to
teleported in every
countermeasures.
frame
So
along
unless
that
you
spline. So
unless
there's
you do
basically
it
no
immediately
meaningful
and you know
gameplay
you
we
can
add
get
there.
away,
The new
you're
quantum travel
basically
experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on,
So
which
I
means
feel like
when you
the
quantum
system
travel
kind
from A
of
to B,
forces you into
you're actually
PvP
accelerating
because you
using
actually
our
have a
awesome
better
physics
chance of
engine.
surviving if
And
you fight
because it's
vice
physicalized,
running
it
with
gives
the way
us
the
a lot
system
more
is
meaningful
currently
gameplay
designed.
we can play with. So
No, that's
And see, in the way that it was designed before,
what will happen then?
everybody
is
could
your
just
quantum
run.
drive will initiate
They
the
didn't
jump.
have to fight.
We'll see an effect
So
that
they've
distorts
gone
the
from
space
one
around you.
extreme maybe to the other.
Yeah, right.
During
The
acceleration
pendulum swung the other way.
So this is the time until you actually reached your cruise speed.
And my thing is they never should have brought cruise speed into the game. I know why they did it, but if they would have just kept the ships at where they were and allowed a little bit of afterburner,
And take your hands off.
then that's all they would have needed. And then let you quantum away, but it should take you a minute for your quantum drive to spool up for you to get away.
Which it already does.
Yeah.
Oh, their quantum bubble failed. I like the new quantum animation.
Yeah, I do
It's
too.
cool.
I do too. But again, I'm not a fan of the master modes.
So what you
I
just
agree
saw
with
is
you, Rage,
basically
and
the failed
I
attempt
think
at
it's
quantum travel.
they're trying to force
That wasn't
something
part
that
of the
they
forces,
never
therefore you
needed to
were
begin
thrown out,
with.
The quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't
think
like
one of
that.
the big
IFCS
problems
needs
is
5-6
that,
seconds
a
to
lot of
recover
the
from
very
that.
vocal
During which
people
time
with regard to the flight
you're
model
just
are
tumbling,
hardcore
right?
PvPers, and so those are the only
and this is
people
not
that
just
they're hearing.
like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper
I
quantum
think-
drive
so
doesn't
I
matter
think
in the
saying
future,
this
And they
right
don't
now-
want people to run.
think again.
Right,
You want to
and I
take care of your
think
quantum
I
drive.
think
You want to
this
repair
I
it and
think
keep it in good
this
shape.
the way
So if
this
you buy a cheap
presentation
one,
has been constructed
your travel will
says
not
a lot about
necessarily
it
be
because
faster, but it might
this
be
is
harder.
none of this is new
Okay, so
information
Brent,
that he's
show it's how
putting
it's done
out.
properly.
What it tells me is that they are aware that the majority of the player base do not know how this works because they have not gone into the game and tried it. So they're having to reintroduce it here. And I don't think he's doing a very good job of selling it right now.
No.
But to be
Did
fair,
the screen freeze, or is that just lag on my end?
no, it's lag on your end.
The bubble is locked.
But
you can now go hands off.
Admittedly, I am against this from the beginning because of what I know about it. So perhaps I'm not giving it a fair shot.
Well, again, they've tried this before.
Okay, so there's a second variant
Yes,
of quantum travel.
so- a fair
This is for
shot?
short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere and you see the next
think we've
point
done
of
that.
interest. It's like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of hundred kilometers to like
So this
30,000
is like a
kilometers.
sublight travel kind
When
of
you
thing,
use
right?
quantum boosting,
Quantum
the process
is
is practically the
sublight.
same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry.
So he's gonna random boost right now. So he's not lined up on any coordinates.
Okay,
he's
so what
just
Brent is currently,
manually boost or
showing here
quantuming jumping.
Is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction.
Good.
You don't need nav points.
Good.
I mean, yeah, and that's good.
Finally.
That is good.
Finally, they
need
brought
to-
that back. Finally.
Get out!
That's how you escape combat. So
Exactly.
if they wanna make, like, they should
Brent is
just get
awesome,
rid
thank
of the
Okay,
modes
so now,
and
please
say,
boost to
hey, if you want to escape
reinforcement
combat, let your quantum drive spool
So if
up,
there's enough
and you
points-
escape.
and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that knife point to go to.
Ship that restricts quantum travel.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Welcome to Pyro 3.
It could be that, yes.
Or you get the jump on somebody and you disable their quantum jump.
Well, here's the thing, too. So if you're jumping away to save yourself, there should be a way for them to track your quantum jump. There should be a quantum trail.
Hey,
right, strap your ass.
This is combat. Hang on.
With each other, which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
I love how it's showing the ship type when he's hovered over it.
Agreed. Also, hope we get some news about NPC
who's excited
crews.
to see the new AI changes? Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our
Also, server blades too. We haven't heard anything about them
AI
in
behavior
few
in the
years.
EU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations, and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was garbage.
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics: strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase, swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage.
So that Buccaneer should be out of ammo.
Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are chosen via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit.
Hornet's going to be out of ammo soon.
So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are jousters. Jousters consist of performing straight attacks while outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spider-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally,
like
the
mine.
chaser. Now, Brain is going to get there in a second, but the chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following one of the Hornets and is allied with the Hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few, critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted.
Hey, K9, you might want to mute your
There is also
mic.
a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI Fly combat experience. In combinations with AI
Is it
traits,
fixed
will
now?
give designers
What's going
the
on?
tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the A traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Hydrus is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets.
Way it should be.
Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Really didn't show us much.
Thank you, Diego.
The issue with
okay,
the
so now we're
AI
going to talk
has
about,
more to do with the
we heard about
cybernetics
how
than
AI
the
makes my
AI
life hard.
itself.
Now let's talk about how to return
But
the
it's
favor.
nice
We're talking
to see
weapons.
that the AI is going to get
So,
traits.
The weapon and aiming
Right.
systems and squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is
Seems like a lot
basically
of
weapon
filler.
tuning. At the
Yes.
moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the
continued
case.
insistence on
Almost
not
all weapons
talking
have different
about Squadron
properties.
at all
They
is really
have like
frustrating.
different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the Cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were they were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the Cinch cannon back, but we make sure that the
little
amount of work you
fireworks
put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par
Graphic
with the
is-
other
I don't
guns.
know.
So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this
I guess
build,
it's trying
Brent is
to-
equipped with a nose, I think a close and burner laser
symbolize
repeater.
what's going
Can you
on.
fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gats ballistics, Gats cannons, size 3. With one push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons, and so on. Okay, cool. So a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges.
Maybe it's
because
just the
we want to bring the fights close.
icons.
But the problem
are
is
considerably
that,
larger
well, how do I put this?
than the fireworks going on around them.
Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show, which of you has an Ares? Okay, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. you're gonna aim at it. And then you, this is, what the?
And then you don't hit it.
Okay.
No, it's, yeah.
I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore. I don't know.
Yeah,
What
the
happens
Ares has been
when
taken
you
out of the
aim
game.
with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And this is a very interesting, sorry, I said the completely wrong thing.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry.
There's the first big screw up.
Okay.
This is the thing
Okay.
that
Controlling
frustrates me
ranges.
about Yogi.
In the
He's
future,
a nice person,
all the
but he
weapons
doesn't know
will
how to
get
talk to people.
much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees or something like that. Don't worry.
Why is there spread in
if we
space?
compare the spread of the weapon with the target size,
So you're not going to be able to target just
know.
engines and
when you actually
take them down very
are
easily
close
because
enough so
you're
that
going to
the
be hitting
majority of hits
everywhere.
can hit. And we're telling that.
Certainly seems like
We're
that.
telling you that via the
That pisses
via the
me
aiming
off.
system now. So Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means
It really
you have a
comes
high
down to it.
chance
I mean, how
of your
accurate
weapons
is it
hitting-
really
hitting
gonna
the
be
target. If Brent
in
takes a
certain
little bit of a
situations
step back
to be able
and
to
waits until
focus
the pips
on a
and the crosshair
particular
turn red,
component?
this does not mean
Unless
that
the
the ship
component
is
is
out of
very
range.
large.
You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam!
That was too easy.
Hollywood.
Oh well. Okay, so.
That didn't take any time at all. It's like they didn't have shields.
That was this one. Okay. A thing you might have seen
So
is that
is the front cannon a
Brent
repeater?
is loaded with size 3 guns.
And the
on size 3
wingtips are
gimbals.
ballistics?
That means we're removing
depends
the
on how you
M-1
set it up.
system. That
You're only talking about right now on that ship, that Gladius.
He explained
reason
earlier
for
what
that
was
is-
on the ship.
the original intention of like controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences.
I missed what
So we're just removing it.
Yeah, just
and
replay it
keep
later and
going.
backtrack.
So-
No,
It'll tell you.
Next
that
point.
was when he was in the
Pip
Buccaneer.
grouping.
They were talking about what was on that ship.
If you have different weapons with different
So
projectile
one thing he
velocities,
did just say is
you will
that
get different pips.
the
Because
N-1
merging the pips
system on the
makes no sense
gimbals
for
is
us
not
anymore
present on
because
this demo.
the
So
weapons
he's
gonna have
running
vastly
3
different
size 3
projectile
weapons
speeds.
on gimbals.
So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit
Well,
about
didn't
pip
they get rid of the
optimizations here.
size
And this is the
restriction
thing
on
I messed up
gimbals?
before.
That's what we're talking.
Again, who is an Ares?
I just saw that. Pip
If you
optimization.
aim
I just saw the
at your target,
green and go red,
you get a pip,
which is
right? Your Ares owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair.
What?
Like that. And when you then hit, you hit.
Oh my
No, when you then
god, that
shoot,
is so
you hit.
stupid.
And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosser turns green, just shoot.
whatever works. I will
Okay,
try
so
to make
now
it work.
to the actual best part.
If you have a ship that has
We cannot
wide
take down the
mounts,
hammerhead.
you're screwed.
It's too big for us.
You're not gonna be able to hit.
But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent?
Not
Enable
anymore.
Precision targeting mode? There we go.
Watch.
What this does, it does 3 things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision. And you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots. Bam! One turret down. Okay, so
that's very arcadish.
this hammerhead now understood that it's not good.
You are dead
it doesn't
because
stand
you
a
are
chance right
focused
now.
on one
But
target.
this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this is also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots. And there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And we're going to look at Pyro 3. Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot.
What?
Let's see if landing has some
Pyro
better
3 is also
view.
called Bloom. It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere.
No, nothing
And
will,
oh, something wrong with the throttle?
nothing will fix this.
Oh, well,
Wizard
something's
of Oz
wrong with the
moment,
throttle.
like
We'll try to
showing
go
us the
down as fast as
landing
possible,
UI.
though.
This will be the most talked about presentation of
gameplay demo
the weekend, most likely.
Besides the ship one, which was terrible.
Okay. Gonna go there now? Okay. Yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship, they do not like they do like the vacuum of space. Well, we're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on the thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view?
Show me flight controls.
Can you waggle your tail?
Yep, there they are.
The
thing is, like, is that actually doing anything, or are they just turning off
Okay,
the
back first person.
the MAVs?
Okay,
and
so what you see here is the new aerodynamics
simulating
model.
it.
Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay.
Love the audience helping
no, the
out.
Stick is, the stick is,
We're gonna troubleshoot it up where you live.
They're having
they've
got a bad joystick.
So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually.
I feel left
turn
side
the ship
goes out
around.
only every once in a while.
It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore, the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left,
if you do go
left and
faster,
right. So what
it just
Brent can do
rips
here
the
is
flight
he can
control
roll
surface
and
off.
he can
Right,
pull
yeah.
to
You
actually
lose
change,
parts of the ship.
his direction.
You have limitations based on airspeed.
Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called Thruster Disconnect, because at the moment in the PU, when you
in
go through a
these
planet,
particular
you're using the thrusters to
in these
rotate.
spacecraft,
we're not doing that anymore.
if
So
you
Brent, disconnect
you
the
exceed the
thrusters,
flight
please,
envelope,
and put the
you're
ship
not going
into
to,
a purposeful stall. A stall
start to
happens when the
disintegrate.
airflow over a
Guys,
wing
but in the
ceases,
real world,
he's gonna stall the
or over a
plane.
lift surface ceases. And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore.
Brad,
and
this
your
is
ship
Flight
will not
Simulator
turn and
right
so on,
here.
and you will
He's going to
basically fall
stall
out
the
of sky.
aircraft intentionally.
That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent
So
is not
there's
able
your
to
proof
use
that
the
this
control
isn't a
surfaces right now
simulated
because
thing.
the ship is in
That's
in
actual
process
aerodynamic
of stalling.
forces.
They
However,
just
No, I
said that they
understand
had
that.
to put
we'll
a
pull the
keybind
nose
in.
back into the wind.
Yeah, they had to
No,
take
that
the
was
thrusters
that was
off.
He can actually.
yeah,
well,
just to kill the
he gets
thrusters.
authority back over this control.
Well, you're not going to
surfaces.
do that, and
I love it. I love it. He stalled
I
a
do.
spaceship.
I like that. Yeah.
That means for you as players,
That's
what
beautiful.
you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like I don't know, like drop ships out
But
of
you can
orbit and then
exceed the
see how
flight
fast
envelope
far
in
they
this.
glide. This is all possible.
And the only thing that's going to happen is you're going to
So
go
let's talk
slower.
about the problem.
Yeah, but
how do you come to
gliding,
a stop now?
you can come in
To
powered
come to a
off.
stop with the new system,
Stealth.
you need to purposefully put the
That's,
ship
oh,
into a
there's
stall.
some fun stuff with
But
that.
don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you.
I'm
So
definitely,
we're gonna
I'm definitely
bring
excited for a
down the
lot of
speed
things I'm seeing.
more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now.
I can't
And
wait
then
to
the
see
thrusters
what an
will
aircraft or what a
kick in
spaceship that
and
doesn't have
catch
aerodynamic, wings and stuff on it. What
means,
forces
however,
and
we're
what
now in a
changes,
state that
like the
thrusters
raft, for
don't
instance,
like,
has
right? So at the
in
moment we
this
have turned this
environment.
up, but in the future
Have
we will
you
not be
ever
able to hold this for
seen
long.
the
So
Mercury,
friend, for example,
Gemini,
now from
or
a hover,
Apollo capsules,
strafe is left.
It's going to be that, but worse.
More left, more left, more left.
It's gonna fly like
the
a
wind
brick.
flow again pulls the ship over,
It's going
and
to
you go
fall
forward
like a
again.
brick. But the one thing that's nice about all this is that if they truly are implementing this, then those brick-shaped
Okay,
ships,
so now Brent, now show
it's
us
going to be less
how to
likely
come
that
to
you're
a,
going to
hover,
go into
and, do we
atmosphere
have
on
some
them.
water
And
here?
you're going to,
Oh yeah, that's our
if you're
point.
really going to
Okay.
set that reclaimer down, that is a big decision because it's going to take a lot to get it back up.
Right, and a lot to get it down.
And a lot to get it down.
I can't wait for the challenge. I'm looking forward to every
I know,
second of it.
I know. I
Okay,
cannot
so there's our
hear
landing
Bring it on.
30 minutes. Finally got it down.
Bring it on.
It's
Can
like
become a
back
little
in the
bit slower,
days of
I
the
don't know, 100 meters per second.
90,000 meter
So we're trying to land somewhere
atmosphere in Hurston.
Yeah. Took literally 45 minutes to get out of atmosphere.
Having to use your
Whoa,
VTOL
look at
thrusters
that.
as well as. But man, the water effects are fantastic. Oh
Yeah.
man.
For sure.
Never
the
mind
water's
that that
great,
entire
like,
demo yesterday
awesome.
was ripped from Star Wars
Okay,
Episode
so
7.
now we're coming
it
to
still
a.
looked cool.
So now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle.
All right, now here's the landing UI. Put the gear down and turn on the landing UI. Let's go.
It's got the red ping
And,
that's
he's
going
aided a
out for
little
the
bit here
middle.
by the landing gear. So he has landing gear out, I think, because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower. But you can of course turn this off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a
And
landing.
Start showing
The best way to land
the
your
ground.
ship is in decoupled, because you can just very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk. And now you're gonna power down the
Now,
ship.
Muddog, this is
using
how
the new
landings are
interactions.
supposed to happen.
No, you're all wrong. It's all wrong.
Then we're in the relaxed
These
pose
are
again,
how
as
I
showed
normally do
before.
my landings. I just,
Power
you know,
off,
want to point that out.
and the canopy off.
Then I'm gonna have to take you
No,
back to
open,
school.
Not off. don't put the canopy off. And get out of the ship.
He's sitting on a rock?
And,
It looks like he's sitting on several.
I don't think he's on flat ground.
Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking the time with us.
Yeah, he didn't show the back of the ship.
Yep. I would have landed on better ground, yes, but that no. Generally speaking.
And we'll see you in the verse.
There's
Thank
some
you.
cool stuff in there. There's some cool stuff
There
in
was,
there,
yes.
but
Thank you so much, Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll
Yay.
be back around 2:45. So get yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, give yourself some snacks, stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come back. Because from this
How
point
long
forward,
is that?
you're not going to
Like an
want to
hour
be
or so?
anywhere else.
Right,
We'll
but
see you at 2:45.
We'll
everybody.
come
Take
back
care.
about 30 minutes early, so about 40 minutes from now, we'll come back and get back on and kind of recap what they went over this morning, and go from there.
All right.
Good stuff so far.
Well, at least
Looking forward-
I've seen good
looking
and
forward to
bad and
talking
ugly,
about-
so we'll see.
they
will
have to close. They have to close with something big.
Yeah.
Oh, they will. I'm
Pretty
feeling
sure
it.
it's have to do with like pyro jump gates, right? Like it's working.
just
Yeah, so the last three things they have is the Living on the Edge, Destination Adventure, and the closing ceremony.
Also, persistent hangers or like personal hangers too.
Well, they haven't talked about that at all, so.
I had to be honest. Anything they do would be better than the ship talk yesterday. For me, that continues to be the low point.
Well, everybody take a breather, and we'll be back in 40-ish minutes.
Right.
Yep. See you in a bit.
All right, welcome, welcome. I am Muddog with the Texas Space Navy, and I am back to the live stream. So we've got about a little more than 30 minutes before they come back on. C4, I see you're here with me already. What'd you think of the first half of the day?
Yeah, that was something else. I have to say, just from one, starting at the top, the Star Engine. I mean, not the Star Engine. I'm sorry, wrong one. The character advancement.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking about is the big changes we're going to have to accommodate from. We're accustomed to wearing our helmets everywhere we go.
Agreed.
You know, now it's going to be we have to store them, choose our proper outerwear, take the appropriate armor with us on the ship when we can store it on the ship the right way. You know, depending on where we're going and what the event's going to be. You know, it's going to be a unique.
Yeah. So what do you think is going to happen if you're on a planet in Pyro and you're wearing maybe some gear that most people in Crusader would wear? How do you think NPCs are going to react? Do you think it's going to have the fidelity, with Wrath was here to hit the drink, are they going to react to you like you're hoity-toity? You know, what do you think they're going to go into that depth?
Good question. I know they're gonna react to your hygiene. So I don't know about your gear, your clothing. That could trigger some of the NPCs.
I don't see why it wouldn't.
I think it should, right? I mean, you know, if you're walking around one of those plants on Pyro and you're all dressed to the nines, I think they're gonna like be who the hell do you think you are? You know, what are you doing here? Like what? Why are Mr. Hoity-Toity coming down from the high tower here? Especially being Pyro being a pirate or an outlaw-based system, you may get ganged up on and mugged in the streets.
I think it's going to be interesting in that a lot of it, I think, is going to be reputation driven. And it'll be interesting to see how what you wear could also play into that. I mean, having modifiers on pieces of gear that change the way people react to you, I think that's going to be a thing. If I'm walking around in a space station or if I'm walking around down in a surface landing zone and I'm out of the starport and I'm still wearing flight gear, I think people are going to look at me a little funny. Whereas if I'm at a space station, it would make sense that I would still be walking around in flight gear. Now, as far as your question, if I'm wearing Crusader security gear that I grabbed, are they necessarily going to be hostile to me? I think that's going to be more reputation.
Or even regular citizenry, like this Crusader citizenry dress kind of uppity compared to, you know, say Hurston or someplace in Pyro.
All right, so here's some interesting information for you to share. The booth operators at CitizenCon received the following email. Breaking news, hold on to your flight helmets because we've just received intel about a massive announcement concerning Squadron 42, and it's coming at 6:30 p.m. ADI time, U.S. Central. Clear your schedules, rally the troops, prepare for an unveiling that's sure to send shockwaves through the verse. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. We encourage every member to hop on to Mumble for a collective experience. If you can't make it, don't fret. Be sure to check Discord for all the groundbreaking details. The stars await, so does Epic News. Let's witness this momentous occasion together. Cheers, JC. And
sounds like the closing ceremonies. They want them to. They want them to be there for closing ceremonies.
And then there was another little tidbit of information in one of the, I guess, forum chats. They were talking about the discussion on the server meshing, and it said, is the meshing really possible in 12 months? The answer is yes, it is. And in the demo, that was more than static mesh. There was a part of dynamic meshing in it as well. So the plan is, at the moment, and it can change, but the plan is to use this to travel to Pyro and a different system.
Yeah, I already figured that was coming.
Do you think static server? Okay, and then Yes, what we saw today is more than static meshing. There's already some dynamic stuff in it, but the current objective is to static mesh, and the plan is first to put one server to handle the Stanton and another server to handle Pyro, so that the jump point would allow to switch servers seamlessly. Ultimately, though, they want an in-system static server mesh. Obviously, the problem is we are facing right now and working on is the mission system is not being able to keep up with the transition between servers. For example, a box mission that would follow you through Stanton to a Pyro jump point, they're having problems with that.
Interesting.
So that it sounds less technology and more activity related stuff that is impacting this. But in any case, the simple fact that some of the stuff that we saw was actually dynamic shading or dynamic server meshing is intriguing. And the general consensus is that I'm seeing in all of my little feeds is that the Squadron 42 release date is most likely something that they may vary.
Well, I think the dynamic part that we saw was whenever they would shoot one of the Picos into one of the other rooms, which was, I guess, technically another server or instance or whatever, and it would dynamically switch over, right? So I think that's part of what the dynamic system was for that demonstration. I mean, it does. I think it's much closer than we give it credit for, all of it. I think they've been holding it close to their pocket. They didn't want to get ahead of themselves in case there was some last minute blockers, which there always is, right? And we're going to see a lot of this stuff sooner rather than later.
And Richard Tyler at CIG released this little tidbit of information. This is perks about different kinds of armor rarities. Said, I'm not saying no to jump jets. In regards to armor, if you look at bounty hunter armor, legendary armor would have a better scanner radar, better mitigation, lighter for stamina, and more durability.
Wow.
We want to push a better dynamic for heavy versus light that would include EVA capability, pilot capability. In terms of mitigation, we want to push energy versus ballistic more. The armor should be better for ballistics. And then, as a caveat, night vision is on the list.
Very interesting.
I don't like the idea of stat-based armor in the type of game they're trying to build.
Yeah, I mean, but it's already kind of there, right? So like heavy armor is 40% more.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what Doomer was just talking about.
Well, he was saying legendary armor. I mean, there's nothing to say that ADP heavy armor wouldn't be considered legendary armor. You know what I mean? Like, and its stat is 40% reduction, and maybe what you're adding onto it is a night vision or maybe an extra storage, or maybe it's better towards.
That I'm fine with.
Or maybe it's better towards ballistics, and it doesn't have quite as much resistance towards energy or something,
Yeah, the pros and cons. The way that I read this is that the pros and cons between different levels or different types of armor, and the quality of that armor, right? Because legendary armor would be a higher quality armor,
and it'd be. I think what makes it legendary is how hard it would be to find in the verse, not a level cap. Like not a leveled up. I think it'd be like 1 in a million, as opposed to your entry level armor or whatever, which is available almost at every spaceport.
Yeah. They just got to be real careful
on
how they implement it. Like I don't want it to run into a situation where I have to run this chess piece because like the increased scanner range thing, that's problematic to me. Like, okay, this has more pockets. Okay, that's fine. Or maybe there's modification slots so you can plug and play that stuff. But I feel like it'll really restrict a lot of people's creativity if they're like, well, yeah, I'm wearing this piece of gear and I don't necessarily like the way it looks, but it's the stats on it and that's why I'm wearing it. And for me, that kind of
So what you're saying is you would prefer if they could make it to where you could upgrade your own gear to maybe mimic that, or everybody should have the same capability when it's said and done.
Well, let's talk about it from a operations standpoint, right? Okay, we're Texas Space Navy, we run operations, and we have a standard uniform that we wear. Why do we wear it? Okay, to get everybody on the same page, to make sure everyone's easily identifiable, right? And that's why we wear it. But if we start running into a situation where you have all these different stat modifiers on armor, unless we can find a way to replicate that across multiple suits of armor, we're going to be limited in what we can do to kind of stay in uniform.
All right, so, let me add something, because more information, as you're sitting here talking, more information is rolling out. One of the things you mentioned is that they have a deployable shield that you can deploy.
Knew about that.
He says nothing is gated for Squadron 42 in terms of features. He says exactly all stats will be improved with rarity improvements. And then the last thing he says is that they specifically want EMPs to shut down your visor and scopes.
Interesting.
I mean, and that makes sense because those are all images, displayed, via some sort of projector internal to the helmet. And yeah, if you run into any sort of electrical interference, you're going to have degraded or
that's straight out of Call of Duty right there.
But that's an EMP grenade. That right there is an EMP grenade. So there's your different types of grenade configurations, right? So you'll have frag grenades, fire, grenades, EMP grenades. I'm sure.
Well, you'd also
expect some other stuff.
You'd expect an EMP grenade to take out a turret or something as well. If somebody's got a some sort of automatic turret or whatever set up in a corridor or in their ship or whatever.
Yeah.
Still, I think my concern at this point still stands.
I understand that. So the only thing that you could do to get around to keep that, but get around it, would be enabling us to paint our own armor. So then you could kind of have hodgepodge looking, somebody's got an outlaw armor, somebody's got ADP, somebody's got, Defiance, but they're all painted blue or whatever, the same colors.
I suppose that would be a compromise, but again, my concern is how are they going to, obviously some form of stats are going to come on armor beyond how much damage they mitigate. I mean, it's a foregone conclusion. They're going to do that.
It's going to be interesting how they implement it. Yeah.
Yes, and I have concerns about it from multiple standpoints, but from what us being Texas Space Navy. That's probably the biggest concern for me right now is how do we maintain uniformity? How do we maintain usability, while dealing with a stat-based system? Because obviously we want our people to have the best equipment they could possibly have in the roles that they choose to engage in. And yeah, that's my concern with that right now. But I feel like we're still so far away from that even being a thing that, outside of this discussion, it's really
Here's
not
a question for you, Rage. Since you're kind of head of the security here at TSN, how are you going to train your stealth troops to get the easy takedowns?
That's going to be interesting. How are we going to train them to get the easy takedowns? I mean, once the mechanic gets in game, we're gonna have to fail a lot.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to go in and probably we're basically nothing, and we're just gonna have to train a lot and fail a lot.
Just say, hey, Mikey, it's your turn. Get up there. We got you covered.
We need somebody to be a pincushion today. Yeah.
I mean, I have a feeling that they're going to find a way to where you're not able to game the system like that. Like, whether it be party members or something like, and this goes back to a lot of things.
Well, I mean, if you can grind it out, I mean, why not? I mean, if they're gonna have the mechanic at all, and they let you grind it out, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, that's on them because they didn't think that through.
And that's a mechanics thing. They're just going to have to come up with a system. But yeah, and if they just say, if you just do this X amount of times and it's going to level up, obviously, this harkens back to the
which I don't like, by the way,
conga lines. Remember the conga lines to get the helmets? I mean, that's really what it'll come down to. If I have to to make sure everybody has the ability to sneak up and do silent takedowns. If it's just, continue doing silent takedowns, we might have some nights where, all right, you're
All right.
here's
Knife
our
only.
medical guy, here's our dummy.
Here's some more stuff from Rich. It said stealth gameplay is definitely a pillar, and we have a lot of counter radar and emission gameplay, which is totally missing right now. And his last statement was, all I will say about that is that I don't like pay to win.
Okay. How are we supposed to take that? Like, does that mean they're implementing pay to win and he doesn't like it, or does that mean they're intentionally avoiding it?
I think they're going to intentionally avoid a situation where you're paying to have an advantage over somebody.
Whether it's through store-bought gear,
yeah,
RMT or in-game money, like they don't. I think they don't. The way I get that is they don't want it to be gear-based.
Yeah, and that's basically.
Well, I hope that's not the case.
So I like the idea that he wants to see that balance, and the stealth gameplay, knowing that that's going to be more of a pillar, and that they're going to have like counter radar and emission type gameplay is going to be fun. There's a lot of neat things that you can do within that type of environment. What else? He says, I massively pushed for diversity on all equipment across FPS and ships. Yogi called it out on stage, and we'll be bringing that to Star Citizen. We need progression in the game and some direction to help you get on that ladder. Also, keep watching.
But again, I hope they are very careful, because what Rage is saying, how they handle progression, quotes. I mean,
I will say this, that with the progression system they have with Reputation right now, I think for where the game is at right now, it's actually very good. And I think as long as they can take that approach and apply it to other areas, I have a feeling we're going to be okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's the type of progression type thing that they're looking at. And they just want to take that type of progression and push it out to as much of the other gameplay mechanics that either one they have in the loop that they're building, right? Like the stealth gameplay, etc. But also to have that progression mixed in with the more of the missions that you do with the ships, etc.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say it, but I think what you're going to see is do task X amount of times and your skill's going to increase. And as long as they avoid things like wearing this piece of gear gives you a higher chance, or using this particular weapon gives you a higher % chance.
It becomes more Skyrim-ish that way too.
I think what it is that, like, for instance, let's say I'm going to just go with box missions because I was kind of intrigued that they said that they're having problems with box missions across Stanton and Pyro. Let's say box missions. You start off in Stanton, you do a couple of box missions, you earn the reputation to be able to successfully do box missions, and then they send you on quote unquote a low risk box mission, and you successfully complete that, and then they give you a medium risk box mission, and you complete that in Stanton, right? And then they send you on a high risk, and you complete that. And once you complete the high risk mission, then it unlocks, oh, hey, since you're good at high risk missions, how about this one in Pyro?
Well, I don't think that's going to be as big of a problem as I think they're going to be able to solve that one pretty quick.
But that's the progression. That's the type of progression that I expect to see.
Yeah.
That's the type of progression that's in the game right now.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the reputations. Yeah.
That's what I feel they should be focused on applying to as much of this as possible, is that you don't progress unless you show that you have the ability to progress.
And we'll probably do some podcasts and kind of break these down on a more individual basis, like dedicate an entire podcast to them. I want to kind of get into the whole master modes thing while we have a few minutes before Jared comes back on. What are you guys' thoughts on the master modes and what they talked about in that panel?
As a cargo hauler and a person who does a lot of the infrastructure stuff, I don't see too much of it that I don't like. It's just understanding a clear delineation as to when I need to, what are the triggers that I need to look for to switch between the modes? When should I be using one versus the other? Do I need to be in SCM mode when I'm coming into a space station or coming down on planet to land? Do I need to be in SCM mode when in my flight envelope is considered my weakest area? Because when I'm in quantum, there's, I can get interdicted, but it's not as often.
Yeah.
Right? But if I come out of quantum and I'm trying to get to the station and there's a lot of fighting going on, I would probably want to switch to SCM mode and then work my way to the station versus coming in the other mode where I don't have any shields, etc. So it's just understanding from my type of flight perspective where my need is for a specific mode. Now, on the other flip side of the coin, most of you guys do combat. You guys can comment as to what you feel about the swap, because I noticed that he was in a combat situation and he swapped modes to be able to go faster to catch up to somebody and then swap back.
Yeah.
Well, combat is just combat. It just depends on the game you're playing. You just have to learn the style of the particular game. I'm not the biggest combat pilot as much as I am, the dropship pilot or like the explorer. I'm just looking forward to trying out the added control of the ship and see where it goes from there.
I'm personally not a fan of the master modes. I really think that it should be your SCM plus a little bit of afterburner speed with the fuel that you can regenerate over time. And then if you need to retreat, you should just quantum away, but it takes some time for the quantum to spool up, right? And quantuming in random direction, that's fine. But you need to deal with the threat that's behind you while you're trying to line up your quantum. That's how I feel about it. I don't think they need to have that intermediate speed, the navigation speed or whatever that boosted up. I think it'd be better to keep it at SCM. It accomplishes what they really want as far as fighting in close. And it also allows those who need to retreat an opportunity to go into quantum mode and just jump out. Now, with that said,
I think you're overthinking it.
Yeah, with that said, I think you should be able to be tracked. I think there should be a quantum signature or a quantum trail that somebody in a particular ship is able to track.
I guess that, while we're coming back to the stream before it goes to a panel, I guess that, my opinion, I've laid it out multiple times across, SC Leaks and other Discord servers that I frequent, and I think Master Modes is unfairly balanced towards combat players right now. I think the idea is good, but it's going to need balance and tweaks.
As long as I can rabbit, man, that's all I care about. I'm a cargo pilot. I want to be able to get in and out, and I want to be able to rabbit.
Yeah, the one thing I've continued to see, and no one's really been able to change my mind on this, is that unless you immediately make the decision to run, you are probably going to die.
Yeah, I hate that.
If you choose to fight, if you choose to fight, at least you've committed. But if you choose to disengage once you have committed to fight, it's going to be very difficult for you to get away and survive with the way it's designed. It's going to take time for them to iterate on it. I think it's good that it's available to players in Arena Commander right now, and they did not make the mistake that they made with hover mode and just push it to live and let people figure it out.
And then go back on it, because let's face it, things do change after people raise a lot of hell.
And not that I want to get in a hover mode discussion, I actually really liked hover mode, and I was sad to see it go because I thought it brought a lot of a skill requirement to flying, but I understand why they had to take it out, and I'm glad they're not making the same mistake with master modes, because I think it needs a lot of work. It's tailored mostly to combat pilots at this point, and it's tailored mostly to combat pilots that want to commit and stay every time, people that aren't going to run. And I think it's more suited to Arena Commander right now than it is the Persistent Universe, which is nice that it's only staying in Arena Commander for now, and they haven't pushed it to the PU yet.
Yeah, I think it needs more testing, and that's the only thing that they're waiting on. And I'm not sure they have a, like you said, I don't think enough people are testing it for them to have the wide enough voices on pros and cons of it.
I think it was really telling that in Yogi's in Yogi's discussion, he was basically reintroducing master modes to everyone. I don't think they have had the buy-in to the Arena Commander modes that they've wanted, and they've even put in all these updates, and I still don't think they're seeing the numbers they'd like to see in Arena Commander, and they're not ready to abandon it as a game mode. So they're having to reintroduce it again and try to get some buy-in from the convention for us to go over and try it. I think it is inevitable master modes are going to come to the PU when it happens. I don't know, but
it's going to be a shitstorm again.
Absolutely, 100%. It's going to be. I think it's going to be worse than hover mode was.
Hover mode came in on the back end of the original master modes, and I don't know why they want to beat a dead horse, right? So it failed the first time. I guess they figure they made it better this time, but I agree with you on what it's going to encourage.
I think it's important to draw a distinction that hover mode and master mode's not the same thing at all. Right? Hover mode was fundamental control of the ship, whereas master modes, they're trying to solve the problem of jousting. That's what it is. That's why they're doing it. They're trying to solve the problem of jousting, and I think it's kind of telling that they're putting jousting as an AI mode for their AI that we're still going to see it, and master modes feels like a Band-Aid.
Firefighters in
space. Don't you think that master modes is still going to encourage a certain level of jousting? I mean, you're going to go into that mode to catch up to somebody, and they're going to hit the brakes. You're going to fly right by as you're switching modes and trying to get guns on them. There's still going to be a massive amount of jousting. Honestly, that's probably what it's going to mostly end up being, is jousting, because your better pilots are going to be going in and out of that mode frequently to get an angle on their enemies.
The master jousting mode.
Yeah, I think it's just a disaster. It's going to be a disaster. It's not going to end. They're going to have to figure something else out.
I'm trying to keep an open mind about it. I mean, it's clear from anyone that's talked to me about it before. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't like the initial implementation. I'm really trying to keep an open mind about it. There's lots of other things for me to maul about with regard to this game, and I really don't want the flight model to be one of them. So I'm trying to keep an open mind, but
we should probably we should probably start a forum post, on the community chat somewhere and talk about it more in depth and voice our opinion, and see who else also joins in on that, because I think there's going to be once people find that post, there's going to be a lot of opinions on it, and I think we'll have a lot more people agreeing with us than not, especially anybody that's played the game for very long.
Right, and we'll also have to see the implementation.
I will tell you this, the conversations I've had with people on Pipeline, my opinion is not in the minority, but it's also not in the majority. So, obviously, I think the easiest way to say this is opinions are very mixed on master modes right now.
There we go. Hi, everybody. I'm at the Pyro Playground.
BKBs.
I said, hey, at some point during the two-day event, I want to get out from behind backstage and come see what the thing's all about. So I'm here in Pyro. Why don't you come around here and see? I am, of course, an expert Star Citizen player. Come on over here. You see what I'm doing? I am attempting to open a door right now.
In action, because
how do I open the door, Daniel?
I've got dual sticks just like that. I don't have the.
Also, you're not Daniel.
I got the Omni for the Verpals. I didn't like it.
Put the mic.
Oh, this is checkmate.
But the Verpals are a little different.
It seems to me like it would feel weird unless I was actually going to be like
This is where your
twisting
heads
for
are.
the throttle.
So, yeah, you can't go back in.
Well, I mean, twisting you could use for strafe down or strafe up.
You want to follow the exit
So if you
signs?
push
Well, yeah, that's what I do now with
those are your
with my
elevators.
left strictly, which is just
These ones going to
straight
kill
up
you.
and down.
No, these should not be the death elevators.
Not even in Pyro?
No guarantees on that.
I'm trying to decide.
I want you to go on record. Look at that camera and
what
say the
Jared
elevators in
is
Pyro
talking
won't kill you.
about Is worth.
I'm gonna say no guarantees that
Not
the
talking
elevators on
over.
Pyro won't kill you.
All right, so we take the elevator, and where do we go next?
You're gonna go to the entrance.
All right.
I don't think this is.
I mean,
I don't think this is
about
important.
Pyro Playground. So,
Yeah, it's
if
not
we want to
important.
talk about peripherals, the thing that I keep waffling back and forth on is Tobii Eye Tracker over Track IR. It's something I definitely would like to try. I'm told.
I
that
will tell you right. I have both, and Toby is so much better.
So I've been
love my
told
Tobii.
that with regard to wearing glasses, the Tobii has an issue.
All this environmental storytelling.
I think that's going to be down to lighting and calibration.
I think you're probably right. Yeah,
I've had the
because
Tobii
if you
in
got
my
glare
cart multiple
bouncing,
times.
then it's gonna if you got glare bouncing off the glass, then I can see where the Tobii might see that as a pupil or the reverse of it.
I've had the Tobii in my cart several times, and I've yet to pull the trigger on it because I like the Track IR and I know it works, but I don't always want to wear a headset.
There's two parts to the Tobii Eye Tracker. There's the eye tracker and there's a head tracker. So you don't have to have the eye tracker on. You could just use it as a head tracker. And let me tell you, it works great. Track IR is a pain in the ass. That's to me. Toby works very good.
Heading to the next panel here, living on the edge.
Here we go.
Just to glom on that, yes, the head tracker works great, and you don't have to use the eyes at all.
Fantastic.
Hi everyone. My name is Khan Chukut. I'm the lead level designer for the
It's easy
PU.
for him to say.
I will give you an introduction to our locations when it comes to the design, a high-level overview of the design of our locations. I'm going to describe you the processes of our workflow and the goals that we aim to achieve. So, to break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with a pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals. And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this, like the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay that you would see in the final product. Basically, the way it's meant to be played. And we test this out with a lot of iteration.
Voice. I'm so nervous.
Yeah,
I'm
a lot of
so
testing.
tired.
And it's basically the white box is not in a stage where it's
sorry for some
presentable.
of them. I mean, well, for
but
most
that
of them,
comes
actually,
now.
there's some of them
So
that you
on the
can tell.
right,
They're
you
like,
see the full
hey,
chord
I'm
that
in my
Adam's
element,
going to be showing you later. Yeah, this is the final product, VFX, lighting, and everybody had their pass on this. And level design or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that the systems that get created are being retroactively implemented. All right, so one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation that runs through all game environments. So it's important to communicate context. And here in this drawover, you see
How are those features made?
Narratively, we see sort of a dangerous environment, the spiky shapes here.
Geology or
sort of threatening. We see
geologically.
defensive structures. We can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration,
them
some
things
loot
growing
to
out
be
of the ground.
found.
I think you're
And
just going to
then
have to
what's also important
say
is
rule of
communicating
cool
goals. So
quite a
goals
bit
can
when you
be
look
the
at a lot of
pathways that you
stuff they
take,
built. And to
the
be honest, I'm
gateways
fine
that
with
bring
that.
you from one step to another, and so on.
I just want it to be destructible when your ship hits it, as you're crashing to the planet.
Since we're a sandbox
the only question I have
accommodating
about that
play
is,
styles
okay,
is
well,
pretty
these,
important. So
these are not
play styles
procedurally
meaning
generated
going
for
guns
each
and blazing,
individual
shooting at
player.
everything
This
and
is a
everybody,
open world where other people can
more of a
experience it, and if you
stealthy
do destroy it,
infiltration-y
and
pathway
if it
if
is
you wanted to,
mission-critical, what
but also all the
happens?
social
Like, does it
aspects that you
just
know from
reset? Do the NPCs build it back?
And
Does
to
it
do
change
this,
for-
we
Or does it? It's probably not going to be.
So one of the core design philosophies
just be
is
honest,
granting
you
the
know?
player the
There's
freedom
no way
of
they're going to
choice
rebuild
to do
this.
what
There's
they
going
want
to be
do at any
things
point
that are
throughout
destructible
their
and things that aren't.
experience. And we do this by
the things that they want
establishing,
impacted
or
by
defining
us and the
multiple
things they
pathways
don't, right?
Or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward.
There's
in
just
a
too
social
much
setting,
to.
you have the goal
There's
right
too
in front
much
of
to it
you,
to try to
and
give complete free will.
it's a single goal, such
You're
as
gonna
here in
have,
the Habs.
hero
In a combat
style
setting, this is very
locations
exposed,
that
so
have
it's dangerous to
specifically
traverse this
destructible
route.
paths.
Where it gets more complex.
Can you imagine the
is when
dev
have
that worked on
such as
something for
this outpost here, when you
6
have multiple
years or
goals,
something like that,
that can
and
be
somebody comes in and like
equally important to the player at
in
any
like
given point.
less than 20 minutes and
This is where we need
destroys
to
everything that they worked
have
on.
a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location. And leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go
about
to
roads
a new
today.
city and you look around the corner.
We haven't
and
heard
you see an
anything
alleyway
about
that
roads in a
sort of
while.
looks nice, and
I don't think you're going to see a lot of roads outside
evokes
of
your
the big
curiosity,
hero
and you want to
LZs.
investigate. In
Right,
a combat
yeah, not right
setting,
now.
these are covered approaches or opportunities for you
I mean,
to
they just
flank the
got
enemy to
rivers
get to your
in.
goal, which could be this
And,
building.
you
in
know,
that sketch.
only so-so.
Yeah. Versus more open spaces, when you have in a combat setting, in open spaces, you
everybody
tend to
has a
be a bit more
spaceship, why do you
stationary because
necessarily
you
need to build
want to
roads?
feel more secure.
Right.
That is true.
Unless you're in a vehicle. The third path is tertiary pathing. So these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the rundown
And they've
stations
already
that
said
Anna will
that you're
be
going to be really
presenting
limited in,
later on.
like, cutting holes.
And these are
in
mostly
things.
discoverable to the attentive
Because, I
ue.
mean,
You can
what is
explore
the
these,
most direct
find
path to
loot or
anything
different
is
routes
to just
traverse
take
through
everything
the
out in
station.
front of you and walk straight, right?
Yep.
Environment interactivity. You might
Will
have
they
seen this
allow
in
us to
previous
do that, though?
presentation.
They've
It's
already
very
said with
important
regard
to
to
ground the
ships, that
player to their
answer is
environment,
no. There will
offering
only be set
them ways of
locations you will be
interaction,
able to cut through
being
ships,
able to
and it's
change the state of
basically gonna be
rooms, to
outdoors.
toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock your
Blast
pathway. Where it gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that we are planning to implement this as well in locations. And this will allow the player to engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also, this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. And security systems in turn will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals or other areas. Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with Pyro. So reputation, what does it mean? It means that it's basically your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context. So we talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location, which then will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons, and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place.
So I think,
and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have with the factions or the owners of these locations. And
even better,
we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs in the second
maybe
portion.
if your reputation was
we're also
so
looking
high
into
with that,
but
even if you had a
that's it
negative
for me.
reputation
I will pass it over to Eddie now.
Gear, they still know it's
Hope you've
you,
enjoyed this.
and it doesn't
Take
bring
care.
it down
Bye.
low enough for them to get offended by you.
Right. At least you have some status.
Hi, everybody.
Regardless, because you're wearing that.
So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox wanted.
Had to add that disclaimer, didn't he?
New outpost locations.
Yes,
I'm going to
it's in
start
the
by going
builds,
over how we've
but
expanded the
you're not
library
gonna
and
see
what
it
that
for a
means
while.
we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this,
we can
but
play
at
with it,
CitizenCon
but
in
you can't.
2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first
The
time.
story of this
now,
CitizenCon.
at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But
assuming this will
each
be
outpost
player
couldn't be too
constructible
large without there
also
being some
at some
obvious
point.
repetition between the modules used. So let's have a
This
look at
all
that
looks
library
like
today.
prefab stuff.
There we go.
That's
So,
cool.
Yeah,
it's
that would be
cool
great.
to see more.
I mean, it's been 2
In order
years.
to achieve that
right?
greater visual and design
I'm surprised it's not
delta
more than
between
this.
each outpost and have them not feel like exactly
I really
copies
like
of
those
one another,
pit
we've
kind of
massively
like
expanded our modular
ship
library
landing zones.
in terms of breadth and depth.
They look really cool.
And what I mean that we go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well. And I'll go into what that means a little
Question,
bit
is
in a
that
minute.
crane
But the challenge of a
usable, or
sandbox
is it only
location like
set
this,
dressing?
as you can see, it's not about building a single unique
It
location.
is static, right?
That can
Like
be quite
you can
straightforward,
see
to
them
be
now
fair.
in the game in
It's
like
about giving our
Bar or
artists and
Breakyard
designers
on
the building
Daymar.
blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that. But that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community.
I mean, that looks
now,
like
as a player, it will mean a lot more
Looks
to
like
explore than to any
could be on Tatooine.
with
I mean, that's
localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving
Small
around a
episode.
single settlement to complete objectives,
Most
or
likely.
doing short hop
Whatever it was.
missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind
That's not
turbines. You could
that's
counter an
not a
outlaw
negative,
attack
like,
from a
I like
neighboring
the way
outpost.
that looks.
God,
That's
no.
On the
cool.
opposite side, you might be stealing or
I wanna
destroying
go there.
vehicles for the criminal gangs
Absolutely.
that you're
Like,
working for.
tell me which planet that's on
In the
so I
art
can go land
department,
there
we
and
always
explore
say
there
show,
and
don't tell.
set it up as a
So
base
let's
of
stop looking at
operations.
slides.
I need to go
Let's
have a
look at some of
drink
the
at the
locations
bar.
Exactly.
in the center.
Absolutely. Let's go to the cantina.
snipe a mark from the top of the tower.
Okay, so this is new, yeah? This isn't
Yeah.
the one from 2 years ago. This
No.
is new. That looks really cool. That looks like the breaker yard.
That's a smaller settlement.
That one looks too manufactured. That one looks good.
That's a farm.
Let's put some farming gameplay in.
Right?
Yeah, we talked about fishing yesterday.
I love seeing all this. It's the same question every time. When?
Yeah.
I love seeing
Right.
it, but when?
Yeah. Like, remember?
Let me see it for myself.
2021.
There's the best little ship in the galaxy, according to CIG.
Right?
Thank you.
I feel like we're
So,
not learning a lot here.
What flavors of
No.
outpost did we just see there? Well, we categorize them in two different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module.
That's basically.
And I
New
mentioned
Austin
earlier some
right
more
there, all three of them
general
combined.
mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype.
I hope like
And
we
the
can
archetypes
store our
themselves
ship here
reflect
and
that
like
primary
log out
gameplay function
in a
of
building or
settlement,
something.
But there's also a middle layer. Of course, we
I
don't
would
want these
assume
locations
that-
to just be a
I don't know if
glorified
we should
shop
be able to
or
put
repair
hangars there. It'd
station.
be nice.
So there's be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay. And farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So with archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location, not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental
like
architecture of a
outlaw
space
being a
or the
theme.
archetype of a location,
Just
but
because
they do
you're
drastically
an
alter the
outlaw
mood
doesn't
and
Yeah,
feel,
mean
it shouldn't
as well as
matter,
the
yeah.
experience significantly.
Yeah, that does bug me
And
as
again,
well.
let's take a look at the first
Like-
of our themes.
Like, you
our
can be
theme.
independent and not an outlaw. You can be an outlaw, but not necessarily independent.
And just because you're an outlaw doesn't mean you're in a rundown, trashed out environment. I mean, what if your gang has really strict rules on keeping things organized and clean? You know what I mean? Like, one doesn't necessarily mean the other.
I mean, we're not gonna like everything that we see, so.
No. But we can still
And-
criticize it.
Yeah, and it's not done. You know, the game is not releasing tomorrow. Knock on wood.
They need to let us wear our body armor without wearing an undersuit. You know, like with normal clothes zone.
Where it overclosed, you mean?
Yeah.
They've talked about the limitations they're currently facing
you.
with all that. It has to do with deformation. You know, like basically the
as a
undersuit
neutral
gives
player,
them
the
like a
independent
slick
theme presents a
exterior
much
to
more
attach
Yeah,
to.
social,
I
visual,
can
and
understand
gameplay
that, yeah.
experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal.
You know, so maybe
But for
the
this theme
Pioneer
specifically,
can
we
produce
use soft
them?
textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that,
Some of the
we have a
problem is
theme
they
that
don't
lies
use
in
common
direct
sense.
opposition to the
Like, for
independence, which we call
instance,
the Outlaw
the
theme.
Q
So
designs
let's
of
take a look at that now as
Microtech
well.
should flow up to the space station, and they don't.
Well, the argument or the response to that argument is typically, you know, Microtech didn't build the space stations, the UEE did. So you're looking at like a UEE template for space stations or a R&R Corporation template for space stations, whereas, you know, the Microtech Corporation had the design cues for the way their planetary settlements looked.
Yeah, but in some of the videos I'm seeing in the background, I'm seeing roads. That's something else I kind of picked up on.
I've seen worn paths. I don't think I've seen any actual roads. Maybe I'm not looking.
Well, but that's a road, right?
Maybe. When I think road, I'm thinking like paved lanes. If you think back to the Ahsoka series and the roads coming out of Lothal, that original speeder bike chase with the E-Wings going on in the first episode, like that is very clearly a paved, improved road.
I think of roads as a defined path, even if it's unpaved. If it's just flat enough that I can drive on it, I'll take it.
Yeah, like a clearing in a forest, kind of.
So
yeah.
the Outlaw theme tells that story of these once functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted
Again, I think it's
civilization.
problematic to assume that criminals
we layer on
want
top of the
their
architecture these
dwelling
spikes
to
and
be
aggressive
a little
forms,
nice.
and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the Outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts, and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent-themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the Outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that. But where are we heading from here? Well, I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release. We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. We're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond, and our tools allow us to do that very quickly
to assume
now.
That in
And we've got the library as well
big corporations would not
and the new outposts
necessarily
are not
allow
limited
these
to the Pyro
settlements to be
system.
there.
They're completely system
What about
agnostic,
the
so you can
Wait.
expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well, to further expand the variety and depth you'll be able to see at these new locations. We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a smaller ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. And I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations that are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Oh, he's from Turbulent.
Here, cool.
So he's going to be talking about possibly some other systems, maybe.
All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys, and to the world. So let's go to the chase,
like Microtech
and
again.
Let me present you the new derelict settlement.
Also, like, why can't we get some good-looking settlement in Microtech?
Because it's a derelict settlement.
That's what I'm asking. Like, why can't there be like some good-looking small villages or whatnot?
Well, I mean, I suppose if the Microtech Corporation had reason to build them, that would be why they would look good. And the only ones that would stick around would be these derelict settlements, because I doubt they would give authorization for people to build their own settlements. They would want to be in control of it.
Yeah, I understand that. But
well, and the idea is they're built from the debris of ships that have crashed there, so
yeah,
for whatever reason. So you can see the hull of that big ship over on the left right there.
I know. I'm saying, like,
he wants a fancy town.
He wants an intact like, 890 as a hotel.
No, he wants an actual, like the city. He wants like a suburb. Exactly. You know.
Well, I think the way that you would start that is you would build some more on the edges of New Babbage itself. I mean, you have the train network there. Right now, the only place you can go on the outskirts is the starport.
And all I was saying is that it's okay to have a nice-looking settlement, but if it's called a derelict settlement,
no, I'm not. You know, I'm not talking about derelict settlement at all.
That's cool.
This is cool. Yeah.
That's Hurston.
You kind of expect to see somebody with a pirate ship come through there. That's a pretty good-sized settlement.
That's really cool. That's way more impressive than the ones they showed.
Hey, now I know why they were working on boats.
Like I said, they should have a pirate boat. Like that should be a.
Yeah, it was on the tracker. They were working on floatable craft.
Yeah.
This is really impressive. Like that's cool to see.
Yeah.
There's a lot of level of detail to it.
When.
And Turbulent did this pretty fast too.
The French Canadians are coming to save this game. I was not inspired by their website work, but when they actually started working on the game, they're making the game.
Well, and they're in charge of all the other systems, right? Like they're
working
studios.
on ships too.
Yeah, they're doing ships as well.
By the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that. So we split those settlements in 2 categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops.
Didn't they also
food,
worked on like the crashed javelin settlement?
And hostile
just
one.
don't let Elliot get a hold of that because then they'll all become
Let me show you
hostile.
what it looks like.
Picks up package, immediately gets shot.
That's cool.
I love all that. It's great. We can all roleplay Kevin Costner's The Postman of a spaceship.
All right, but can I pitch a tent right here?
I am all for them giving us more to do. Like, they've built a beautiful world just in Stanton, and I'm all for them giving us more to do in it.
Is there a headshot? Not that I've ever been in one.
Does it bother anybody else that, like, you go to places and you see all of these items that you could interact with, but you don't have the option to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I should be able to pick, like, it should be like Fallout or Skyrim
Exactly,
or
right.
Starfield. I should be able to pick it all up.
I understand if I jump behind the counter, if I grab it, I'm stealing it. But I should be able to do that.
And who's to say that's not coming?
Pretty
it's just
sure
like
they
the-
have to bake in some assets to keep the server stable.
That was like the early on assets in Area 18. All the food vendors, but they couldn't give you food. You couldn't get it.
Starving. Sorry, man.
How long have we had pizza kiosks and there's...
I know, and you can't pick up a piece of pizza.
Yeah, exactly.
How long have we had noodles and you can still not eat noodles in the game?
How long has there been turtles there and no turtle soup?
Give me a delivery mission where I bring you a turtle. Which is
nice
in
bounce.
the game. I feel like it's a massive tease
Whoa.
when they show, oh hey, how's it going? It's a massive tease when they show all these perfectly working
I like
grenades.
the end's awesome. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game.
Okay.
Or maybe
Thank you very much. I will
321X.
let now Adam to show you more good stuff.
All I would like to have is a ground location where I can spawn a ship and don't have to use the tram. If that makes sense.
Yeah, walk 10 feet, spawn a
Hi,
ship.
everyone. All right. So, welcome to Rust Up Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro Rest Stop Stations. So, what are Pyro Rest Stop Stations? Well, these are stations reinvented. These have new themes, archetypes, and gameplay to support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah? It was a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations, including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xeno Threat may control these. Our focus today will on the Rough and Ready owned Pyrotech Amalgamated Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station.
So this location is still neutral if you don't take a side, right?
I don't understand the alignment of the Rough and Ready faction at this point.
Same.
So mostly what I've seen today is just an art showcase.
Yeah. Yesterday had the better presentation.
It feels like most of the meat of CitizenCon was yesterday.
Yeah, they'll talk
waiting
about
for the mic
Squadron
drop
42. Yeah, that's going to be the mic drop. Squadron 42.
With Squadron 42, I think at best we're going to get a quarter. Like, oh, we are aiming for a Q3 2024 release.
Yeah, well, I know. I bet what they say is it will be released next year, for sure.
Yeah. If we get more specific than a quarter, I will buy somebody a cutter exploration.
So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers. It also relates to basic functions such as the hub clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower deck, and maintenance areas.
And then look at what they did.
These areas will offer unique content, more
Exactly right. Like
interactivity, and
they didn't have any reason to remove that completely, in my
Our
opinion.
journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
Did the stream start to buffer for you guys, or is it just me?
It's just you, brother. So I'm gonna call this Dark Levski.
Right.
Does it feel like sinister Levski?
Yep.
That's what I was feeling. I just didn't say anything.
Oh, this is the Rough
kinda
Riders
homesick.
faction.
Getting kind of homesick, but still, I need to look over my shoulder.
Right.
This place screams of like melee combat, like baseball bats, metal pipes, and whatnot.
Where's the blow darts when you need them? With the sleep poison.
Where is the crossbow? That's the bigger question.
Oh, don't get people started on it now.
Uh-oh. I have a feeling that you're going to see xenomorphs any minute now.
Meanwhile, we're on a bug hunt, sir.
All those different animals they showed yesterday in the sizzle reel, and they have not been in any other panel.
Nope.
I remember I saw the star whale. That's about it that I can remember. What else they did show?
So how does the reputation gate in the entry deck affect gameplay? What happens if we
I
have good
missed that.
reputation?
Shit.
So if you had good reputation, you could go straight through. This is no fuss, and it's the quickest way to maneuver through
It was
the station.
utterly amazing.
However, you've got to put the time and the effort in to get to this point. What happens if you neutral reputation? So you might be waved through, maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you're going to have to find an alternate pathing. Or you're going to have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out there, I know some of you exist, this applies to you. In short, you're going to have a tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you could probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules in the station are broken up into several traversal areas. As with the other location archetypes, we define these spaces as secondary or tertiary routes.
So this is a
as opposed to the
mission
more
area.
official
It's not
primary
actually
path.
a landing zone.
Most modules are interconnected with vents
Like
and
the entire
maintenance shafts.
station is a
These reward the
mission area.
players with infiltration and exploration paths, as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to enter this access the
There's
station?
going to be some people that are interested in this,
We'll
and a
offer
lot
the
of people that
opportunity to
aren't
access the station
interested
through
in
multiple
any of
EVA
it.
points on the exterior. It gives you the choice.
Well, if you're a
of
loot
how this
hunter, that's going to be a good place to go search and
These
get all up in
allow the player to
the
circumvent
top
the
sections.
ATC loot
It might be a
completely.
great place for
Useful for
you
when
know,
you're
small
replicating the
squads
areas that
to
normally prevent you from
practice
going the official way.
infiltration and
These server spaces that
and
provide
fighting in
content
space
aligned
stations.
or against
Yeah.
against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points
Fun
are
in
a
that
new
regard.
common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station.
Might be interesting just to go ahead and
They
send
act
a
as
damn
alternative
force in and say, hey,
pathways
we're
the
just
player
going
can take to
we're
traverse
going to go
the
wherever the
area to
hell
the
we want to
Galleria,
go.
for example. Now let's have a look at our main social
See how far
space,
that takes you.
the market.
Well, you could
A
do all
central
sorts of
location
things
for
with that,
controlling
right? So
faction. It houses
you could
all
have
the
the
various
force that's going to
activities. You can
attack
participate
straight
in their
on.
endeavors if
You
you
could
have the
also
right
try to
back.
send in
Let's have a look at some of
a
those key
force that
features.
sneaks in behind and try to flank those people that you're engaging. Or a force that goes in to deal with any possible reinforcements.
Then we need the mines again.
Now that is cool. Like that show.
I can see you setting up a shop right there, K9.
Exactly. Yeah, that was what's in my mind when you said that.
I see me going in and taking out the gravity generators.
Eat.
Who's going to eat that slug? Oh, it's a big old grub.
Munch.
I would like to keep that as a pet in my ship, if that's
Protein is
possible.
protein.
I am not going on board of any
The
K9
market is a
ships.
social hub. Social and
K9,
I mean,
if
that's
I'm
my-
dying, if I'm dying and bleeding out, and the only ship there is to take is yours, just
Ground
leave
floor
me.
is open
Leave me to
the
die.
public. The upper floor is reserved for rough and ready outlaws
He's
and
been
their
telling me he's
associates.
afraid of troubles.
If you have increased
trouble.
reputation, you can access the area.
I mean, my
You can
main
access this area,
criticism
which
about
gives you access to
Resistance, like
premium
environment,
items, top-tier mission
it's
givers,
not
and access
lively
to new
enough.
areas.
So
We
I'll
plan
get
to
any
house
kind of
mission
life
givers in both tiers
that they give
that will
me.
give you unique
I can
jobs
see
furthering
K9
your
raising one of those
reputation and fame
grubs to be
across Pyro.
like
Now let's
horse-sized.
have a look at another theme.
A moth or something. Yeah.
Abandoned.
He's gonna
is a
ride it
new
out of his ship.
non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
Does abandoned mean no gravity?
Abandoned mean that nobody's there.
Are we getting
Well, that's not
Star
true.
Wars?
I saw somebody just now.
So it does have gravity. Okay.
Yeah.
They're exploring. Yeah, this is exploring and looting.
This is
This is my dream, by the way. And I hope there is an actual like worth to going into these derelict missions for looting, like some exclusive items you can only find in these locations.
Probably be based off of, well, a lot of things. But
Thank you. So we have entire abandoned stations as separate locations. On top of that, there are abandoned areas within the rundown stations, much like the ones you probably see in the demo.
So we could take one over.
There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system.
Exactly, right?
These are accessible through airlocks,
I mean, who's going to stop
breaches,
us?
or other
Yeah.
means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay
It'd be
content.
cool if a
Loot
orc
runs,
could move
exploration,
into an abandoned
breaches,
place
missions of
and
various types with
try to
PvE and
fix it
PvP
up.
content, just to name
Right.
a few. We're also laying a focus on
I
environment
think
Be cool if
we
they
might
let
be
you.
able to like
potential retrofitting
build
of
over
occupied
certain
stations.
stuff, you know, like sand barriers
With
and
the
whatnot.
future addition of
But I
security
think we
systems
would
and the
be
resource network
need
system,
to like
we'll
24/7
have the
guard
means to
that
further
location.
improve the experience
yeah.
within these
Yeah.
spaces and offer new challenges.
Occupy
Once you
it.
do something like that, yeah.
With power,
I mean, they have
life support,
plans
and
for
gravity
that
playing a
already,
key
and
role to give the player
they've had
a
it
unique
since the
The Bangalore.
beginning.
especially in abandoned
Well,
stations.
no, for space stations too, certain stations.
What do pyro rest stop stations bring to the game?
This will be the test for that.
So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal. These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay. These feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you have enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo the past couple of days. That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
Oh, 42 minutes.
I really want to see some ship graveyards, like asteroid fields where it's just like
everybody.
floating shipwrecks all over the place.
We are almost to the end of CitizenCon 2953. Can you believe it?
Boo.
2 days? Pyro? Starcloth?
Today was underwhelming.
Star hair?
Not going to lie.
That crowd does not sound
Citizen?
enthusiastic.
Nope.
All right.
All right, we've still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're going to need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good. Is he even here? Fastcart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out.
They said that yesterday. They're forever on him.
You know, that joke is so old, we would never, ever pay him. All right, so the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B. In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports running their fight and flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man. You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at CitizenCon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors. Who are the competitors? What are you doing?
You want? Yeah. Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Competitors. Yeah, just get them up.
Yeah, come on up, guys.
Come on up. Well, I just want to give a
He
big
has
thank you to the
definitely been
competitors who made
hitting
this
the
tournament happen.
gummies.
We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15, Bognagus.
Yeah, Avenger 1's a tall dude.
Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take it out, players.
So who won?
Right?
Right?
I was just waiting.
And of course, if you were here watching this, you can check out the stream, the Hulk event, up on their Twitch channel, I presume. Yep. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down.
I guess they're gonna make you watch their Twitch event. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I got one more.
I mean,
housekeeping
way less
thing.
energy in the crowd today than yesterday.
There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend, and he rose up, and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Howbrick, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
Here's a guy who's been working his butt off.
Right.
And he's gone.
Keep walking. Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things I'm gonna let Todd Pappy tell you about.
So no Tony C presentation this year.
Come to stage, return to stage.
Yeah, no Tony
Which is
C.
weird.
Event proper. So this is a sign off for me. Thank you so much for being here at CitizenCon. And on behalf of Tyler and Leah, if I may, thank you for making this event possible. And you're gonna love what you're about to see, everybody.
We better. You've been hyping it so much.
I know, right?
Hype,
Only has to be better than the ship talk. The bar is very low.
Hello. Hello and welcome to Destination Adventure.
That's not Todd
My name
Pappy.
is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in gray box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional.
There's your
We
roads.
wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible.
And I think that is your
Each location
ground-based-
supports multiple
Right,
landing
like
pads
small
and
cities.
hangars,
There's
making
K9's
them
little villages.
accessible to as
Right.
many players as possible at any one time.
I mean,
There's
I'll get
even
what I
a
can, right?
road network
There's
to
roads.
support transit from the planet's surface, into the main
There you go,
building,
K9. You got
and to
everything
any
you wanted
birth
right there.
ships.
All in one
Hey,
location.
now we can do quarter-mile drag
Every
races.
distribution
Faction
center will
ownership.
be owned by a
Interesting.
faction. You know, depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities.
He made up that word.
So let's talk
Yeah,
about some factions
that's not a real
for
word.
a moment. So, an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area.
Kind of looks like the
And
theater
missions
of
here
war area.
may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid
Maybe that's what they're going to
opportunities.
announce. Theaters of War are finally available to you.
Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is
That would be
hacking and
anticlimactic, wouldn't it?
stealing, searching for and
Right.
destroying
I
a
mean,
specific
last time
item,
they talk about it, they were
tracking
going to
and
drop it in the
eliminating
next
any
patch.
VIPs, and everyone's
This
favorite,
feels a
eliminate
lot
all.
like what Theaters of War was trying to do.
Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence
Yay!
here, but it won't
Assembly,
be that as strong as a major
crafting.
faction. And missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay.
So I would
loops, though we
imagine
won't be
like
ruling
these
out
locations
hostile
would
missions like
like grant you like
espionage.
insurance claims, right? Like if your vehicle get destroyed, you need to come to
yes,
a location like this
friendly
to pick it up.
Doubt it.
Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But that's enough of me talking about it.
These are the big
How about we show you
UGFs.
where we're up to with these distribution centers?
So pretty much Hurston building on other locations.
I mean, again, that's really cool, but when?
Again, it's an art demo.
It did preface this was a future section.
Yeah, it's all in gray box
still. Yeah.
Although that looks well past. That looks way past gray box.
I have enjoyed all of these hour-long inside Star Citizens that they have presented live.
I am very curious to see what the new Ursa rover is going to be. Is it like a medical rover, or is it like a
Oh, yeah, that guy just drove perfectly without hitting anything. I'm sorry, that just doesn't happen.
To what you're saying, K9, if the new Ursa, which is apparently ready to go based on what John Cruz said yesterday, if it's not medical, I'll be very surprised.
Yeah. People, like the community has been wanting one for ages now.
Is the mule gonna get tractor beams?
I think it
Who
should
knows?
have one.
Maybe they'll do like the ROCDS version where like it's a two-seater mule and one is operating the tractor wheel.
I see you there, Microid Battle Armor guy. The Corsair is a beautiful ship.
Yep.
If you say so.
I think it looks great.
Thank you. So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these
that's
locations,
all cool to see.
please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level, and I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So they're located above ground, just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars, and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. A reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction.
Bartender UI in work.
So also expect to see corporate
Can I get a room for the night, please?
Branding, color schemes, and product
I still want to get in the concierge
and with the
club.
use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending.
I keep
on the
walking up
ownership.
to him.
And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces.
Assassination.
From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly
We
or
haven't
hostile.
seen anything about security system updates.
And
have we?
finally,
Yeah,
the
right?
distribution
Like,
centers were designed as an evolving location.
Nothing
We built this with future
in
expansion
that
in mind.
regard.
And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space. So, enough talk.
I mean,
just before I show
the lineup of like
progress so far, I
content
want
is
to
really
give a big
weird,
thank you to the
in my
Montreal team
opinion.
for their
This
work
is
on the
CitizenCon.
administration area. Thank you. And as John
Usually
mentioned,
you
we're
show
still
the
in gray
best
box
stuff
phase, so just
fast.
keep that in mind.
Well,
let's
you know,
take a look.
Not when you're, not.
They have switched full speed ahead into Squadron, and this is CitizenCon, and they have said we're not going to show you a lot of Squadron So if most everyone's working on Squadron and what we're seeing in Star Citizen is either implemented into Squadron or it's a small team working on it, you know, that's what we're gonna see. Squadron doesn't need the security system, you know.
True. It's also single player, so not much complex.
This looks
like
great,
the PU.
though.
Yeah, for Gray Box, it's it looks damn near done.
This looks really great, and I like everything they're talking about. And you know, at risk of me being a broken record, when?
At least some they confirmed we will get this year, so I'm happy about that. So we can have some hope.
That's not true.
So Hurston Dynamics provides security for Greybox for Greycat Industries.
It certainly looked like their armor, didn't it?
It's probably just
the aesthetic also
I'm sure it's a
looks
placeholder.
way- Yeah. I mean, it looks like the Hurston, what's it called? The business district. The aesthetic?
Absolutely. I was going to say the aesthetic is very much the brutalism of Hurston.
Yeah.
Good way to put it.
It looks great. I mean, like, I really like what I'm seeing. When... There you go, K9. You got your wish. Your little suburb on the side. Of course, the A2's got to push it up next.
Well, not exactly my wish, but yeah, I'll get it.
I mean, I think this is for you. I think this is a solid 75%.
Yeah, I'd give it that.
Thank
for
you very
sure.
much. And now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
Team did a great job with that video. Okay, so something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids.
Raids.
So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations.
So this is
As Carl
theater.
mentioned
This is
previously,
theaters of war.
You'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately,
What's the
you'll
reward?
need to work together in order to succeed.
These probably are
So
like
these
criminal,
raids
right?
will have you breaching the interior of the
They've
main
got to
structure,
have good and
highlighted
bad.
here.
They can't lock
Now,
out
each
one side
interior
from the
will
gameplay.
comprise
Yeah.
of rooms that reflect
Exactly.
the location's specialism.
But yeah, this
And
is...
this will give opportunities for like security players to come and defend the sites too.
Dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space.
Since they're just
These
calling
will
them
expand
distribution
upon and
centers,
increase the
these are going to be
difficulty of these
player-controlled
raids. Now, let's
assets
take a
that you
look at
can
one of these raid missions in
manufacture,
action, but
possibly,
please note that
and
this is
create
early
income
gameplay,
from.
Prototype of a raid.
So I feel like this is what came from the experiment of theaters of war.
Yeah, it has its DNA, right? Like the concept.
It really feels like it.
There's the innocent worker.
These are using old HUD, old optics, yeah?
Seems like it.
Or old current. Current is a better word. This
Current,
looks like all
yeah,
current stuff.
like the non-improved ones, yeah, the ones we have now.
Oh well, is that well? So that's the current pips, but is that the new optic on the current pips?
Couldn't tell.
Is that a
Need to see that.
player-controlled forklift thing?
Yep.
Yeah.
They're kind of they're walking it and pushing it. Okay, that's cool. So this is like payload. in
Yeah,
Team
and they're
Fortress.
having to fend it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a GTA heist mission in Star Citizen, pretty much.
There's our load offload thing our industrial guys are going to be using.
Also, is that the tractor beam on the Cutlass Black I see on the rear?
It does appear to
looks
be.
like
I mean, that's cool.
Right? But
if the
why
payout's
can't
good enough.
In the video, the team took a more aggressive approach to getting inside.
I thought
Better
we
be in
see
the
some
millions.
tractor beam
But
gameplay.
this isn't the only approach you can use. You know, multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you. Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody. With multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the tractor beam attachment can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available. Let's watch the video.
Yeah, there's your jumping puzzles.
Oh,
I mean, you don't need a lot. Like, you can do this with just two, right? Like, you just jump from one to the other.
like I'm not, when I say this is terrible, it's not like this is bad, you know, it's good, but like, oh, jumping puzzles.
Yeah, right. Come on.
I agree.
So, yes, thank you. Now, obviously, it was...
So much not going to do that unless I absolutely have to for a lot of money.
So, thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
I thought he was going to walk off with a bouquet of roses there for a second.
So the next one is...
Hello. This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be
For a moment, I
talking to you
thought this was
about
Steven
different
Seagal.
aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of Art and Design. My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an assistant environment art director.
Shush.
So obviously, cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now. So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with. As you do
This is how they can control the economy.
Build up your reputation and relationship with the guild.
It's not going to be 100% player based.
This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more.
Baby, I love American
So
Truck
what do I mean
Simulator
by
too.
hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types with different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight. Is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health, has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool?
The bigger ones are the
Or do you
32
need to get
SCU
to your
boxes, right?
destination quickly?
I don't know.
Otherwise, the contents may perish. For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container?
Those scream, shoot me.
Hazard containment? Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive
like in real life.
rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you. For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them.
Hopefully he's talking about in-game stuff, not in the IRL stuff.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
That's all in the
Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I knew you'd be excited for this.
Oh, yeah!
I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
We could actually have a hangar, you know.
So this is what I've been waiting for this whole CitizenCon.
Freight? You've been waiting for freight the whole CitizenCon?
No, like the hangar stuff, like your own hangar.
That's
personal hangar
have
stuff.
Kleenex.
That's still not your own hangar, though. That's like in stations.
And cigarettes. Kleenex and cigarettes. Okay, but they didn't see how they moved the bigger sucker, the big ones.
For now, it's the handheld.
Yeah.
Even the big ones. Okay.
Yep.
Tell me that's going live now. Tell me that's going live now. That's cool. That I like how they've done that.
Yep.
That's cool. So you got to unload the ship, you got to put it in the cargo deck, and then I'm assuming you got to sell it.
If you're
from
having
there.
to do this by yourself, you have a lift to help you out. That's cool.
Can freight elevators do more than boxes?
Yes.
Hell
Now that's
yes.
good news. That's good news.
There
Finally,
you go.
right?
That means we don't have to go down to an outpost to load vehicles.
Right.
That's awesome.
Can I? Okay. Can I actually call the freight elevator with that stuff up?
I'm assuming that's how it's going to work.
I hope so. Yes.
Oh, I like that.
Tell us this is in the game now. Like, no, I love that box. Yeah, that box is awesome. This is too good to be. It's not in game right now. It's not ready. It's too good.
Yep.
That was awesome.
What will
Big
your
cheers.
freight elevator bring to you?
Thank you.
Your hangar.
Soon.
So, as you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and
See,
personal,
persistent and
meaning
personal
you can
hangars.
stay there
This
as
is what
long as
I'm
you
waiting
want.
for.
Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations.
I'll be running a second-hand weapon shop from one of those hangars.
And you'll be able to
Damn straight.
request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself.
Nice.
Very small. Finally.
Either way,
Location
does this
inventories
mean
won't
we
be
can
magic
like
and instant
held
anymore.
weapons
This means
inside
that the
those
freight
hangars?
elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory.
Sounds like a yes.
Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want. This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system. Change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar.
Yes.
That's a win. That's big.
You'll also be able to bring up ship components. So your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that.
They're going to kill the VLM.
So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want. Which
Can I hire somebody though?
Hang on.
That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. And I will pass you over to Todd Pappy.
All right, Todd. Give us something we want to see.
Come on, I can't hear you. All right, there we go. So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video?
Server machine?
Just watch.
Oh, is it like player habs?
That looks like a player hab, maybe.
That is a completely useless whole A right now.
Land claim site.
Land claims. Strategically inserted.
And building stuff.
Player bases.
Yes. There we go.
That
This is
actually
what
looks
I've
really
been waiting
nice.
for.
I mean, this is even better than personal hangars.
Say that's in
Oh,
game.
wow. Look,
I
there's
dare
the
you.
place for their mule.
That's a vehicle hangar.
I wouldn't think these would get in-game till release, right? Because if a player claimed that land, then he would hold it.
That is a mineral harvesting thing.
Mm-hmm.
This looks way prettier than what we thought the Pioneer would build for you.
Unless they're about to drop the Pioneer on us.
Right? Or like a medium constructing ship. I'd take it.
You don't even need that though.
Oh, what the hell is that? It's a walkway?
Habs, walkways, solar panels.
What?
Not my style of buildings, but hey.
Is that a? That looks like a greenhouse.
It's a power plant.
Does look like a greenhouse.
Oh, that's a greenhouse, dude.
Yeah, it's a
Look
greenhouse.
at the
Yeah.
plants.
Yeah. probably have an elevator in the middle, so you can
That's
go up
nuts.
to be private.
That's cool. And then a giant landing zone for big ships.
Right?
That is cool. That is cool.
I love the design aesthetic.
Yeah, it's prefabricated, but it's nice.
It's very Lost in Space kind of look.
yeah.
You know?
100%.
Yeah, I agree on that part. Yeah, it's very lost in
There was
space.
no landing zone there.
Build your home.
Right.
When? Now? Question mark.
Let's find
So
out.
yeah, like a landing zone.
All right.
And plus,
So
what would be
basically-
great is to be able to do that,
Right,
and then
breaks
you know
down
have the
into
Kraken
two really large
sitting
gameplay
above.
sections, planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually going to build.
Hey, that
Land
one's over
sales with
water.
With
LTI
that,
available
you need
in
to figure
store
out what
now.
your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off-grid and be completely self-sufficient?
This doesn't work without server meshing.
So with that, with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints.
Yeah, that last part
So
is for me.
The recipes.
Off-grid
Everything in the
list.
game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations.
Cool.
With materials ranging from the common to ultra rare, you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them. Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into the fabrication.
Interesting.
With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because of the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse.
Oh, lovely.
But this is low risk,
It's a
low
good
reward.
system.
I
Then
agree.
You've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well.
Nice.
And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable
gonna
the
have a
shields
lot of
by getting
those.
close to them. And
Yeah, pretty
destroy
much
them.
pyro,
High
right?
risk,
Like
Let's
high
just- let's
reward.
just start
Since
with the
there's no
one.
taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources.
Start with
that
one
you
and work our
collect.
way out.
Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will
But
kind
you
of
need
adjust
land
this
claim,
design.
right? I don't think
But
many have.
We'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tools. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. And
Ooh,
then
nice,
obviously
I
with
can
the
stop it.
Pioneer,
There's the Pioneer.
Pioneer can do it all. And it still works as a mobile base.
So
And
this
we'll,
means
talk
I
about
need
some
a
of the more
Galaxy.
expanded features that we're adding to
Damn
it,
it.
and later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be
I
done
like that they have
in
not
space,
gated it
not just on the
behind
planet.
the Pioneer.
So from here, you set off on your journey.
Pretty cool.
So with the land
Yeah, but this is
plane,
gonna be a ways
you
off.
put your tool down where you want.
Yes.
You launch the
Right?
drone.
Yeah, at least
That is
year
built
or
into the
two.
machine. And then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface. And then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all kind of come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships. So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats
this is
will depend on the
how we build
of
our
the
empire,
materials
guys.
Once you've done that and you built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers.
What about like
so
thermal generation, like lava planets?
Combine different resources to produce new
items.
items.
Shown in the image.
And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1.
In other words, it's not even a white box.
Yeah, it's
Thank
just
you
starting.
all. Thank you
They're
for
gonna
coming.
start it next year.
It's wonderful to see you.
That's cool.
Next year's CitizenCon,
Put it on the
they'll
roadmap.
pretty much like show gray box or something, right?
There
I
we
mean,
go.
it's a start.
So how long is he going to speak for? An hour?
I can listen to him forever.
Hey, everybody.
He looks like he just
probably worn out at this point.
He's wearing a Squadron 42 shirt.
looks like he just got a blowy backstage.
Enjoyed everything you've seen in these last
Come on,
2
Chris,
days.
close us out.
We were really excited to show you a lot of it.
Lie to me, Christopher.
No, please don't.
And I've sort of seen
Just
some
lie to me.
online comments about,
Yeah,
okay, well,
I
that's
want
very
to
cool,
apply
but when are
for
we gonna get
that
it in
free
the game?
Kata Explorer.
But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at CitizenCon is our intention, not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that, to get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42.
So within the next 15 months.
So we're planning over the
next year is going to be insane.
Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year. Hopefully everything
Hopefully
that
I
we
will
you
have
will have
access
in your
to a
hands
PC
playing
and
inside
internet.
Star Citizen. So, and it's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having
So
to
it's a Squadron 42 vertical
release
slice.
every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of, because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are feature complete on Squadron 42.
Means they're in beta.
There you go, baby.
So it's in beta. That's good.
I am not.
Yes.
I am not. You will not get a release date from me today because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates. It will be
That's funny.
when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small.
Oh boy.
To give you a glimpse of everything
Definitely
we've been working on.
Definitely gonna be a cigarette moment.
What the gameplay looks and feels like. So
Everybody
let's
whip
roll
them
that.
out.
And I bet it hits the store.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna mute all you guys.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now. We're clear. Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Provided that the civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Archangel. Archangel. This is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
Jesus, how many bingo carriers are there?
That's a hell of a strike force.
Wow.
Oh, there's one of our javelins.
Were we even
I counted
alive
at
when this
least
happened?
I counted at least 5 or 6 Bengals.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other
side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off
off.
quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
Clear appearance.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Gillian Anderson right there.
Yep.
Never gets
You have
old, does it?
Sir,
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches.
That is a big
Seen
ship.
the F-8s up close.
no, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren, to the bridge. Captain McLaren, to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Manchester.
Yeah, look at the date.
October 2023.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
He looks like he's straight out of Star Trek.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun. This means focusing on the
There we
small
go.
and large elements of the
See
game.
the Cygnus in
such
there?
as dialing in combat
That's a
encounters,
Cygnus!
but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close.
Lots of human opponents.
With the aim now on polish, we've organized the
see the
project
van
into
do.
self-sufficient strike teams.
Well, I bet
so
we see
can
it by the
focus on
end.
individual areas to deliver
Boat.
the best experience.
Also birds or flying creatures.
Boys.
Get out of sight. The cutlass is gonna spot you.
This allows us to bring all disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay
Oh, yeah.
by
That's Mark
seamlessly
Hamill.
blending it with polished
Now you feel like
visuals,
I'm at work.
final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
Looks good.
You didn't see the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
So these locations will get
We're
in the
also
PU,
dialing
right?
in
Like
gameplay
eventually?
features, such as the ship flight model for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs. Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you. The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges, including physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
Oh, I love it.
Unidentified vessels. This is the UE.
It's gonna be such a
Power
fun
down your
game.
ships and stand by for processing. There you go. F*** off the coil's eyes.
Our scanning, targeting, and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Damn skank! Take him off me! No!
Tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provides you an overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions.
That was so smooth!
We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience, alongside our improved AI, that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill.
He pinged to find targets to shoot at. That's beautiful.
Especially if they're behind cover. I mean, that guy's going from cover to cover. He just slid.
Yeah, this is amazing.
PDL is very high right now.
You got to see the
I was
optics.
looking at that, yeah.
You have to watch the optics there. You got the mini map in the upper left.
Hey, he actually threw a grenade.
Yeah. He's almost dead again.
We play and review the builds regularly, and call out action points in each level from start to finish, and where we need to improve the gameplay.
Breaking a will.
It's been years since we've seen that.
Right?
This ought to be interesting.
This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of. One specific area that I'm excited to dive in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation.
I really thought we would hear
to keep
something
you in the
about server
moment
blades
and
and
fully immerse you
NPC
in the
crews.
experience that we've created. Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we fully transition into optimization and stability on the road to release.
It's the Emperor!
Trejo, this is Colton, come back. Always trips me out to see terraforming setups like this. Web tried explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come. Hell is she?
With the transition of Squadron to Polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wildlines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
That's pretty cool.
Right?
At the heart of this immersive
Also,
adventure,
new
you'll
variants
find
of the
cutting-edge
Black?
cinematic storytelling,
I see.
thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Bishop out.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
Now we see the Vandal.
They're gonna finally show the Vandal.
Right? I really want to see them.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push
So
things
this time
to the
period
next
is
level.
before the
Tell me you're expecting
retribution,
company.
right?
This
That's
is
coming
not
in
good.
chapter 2.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Wow, that's a big difference.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler, I'm the field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development,
God,
which
I
allows
love
us
this
to
cast.
truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
Nice.
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
Really good.
I've never been good at dealing with problems
That
I
is
can't
just
fix.
insanely well done.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do
I'm
alone.
worried that my PC won't be able to play this game.
Don't worry, there will be a console release.
For the animation teams,
I don't
polish
own
phase
any
means
console.
refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
Okay. Yeah, I remember this from years ago. It's the same scene, practically.
Yeah, like with the fuel line, yeah.
Yeah, but the
It's that
detail
air
is so
shield.
much better.
Yeah, it is.
I want my Idris.
At least
For
that's
example,
confirmed.
we're launching off a
With
space
Squadron 42
carrier,
you get
but we
that.
still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday
love to
life.
see a blooper
The medical
reel.
staff work diligently for their
That'd be
patients,
great.
whether they're players or crew.
Just wait till the game's out. They'll have one.
probably have to pay extra.
Probably.
We really want you to feel
I'll
part
pay for
of an
it.
authentic crew, an important part of the
And you can
UEE
scream it,
Navy
so
in
they
an
can voice.
enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Oh, I do like that.
That's getting close to DCS.
Let's go ahead and
Just check this
That's
guy in
what
the
they
lower
showed
right over
earlier.
here.
Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff.
Copy that.
Hangar, ready for launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
Lower left.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, one cleared for launch.
Here you go.
Right, exactly right.
Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
Because it's cool.
For
It would.
1 or 2 times.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty. Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
Nice.
We're working to support a feel of
shotgun.
authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the environment, solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions, as well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions.
Now this we need in Arena Commander, like a small mode.
Or in
Jam.
close encounters of the more lethal kind. Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
Rando?
As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working
this kinda
closely
close.
with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed out. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
No good, we can't hack it from this side. Graves, we got a locked door. Can you give us access? No, I'm afraid that's a negative,
R2?
Steve.
R2?
I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and
I tell you what, though, I'm actually
there's
just
a lot involved.
damn near mesmerized.
Oh yeah, no,
Okay, we'll figure something out.
I'm so glad I bought this.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality, and tells of a history long before you arrived. Crafting interesting
Yeah,
flight
but there's
spaces
so much
and their
more
connecting tissue has
behind
been one of
this.
the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that
Right, the
Squadron
fact that this
flows
can actually be
seamlessly
done.
from one chapter to the next
Multiplayer.
without interruption. Creating a
They dropped the
diverse array of
co-op mode, didn't
locations
they?
is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales.
No, I was
We
talking
need
about
to
the
pay
engine and
close
everything that
attention
we're
to
seeing.
detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering
That's
event
what we'll be dealing
or
with.
navigating the debris
It would be
of
nice
a
to
dying
do it in
star,
mode.
wondering what
Yeah,
may be
I
around that
think
next
it's
corner,
all been single
or
player
even who may live
before.
there. How would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in?
It's a bridge.
Wow, look at those screens.
We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions,
I want
or
my
even
Orion,
missions of the
damn
more
it.
eerie kind.
Trash freelancer.
We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function, their age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in artistic style with each station as you progress through the game. As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now, we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe. The polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who have been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life. And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
Cheesy as hell.
Right.
So I'm assuming the I held the line shirt.
Look at this, look at this.
Fine, yeah?
Look at this.
There they are.
There they are, yeah.
This is the first time, yeah?
Yep. They look good, but it's just a small snippet. I would like to see more.
That was pretty good. They've been busy.
He deserves this.
I don't know about that.
I'm not going to be negative. I think he deserves this.
I mean, it is a big step being in polish on
That is
Squadron 42. That's massive. Finally, they're able to say they've made progress, you know?
Damn. Damn.
I know.
They had to completely start over.
You're making me very emotional now. Thank you so much. It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. I mean, anyway, I think it's going to be something I'm very, very proud of. So I can't wait for you guys to play it in the. I'm not going to say when, but anyway.
He knows when. He knows when.
And it'll be the best space game ever made.
Spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support. just like we couldn't be building the universe of Star
getting
Citizen
the
without all your
feeling
guys'
it's more
support.
ready
So
than he's
I
letting
am,
on, and
on
he
my
said
side,
to keep
incredibly
kinda, right?
grateful, as is everybody at
seem
CIG
like they're
for
just
your continued support.
they want to bust out and let it out, but
Well,
I mean,
I've heard rumors that
universe
they're
of
going to do a
dreams
Squadron
and
42
stories of
release
dreams, and
event,
it's a really
and it's going to happen before
wonderful thing to be able
CitizenCon
to do
next
as a
year.
creative. So thank you,
Probably.
everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone
Yeah.
who supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much.
Tomato.
Yeah.
Looks like I don't owe anybody a cutter.
And then I'd like to call out everyone that's
I was
put the
looking
show
forward
together
to it.
here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitkin headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping
as I
to do
understand
this. Our
people going to the VIP after
companies that
party
we've
had to
had,
sign
like
an
Envision,
NDA,
have put the video and stuff
and
all
I
together.
bet
So
they're
everyone's
gonna
done
get
an
to play
amazing job
42.
of the show. So thank you to everyone, and sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names I had to call
I'm
out.
hopeful
But
for them
putting all
that
that
they do.
together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you can feel that they really love what they do, and they're very passionate about what they do, and they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands. So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars. So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us. Bye.
Awesome. Well, fun.
So here's an interesting little tidbit, because I was sitting there paying very close attention to the locations that they had in the Squadron 42 video game, and what I found that was intriguing was that a lot of those locations are very close, if not just one off, from Pyro, from Nyx, etc. If they have completed those star systems for Squadron 42, those are star systems that they could drop into the PU once server mesh is in place, and we could get more than just Pyro in the future.
So I've had it. I've talked to somebody that has some sources within CIG, and they all but confirmed there's a lot of systems already done.
Yeah, my understanding is that the limitation is not that the systems are not made, in some cases done. It's server meshing that's been holding everything up.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that I saw
So
in there that I was sitting there thinking,
You have
Odin,
Nyx, Terra, Magnus. Those are all could be coming in at the same time.
yeah, because there was Odin, there was Vega in there, and Vega and Odin I think interconnect. I mean, if it's story based and that stuff is all interlaced within Squadron 42, then they have a large portion of this port of the map that they could just pop in, and we could have a lot of locations to go to.
Yep.
I'm very excited that they are feature complete with a lot of the things in with Squadron 42, because that means we're going to get the things that they are working on the UI ported over.
But then
and there's not going to be a lot more iterations from
all
that.
of those locations that they had in the single player game, from the standpoint of like the space stations and the habitation areas and stuff like that. all of that is available. And when that comes into the PU, and all of a sudden you have 100 people or 1,000 people stomping through those locations, that's just going to be so cool. That's just, I love this. This is a reason why I started playing video games when I was a kid, and this is the reason why I love the fact that video games constantly push us farther. You know, they push the technology, they push the ingenuity, they push the creativity, and every year there is something that comes along that just makes you go, oh, wow, that's just cooler than I've ever thought of.
So here's the big question. Squadron 42. Does it live up to the hype?
From my perspective, what I saw, yes. Because I truly loved not only just the storytelling aspect to that, but the interactivity that they had, the puzzle solving, all of the iterations of things that you would normally see in video games today that you sort of take for granted. But they've polished it in a way and blended it into the story.
Do you think it's going to feel too linear, or do you feel like it's going to feel a little more open world?
I don't think it's designed to be an open world game. It is designed to tell a story.
Right, it's going to be linear, but at least it's not going to be cutscenes.
I'm with Rage on this
I think
one.
it's going to have. It's been
I'm not
billed
asking
as
if it's too. I was asking if it's going to be too linear.
No, I
don't
think
think
it's
so.
going to have. No, I think it'll have freedom of movement. I think you're going to have decision-making points, and there'll be certain things that you're sort of expected to do. But I still think that they didn't build all of that visual beauty for you just to pass through it once.
I mean, you look back at Wing Commander, and
Yeah.
just because you failed a mission didn't mean the game was over.
Right.
And if Chris Roberts envisioned this game to not do that, why was he even making it? Okay, so
And also, like Privateer, that was also...
I see. So Privateer is more open world.
Yeah, much.
Okay?
It's more what the PU is.
Right. You
I think
could
they
fly
should
around
go
in
in line with freelancers.
Freelancer was open world too.
Yeah, I think what you're looking at in Squadron is...
It's Wing Commander, yeah.
It is Wing Commander. It was never sold as anything else. The spiritual successor to Wing Commander. That's what they're doing with it. That's all it has to be. I think the continued question is, what is the PU going to benefit from it? Because people are going to play Squadron once, maybe twice, and then they're going to play the PU.
I'm going to be playing Squadron a lot more than once or twice. I can guarantee you that.
Oh, and there's certainly going to be people that do that.
I don't have that kind of time.
This is a single player experience. It is meant to tell a story, to set the stage for the current events in the PU.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, then we have to look forward to Chapter 2 right after that. So that's always something.
I gotta jet, guys. I got a family to feed, but I appreciate getting a chance to sit here with you guys and go through this and listening to everybody's feedback. This was really cool. And it's events like this that remind me why, one, I love this game, and two, I absolutely love the Texas Space Navy. You guys rock. So,
appreciate you joining us. Have a good one, Doomer.
Talk to you soon.
Yeah, you have a good day.
So let's do some last words to wrap it up. Maybe say what you felt was the best part of CitizenCon, or maybe just talk about the Squadron 42 slice. Let's start with C4. What'd you think, man?
First, I just love the way they set the whole show up yesterday and today. They dropped in all the small bits and pieces and everything, and the tech that they showed us here at the end that's already in Squadron 42. So it was a nice setup and stage how it went into this culmination of what's going to be an amazing game from what it looks like. I'm looking forward to all this going on into the PU, because like I said, I'm more into the MMO section of it than playing single player. But I'm very excited for where it's going. Way back in the day, I was skeptical. I was riding that scam train, and it's turning out to be an amazing adventure.
And then you handed over your wallet.
Right.
K9, what about you?
What was the question again? Sorry.
What did you think was the best part about CitizenCon? And, what did you think about the Squadron 42 slice?
As for CitizenCon, I pretty much loved everything they showed. Only question being like Rage said, when are we going to get most of the stuff? But yeah, if you ask my most favorite things, it would be everything related to first person based stuff like climbing ladders, cloth tech, armor, things of that nature. And I'm also looking forward to those new derelict outposts and pyro in general. So yeah, it was really good, and I really liked the first day. It had way more features packed into that small sections.
Right.
Today was all right, but it didn't blow me away, if that makes sense. But
yeah,
still,
it seemed like they packed some of the better stuff at the beginning, and then they knew
Yes.
that the Squadron 42 thing was going to just dominate
yeah,
the second
and
day.
I'm not bashing them or anything. I'm just speaking honestly, how I feel. But yeah, let's say tomorrow didn't happen, right? Yesterday didn't happen, and CitizenCon was just what we saw today. Then yeah, I would be really happy from just the things that we saw today.
Okay.
As for Squadron 42, yeah, I'm a single player guy. Before TSN, I used to be a solo player. I never been in an organization or anything social at all. This is my first org, and I'm pretty sure it will be my last. But we'll see. So
fair enough.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right,
That's
Rage.
what got me in the PU in the first place. Sorry.
How about you, Rage?
So I'll start off with, as a lot of people know, I live in Southern California.
So, oh, sorry.
I do not regret not going. Okay. I don't think CitizenCon justified its $200 price tag.
Was pretty pricey.
Yeah. That being said, I'll say it one more time. The low point, definitely the ship panel. Probably the least value gained from anything. It was almost a slap in the face. The ship panel was really bad. They would have been better served taking an extended break and letting Jared and Jared Jr. run around the con and just talk to people for the hour of the ship panel. The ship panel was a complete waste of time. The best, it's the Star Engine presentation from yesterday. The very first presentation yesterday, it set the tone for the whole thing. Everything had to meet or exceed that, and it did. I don't know how you can watch the Star Engine panel and not be excited with what's to come in Star Citizen. All of the stuff we saw that was in engine. All right, it may not be in our version of the game, but it's in engine. It is there and it is working.
Which is a great point. There's probably tons and tons of stuff we just don't have our hands on yet that is ready to go. And they said, well, hopefully we'll get before the end of the year. But
yep, the Star Engine one was the best. One more time about the ship panel, it killed all the momentum for day one. They built it back up during day two. Everything was pretty good in day two. There wasn't really a bad panel. I jumped in when we were talking about the hair and everything. The character creation's a big deal, and you could kind of see that at the beginning of the Squadron trailer, where it was pretty sure that was the player character, and they were just showing how you'll be able to customize. And if you remember back to the hairstyle and the character,
they had a lot of that there.
Stuff, a lot of it's almost like that was created on the fly, right? So It's working and it's good. Now, as far as Squadron goes, Squadron, the moment that the PU was revealed, Squadron took a back seat. And you can tell that the PU development slowed down Squadron because that's what was making all the money. And then they refocused and they said, okay, no, we're going to get Squadron out. We're going to deliver it. And it was a really unpopular decision because people can play the PU. They don't see anything of Squadron.
Yeah.
So, but I think this new vertical slice, I guess we'll call it the I held the line video. I'm coining the term. The I held the line video. I think it's a win. It's a big win. It looks good. I mean, it looks ready to release.
It looks so much more polished than the previous somewhat vertical slice we saw. Yeah.
I think the worst thing I saw in that trailer was some of the lip syncing action. It was with the actor that played the Onion Knight in Game of Thrones, and I can't remember his name. That was the worst looking part of the trailer, and it was still better than anything that was in the Persistent universe. I think if you like space games, you got to be excited about Squadron. I still think that the vast majority of people are going to play through it once, maybe twice, and then they're going to go back to the PU. So
I don't disagree.
They've really got to increase the production on the PU. It sounds like, it doesn't sound like we saw server meshing working back in the Star Engine thing. We saw it working. So they've just got to scale it. We're closer than we've ever been before.
Right.
And legitimately, the game does get better with every patch. I'm excited to see where it goes. Overall, I say CitizenCon was successful. If you didn't go, I think you're good. One question I wanted to ask everybody while we had here is, what merch did you buy? I was just sitting at home. What merch did you buy? I've got a hoodie on the way. Okay, and the pin set. But overall, CitizenCon was good. I don't regret not going in person, even though I could have just hopped on 101 and drove over there. And maybe next year, wherever it is, maybe it'll be even better because maybe we'll be basking in the golden warm sunbeams of a Squadron 42 release.
It's going to be in Manchester. And the rumor was if you're missing this one, you don't want to miss the next one. That was what I heard. So
I don't know if I want to fly out to England.
Right.
But we'll see.
Hey, we'll just get testicles to fly us all out.
Yeah, it sounds good. But thanks for hosting this. It was a lot of fun, and I look forward to see what comes next. Looking forward to 3.22.
Well, I appreciate you coming in and giving your insight. Wrath, how about you? What do you think, man?
Oh hell! Everybody pretty much said everything really up to this point. I mean, it's hard not to it's hard not to agree with everything that's been said so far. What I'm really looking forward to is building in the infrastructure, is being able to build bases. So I'm looking even further into the future, and I'm really excited for seeing. Excited to see what they were bringing forth there.
I mean, yeah, to me, that's our bread. That's going to be Texas Space Navy's bread and butter.
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, that's
Right.
That's our vision. We want to make our place in space, and we know it's going to be in baby steps. So, being able to take that first baby step, maybe setting up a shop someplace, having a Kraken. Hanging up above with some stores, and then being able to serve those stores and feed them from below with a base, and then branching out from there. I kind of see that in our future. It's really exciting. And I am definitely excited for Squadron 42. I mean, I came on board. I bought the game early on. Wanting to be part of that as well. And especially, having all the stars that are involved in it, because I love all those guys.
Right.
I'm very excited. Yeah. So yeah, it was a bolstering experience. So
Testicle said in chat that he's got us Manchester or bust next year.
Will he come pick me up though?
Yeah. To make a note of the whole base building, that was much bigger, better, and grander than I ever imagined as far as what we would be able to build. I thought it was just going to be like, you know, the little bitty habs that we have on planets right now. Like, you can put a couple of those down or whatever. To have it look so good and so clean, and then also so big and beautiful, I'm impressed, and I hope that they can follow through with that. And I can only imagine that they're going to have multiple designs for those bases that are equally as beautiful that we'll have to wait for.
Also, don't forget like space stations, because this is a space game, and I think we can like build even larger structures like in orbit.
Well, they haven't told us we'd be able to do that yet, so...
Todd Pappy made that comment. He did make that comment on the way off the stage. He said, and possibly in space.
Well, so
also,
is the Pioneer going to handle that?
The biggest surprise today?
What was that?
No ship sail.
Yeah, well,
right.
Again, I said at the beginning that usually they have 2 ships for sale during CitizenCon, and usually it's a big ship and a little ship. Unfortunately, we didn't get a big ship, but we did get 2 ships. They did hit their quota, if you want to call it that, for the ship sale. It's a little disappointing, but
they probably count F8C as well, right? So it's like recently released.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
I count it in there.
If you really want to count all the Zeuses, there's 3 of those. So we had 4 ships for sale, right? And the F8 rather would be 5, and then of course they released all those other ships for like A1 with the new patch and everything else. But obviously, it'll be interesting, you know, next month, because we're only a month away. IAE. What are we going to get for a surprise at IAE? You know.
So I'm going to say Cutter Explorer and the racing variant of the Zeus, like
the racing variant of the Zeus. We're not going to get a racing variant, I don't think.
It's already confirmed. It's already like I saw,
really?
I saw the image.
It's too big. It's too big.
Are you kidding me?
No, if you went to the Zeus page on the RSI website yesterday, there was a racing tab next to the other ones that they revealed.
I saved the image. I have it.
Dragster.
I hope they don't do that. I really hope they don't do that. I think it's too big.
I think we're getting a medical variant of the Ursa as the straight to flyable / LTI token.
That I could see.
I think we're still gonna get a big concept.
I hope so. We need an anvil,
a
big
station.
anvil
It's
ship.
the gray version.
I think we need a big anvil ship. But
it's been a while since they've had released another cap ship or large ship.
Yeah,
so, I think it's due.
So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Hopefully, Wrath and I can get our podcast off the ground here in the next few weeks. And of course, we'll welcome some of you guys to come in as guests, and we'll discuss a lot of the topics that CitizenCon had for us, because I think there's a lot to discuss still, and a lot to unpack. Of course, there's a lot other things going on across the verse right now, and in CIG and amongst the community. So we'll try to have some people from outside of Texas Space Navy on as well. So hopefully you guys will be interested in joining us for that, and hopefully,
for sure.
and hopefully the community will tune in. But let's go ahead and wrap this up. I'm Muddog with the Texas Space Navy, and we'll see you guys out in the